Broken Council, Book 10 in the System Apocalypse, written by Tao Wong, narrated by 𝗵𝗃𝗀𝗀. Chapter 13. They find me as we travel through the air. Rather than deal with the delays and waits while using public transportation, I've rented an air car. Being able to head straight for the location I want is so much more convenient, even if you have to provide your route beforehand. In this case, we're headed out of the city again. It's late at night, which doesn't mean as much as you'd think with people with high constitutions, an overcrowded metropolis, and nocturnal inhabitants. But it is quieter, and since I'm looking for another shop access to check on my messages, I'm moving through less savory parts. What that translates to in terms of the environment are shorter buildings, only 20 stories tall or so, with a lot less air traffic. And what air traffic there is, it's in vehicles like mine. Solo flying permits are just too expensive for those here. My first clue is 𝗀𝗍, who is watching a reality TV show about hot men and women vying for attention on a deserted island. I'm not sure which one it is, and really I don't care. I do care when he stops spinning in place and stills, head tilting. We have multiple class skill lock-ons. Even as 𝗀𝗍 speaks, he's drawing upon my skills and tossing a soul shield on me. I trigger a secondary shield option on one of the rings I wear, a cheap ablative shield, meant for an advanced classer. Not a moment too soon as the air car shatters around me. A glowing comet slams into the body of the car, the glow from the dropping orbital cutting through the thick durasteel armoring of the air car moments before the impact arrives. Durasteel melts and tears apart, whereupon the heat and illumination of the comet fills the inside of the car. Overheated air expands, tearing the car apart as kinetic energy imparts through the still falling attack. I am smashed aside by the approaching shockwave, then burnt from the contact heat. Leather seats smolder and crisp, my shields fall, and even a hasty addition to my soul shield barely lasts as I'm thrown aside. On instinct, I conjure my sword and throw out a blade strike, realizing only too late what I've done. My attack tears at the comet as it begins its return journey, turning about in space at an unnatural angle. For a moment, the glow around the comet parts and I get to see within. As flames disperse, I see the wide-eyed visage of a golden-haired, masked female with ram horns before the flames close again and the cut I've made is sealed by heat and flame. As I tumble through the air, the second attack arrives soon after the first. This time around, it's a giant green hand that swats me out of the sky, the green energy clinging to me as I spin through the air in another trajectory. In a corner of my eyes, a notification flashes as I attempt to locate my attackers. Lantern of Decay resisted. Got them. Keep being a good punching bag, will you? I'll find the others soon, 𝗀𝗍 sends to me, highlighting my second attacker. I tumble through the air, dealing with the now multifarious green hands that bat me away from the edges of buildings and keep me in the center of the open space I've been forced into. I get to casting, ignoring the burning, cloying green energy of decay that wraps around my shields, around me. First comes Fate's thread, anchoring the comet to me. Then I toss toothy knives, a couple embedded with cleave. The melee attack slams into the poor bastard, distracting her from me reeling her in, which means she's striking the green flames too, burning up with the energy of decay. Instinct has me block the next attack, the crossbow bolt deflecting off my sword. It doesn't help, though, as the bolt implodes. Instead of falling, I'm drawn into the miniature gravity well. My hand holding the sword reaches it first, and I feel bones twist and warp as skin and tendons are crushed and shrunk. My sword actually lasts longer than my flesh and bone, but not much. Another crossbow bolt, targeted at my foot, is dodged but implodes as well. I'm suddenly drawn in two different directions as gravitic wells tear me apart. My chest and groin strain, and I fight back with the full strength of the system. And got him too, 𝗀𝗍 crows. Another light blinks on my minimap as my body goes through intense pain. Health regenerates at the same time as tendons and muscles tear. The green hands, no longer needing to keep me busy, wrap my body in their flaming fingers while Comet Girl hovers close by, peppering me with flame-imbued mana attacks that tear off her flame body to crash against me. Blood pours as constrained flesh and bone rip open and holes appear in my body as the concentrated flames punch through strained flesh. My shields are gone, and I'm wide open to attack, which means my health is dropping. Pain tugs at my consciousness as the decay energy finally latches on, breaching my resistances. Surprisingly, it doesn't damage me directly, but instead retards my regeneration. Normally, I'd blink step away, but with multiple dimension locks in place, options like blink step are much less viable. I've not had time to switch to my HOD either, so I'm hampered in terms of other options. Never mind how destructive the masterclass work is. That way! Ollie gestures to the side and I see them. They split into 3 compass points, each at nearly a 90-degree angle to the other. Which means... one more? Probably waiting. Unable to get away and hoping against hope that my presence is still hidden, I stop playing punching bag and get to work. A mental yank pulls on fate's thread. It drags the comet closer and she blazes higher in an attempt to burn me away. I'm not done, though. The paired gravitic imploders hold me still, forcing me to be passive in this fight. I turn within to the strength within my body and status sheet and flex. This time, with my system edit skill, I can see how that changes, how the shift works, and the aid that the system provides. Rather than let it just happen via will and a slight sense of the past, I guide the shift in my strength attribute via the system edit skill. Instead of a 40 or 50% shift, I crank it all the way up to 80. I scream as my hand closest to the actual gravitic well comes apart. I leave bone and skin behind as I physically yank my arm away. Then, using the freed stump, I punch Comet Girl in her face even as I fall, my body pulled towards the other gravity well. Skin sears closed. Blood boils away even as blood vessels curl up from the flame. Bones crunch, her nose shatters, and she flies backward. Then, shifting fate's thread, I yank on her again, spinning the thread around my arm so that she twists like an oversized yo-yo into my gravity well near my feet. She screams, twisting and trying to fly away, but there's nowhere to fly, and the actual well is so powerful that I had to leave my own hand behind to escape it. I'm still trapped, my foot caught, my body curling in toward the second gravity well, held aloft only by the flames and the other well's effects, but I figure, "Thanks!" I shout when they do what I expect. It takes a certain kind of person to leave your friends to die in your own attacks, and everything I've seen, the way the attacks coordinate, the way even now the decayed hands try to block my sight, try to stop my movement, the way more bolts fly toward me, intent on tearing me apart, shows that they're a good team. A long-standing one. Not this time! Ollie flies in the direction of the bolts. He twists his hands sideways, and I feel him pulling and twisting at the air via electromagnetic force. The airflow turns erratic, and the bolts are thrown off course, some veering to strike nearby buildings. Unwary and slow-flying vehicles get caught in Ollie's manipulation of reality, some of them crashing into the buildings and falling. Security systems kick in, many buildings closing down, others forming sanctuary shields to protect themselves. Bolts are buffeted, some missing only by inches as they're diverted by the flowing air. But little is all that's needed when you're shooting from kilometers away, and this time he isn't using gravity bolts. It's a smart play, leaving only a single player close on hand to keep me trapped. And if Comet Girl had been able to keep her distance, been able to keep flying back and forth to attack me, it would have worked. Now that I'm freed, I can see her properly. I stare at her status screen, drinking in the details, grabbing at what's important, grateful that Ali has dropped the titles. Comet Girl, Level 13, Enervating Orbital, Master, HP 1421 of 3413, MP 843 of 1818. Conditions: Lantern of Decay, Mana Fount, Orbital Flames, Atmospheric Conditions, Anchored Trust, Birth of the Stars. As the gravity wells disappear, as we fall together, I can't help but smirk. I've fought speedsters before, and Fate's thread is perfect for dealing with speedy asses like her. It keeps her close, and that's more than enough, for I've realized that they don't have a friend and foe option for their own attacks. That's the thing about fighting in teams, of being friends like these guys. It can make you weak, if your enemy knows how to exploit it. 𝗬𝗓, Level 4 Lantern of 3rd Square, Master, HP 1230 of 1230, MP 2753 of 4210. Conditions: sworn to NML, Lord of Decay, times to twist, flame heart, mana manipulation, reforms. Crossbow person, level 11, weight of 1, master, HP 1743 of 2380, MP 1347 of 2530. Conditions: elemental affinity, gravity, delayed choice, focused point, 1 point to return, till the last. We drop, the gravity well gone, and normal gravity reasserts itself. I pull Comet Girl close with Fate's thread, plunging my undamaged hand into her chest. I squeeze, crushing skin and organ, including a rather weird pulpy thing that twists and throbs like a heart. It might even be her heart, but alien. It might be her stomach for all I know. Masterclass team? I'm surprised, I admit. I've fought masterclassers before, been ambushed by them, once a long time ago. And knowing that, I don't understand why they send such low-powered masterclasses if they truly know who I am. Unless the heroic's hidden, 𝗲𝗍 sounds busy, his hands weaving together as he dodges the grasping flames, his presence now spotted. He's channeling a light-based spell, using focused energy attacks to hammer at the spot where the lantern is hanging out. Holding onto Comet Girl, her flames eating at my skin even as I twist Soul Shield to protect me, I pull her around to take more of the attacks from the grasping green flames. She twitches and screams as she burns, the decay decreasing her regeneration, her total health and mana. I feel it too tearing at me, but my own skills, my own classes, protect me at a greater level than Comet Girl's. I wait, picking my time. You picked these other guys out easily enough, I send back, snarling. I'm still holding back, worried about the last member of their team. Can't you find him? If it's a heroic, no. I've got the levels to deal with masterclassers now, but not heroics. 𝗲𝗍 is technically a masterclass as far as the system is concerned. If there's a fourth, they're hiding too well. My health hits half, mana still high. I throw a healing spell, casting it so that it stays channeled, even as I wrap the stump of my hand into the frozen blade spell and punch Comet Girl. I'm pushing the team, pushing to see how far they're willing to let me beat on their friends. Our fall has halted, Comet Girl's powers keeping us aloft. For the most part. Each time I punch her, each time I coat her with my spell and slow her down further, we fall. Meters from the ground, our speed arrested, I sense the threat before 𝗲𝗍 speaks. The pair of long-range attackers have focused their attacks, forcing him to pay extra attention to help alleviate some of the incoming damage. Some, since Bolt Boy has shifted tactics and is using more energized light bolts that are less affected by 𝗲𝗍's trick with air. Let my bandmate go! She slams into me with a spiked shoulder, tearing my arm out of Comet Girl's chest. Along the way, I take the organ, too. I skip across the ground and off the nearby building's shields, bouncing around with so much energy that I feel as if I'm playing Pong with my body. I dig in my feet, tearing up the ground, shifting my strength to stabilize the ground and bleed off energy. As she clutches her coughing, heavily injured bondmate, I snarl at the tiny 2-foot-tall furry rabbit-like creature. 𝗀𝗄𝗏, Obliterating Vector, level 34, Master. HP 4478 of 4480. MP 3210 of 3210. condition, hasted, blurred lines, two-step, between the raindrops, physics. What physics? Enough, I snarl as I recall Ollie closer. I throw up another soul shield, feeling my body fight the energy of decay pushing at me. If you keep pushing, I'm gonna stop playing nice. 𝗂𝗏's eyes narrow. Then she tilts her head up. Long ears, which I realize have multiple eyes on them, twist about, staring around, taking in the damage we've done. The flames that eat into residential shields. The blood that is rained upon the ground. The twisted wreckage of flying vehicles that smoke. The air is filled with the stink of death and decay, the flames somehow throwing off that smell even further, causing those too poor or too unlucky to choke on the poison. And then 𝗂𝗏 stares at Ollie and me. She takes in my health, the flames that still lick at my body and my missing hand where red blood drips to the ground. I watch it do the math, debating if it can win. A part of me worries that I might not, but only a small part. I give it a grin and the little rabbit tilts its head. Enough! Silence greets the rabbit as it picks up its friend. Tiny hands expand, gripping the woman, and it takes a careful step back. I watch as blood, slower now, pumps out of Comet Girl's body, spilling to the ground. But the green flames around her wounded body have died, peeling off to surround me. The rabbit takes another step back, still watching. And I speak. Wait! Tension ratchets up, the flames stilling before bursting into further angry motion. I can almost sense the targeting carrots of the archer, but I keep talking. We're going to talk first, before you leave. All of us. And if we refuse? Then she dies. I nod toward the one in her arms. The tiny rabbit vibrates, but I keep talking. Then you do. And I've got a lock on the other two. Maybe they can run, but they certainly can't hide. You think you can finish us? I think you think I can. I nod at the twitching Comet Girl, and I'm certain you know she won't live. Silence. 𝗂𝗏's ears twitch, shifting. The body in its arms glows as healing spells layer over the heavily injured body, trying to fix the damage done by the flames. A pair of flaming hands detach from the swarm, landing on Comet Girl, changing color to yellow and flowing up and down the body. They're chatting. Lousy OPSEC. I could break in if you want. I'm curious, but I decline Ollie's offer. I split part of my attention, shifting my own constitution around, adjusting the way I handle damage. The damage from the decay attack stops accumulating and starts dispersing as the system aids me. Of course, I help it along with a tiny edit, but mostly I watch. Eventually, 𝗂𝗏 looks up, long lashes on overly large eyes meeting mine. We talk, but not here. I can't help but grin, waving her to lead the way. She moves and I follow, running to catch up. Luckily, the rabbit's burdened by her friend, so she's a little slower than normal. Now, time to find out who the hell set them on me. I watch with interest as we run for our lives. The team is smart, and once Comet Girl recovers, she drops behind us a series of tech and magical tools to make things difficult for our trackers. They range from the mundane, like gaseous canisters of mixed smells, to high-tech nanite cleaners and magical mana burst devices to destroy our mana signatures. On top of that, a trio of localized chaos mines are added to the mix, leaking the raw energies of the chaos dimension into normal reality. It's the most thorough cleansing I've ever seen, and I've participated in more than my fair share. What about the security cameras? I say as we run. We've ducked underground by this point, running through the maintenance tunnels that link the vast majority of the city, allowing easy access for droids and automated robots to ensure the city ticks over as normal. Diverted and turned off, 𝗂𝗏 says, bouncing beside me. She's eyeing me warily, but considering I've never let her or Comet Girl out of my sight, she's playing it nice for now. The way she looks at me makes me think she's getting the idea that my threat to end them all was no idle pronouncement. And it wasn't. The skills I've gained as a heroic have given me the ability to end them. Heck, If I got them right, Judgment of All would end things by itself, especially if I went all out with my other skills. That's the difference between a heroic and a low-level master class. Those final skills as a master class adds another level of insanity. But violence isn't going to win the war, even if I might win the battle here. Good. How long now? I ask. Ollie, floating beside me and invisible once more, has been tracking the other two masterclassers, straining to stay focused on them and no one else. In the meantime, I keep an eye out for trouble with my greater detection, low level as it is. Then again, I'm not expecting the local security forces to arrive undercover, but large and loud, cocksure in their certainty of righteousness.
Soon!
She's true enough to her word. We pass through a series of glowing enchanted walls that strip us of any contaminants and also help block any scrying. When we get to the secure room, it's hidden behind a nondescript maintenance office. Within, the break room has a small table suitable for eating or doing notes, a wall full of decontamination suits, and a map of the surrounding tunnels. The place has a mild antiseptic smell that combines with the taint of rusted metal and stuffy clothing and makes me wrinkle my nose. More interestingly, a light hum in the air makes the hair on my skin stand up. My overworked mana sense tells me it's a badly tuned active enchantment, one that covers up the other subtler enchantments beneath its ostensible air purification. A mental pull at my status conditions shows a wide series of anti-scrying, anti-viewing spells in play. Along with the furniture, I catch sight of my other attackers. 𝗪𝗃 and the crossbow person aren't exactly what I expected. 𝗪𝗃 is a 4-foot-tall, 6-legged salamander-like creature that uses its flames to move around, and the crossbow person is a weird snail-monster hybrid whose back actually houses the crossbow. I realize that tiny part of the musty, stuffed clothing smell is originating from the crossbow person itself. Well, we're here, I say, taking control of the meeting.
𝗃𝗄𝗧, he's yours.
I tilt my head as Comet Girl walks right over to the fridge as she speaks, yanks it open, and scoops out armfuls of food. Even as she walks, the individual containers turn on and heat up their foodstuff. 𝗃𝗄𝗧 glares at me, then hops upon the table so that she's closer to my eye level.
What do you want? Insurance we giving up the job?
The name of your employer.
No.
𝗃𝗄𝗧's crossbow and 𝗪𝗃 say at the same time. You know I can find out pretty easily, I say.
Our cutout, certainly.
𝗃𝗄𝗧's ears twitch.
But not a real employer.
True, but you do know who that is, I say softly.
I didn't say that.
𝗃𝗄𝗧 says, while crossbow curses in realization. I smirk. You guys aren't used to intrigue, are you?
We aren't used to talking to our targets.
Comet Girl snaps at me as she continues to stuff her face. She's got half of the containers open, dipping the galactic equivalent of a spork into the dishes, and spooning come spearing the food out.
They're normally dead.
Well, obviously that didn't happen. Because our information on you was wrong, 𝗪𝗃 says, his flames burning brighter with agitation. You're no master class, no matter what your status says. I grin, opening my hands. Sure. But I want to know who it was who set the kill order on me. I mean, you can understand my curiosity, right?
Understand, but it's not our problem,
𝗃𝗄𝗧 says.
If that's it.
Don't push it, boyo. Merc honor and all that, Ollie sends. I hesitate, wanting to push the matter. Learning who sent them after me is important. I need to know if my cover is blown. Then again, the fact that they were going after a master class is clue enough, perhaps. I wonder if our fight was too much. Maybe, but I did hold off on using any heroic class skills. I shake my head, dismissing those thoughts as the group grows impatient and Comet Girl finishes another container. One other thing. You've seen some of what I can do, so I'm going to want to make sure you don't discuss that. My words raise the tension in the room, with 𝗪𝗃's flames concentrating and brightening, while the crossbow person shifts so that the bolt it carries in its frame is pointed directly at me. Even Comet Girl stops eating for a second before going back to shoveling food. What is it with her? Regeneration skill. She's rebuilding over health reserves. It's the reason she didn't die when you tore out her heart and she kept losing health and blood.
And how do you intend to do that?
𝗏𝗏 says. A skill. It'll force you not to disclose anything about our fight or allow you to attack me or my allies again.
Your allies?
You know who I'm speaking about.
Earth.
Comet Girl interrupts, food falling out of her mouth. Still now, the flames from her class skill are gone.
If we disagree?
I meet her gaze flatly. She returns my stare for a bit before she turns away and goes back to eating. I turn to each of the others slowly, facing them down. 𝗕𝗪 growls, his flames flashing and intensifying but eventually dimming. The crossbow person I fail at staring down, what with it lacking eyes that are easy to spot, but I get a squishy, squirmy bob. And last but not least is 𝗏𝗏's.
Get it over with.
So I do. Of course, after my first cast of the shackles of eternity on 𝗏𝗏's, she can't help but speak up.
You're really him, aren't you? The one they warned us about.
They had a warning? I say, raising an eyebrow.
A half-dozen individuals moving around to help Earth. One of them could be the Redeemer of the Dead, the Grand Paladin himself, a heroic class opponent.
𝗏𝗏's hesitates, and in the gap, 𝗕𝗪 interjects with his high-pitched voice.
You're on a non-contact, inform one-sided list. Someone wants you found, and they're paying a lot.
That's nice, I say, watching my mana climb. I left enough to trigger judgment of all if necessary. In this crowded area, I have the advantage over this ranged attack team. I'd prefer not to kill them, but you never know. You wouldn't be trying to contact them, would you? 𝗏𝗏's makes a little trilling sound that's so high-pitched my ears hurt.
No, but you've got some major enemies. There's not just a flat bounty on you, Earthers. There's a galactic bounty on you specifically. Hush, hush, but it's there.
Why not public? I send to 𝗬𝗏, curious about that discrepancy. No idea. Maybe they don't trust your average citizen not to try for something more? You wouldn't happen to know who's after me, would you? At their silence, I sigh.
But we got the contact information for the bounty. We could give it to you,
𝗕𝗪 speaks up, buzzing closer to me.
for a price.
How about I not kill you? That work is a price?
You won't be able to kill me before I get word out. And I'm pretty sure you don't want that to happen, because all you've been doing is to stay hidden, isn't it?
𝗕𝗪 says. I consider taking him up on the offer. Ending him. He doesn't know all that I can do, including Grand Cross. But what do you want?
Credits. You cost us a job. Figure you should pay for it.
My lips twist into a snarl. Fine. Escrow account. We'll get you paid.
Get?
Don't push it. I let a little of the rage that I keep contained, that is part of me, leak. I don't bother with an aura. I just do it with body language and my eyes. The simple, clear knowledge that if he pushes me, I'll end him, his friends, and then watch the rest of the city burn down.
Fine. Escrow,
𝗕𝗪 says. I offer him a tight smile. Good. So to summarize, you won't tell me who hired you. You want me to pay you for the contact information on the bounty on my head and the failed hit, and we just need to finish chaining you all. That about right? The susurration of resigned acceptance makes me half smile. It's not the best option there is, but what is. Chapter 14. Meeting up with the team and informing them of my recent altercation happened hours later. I verified I was safe before I made my way over, but it was clear anonymity was no longer a guarantee. Relating the fight took only a few minutes, but the conversation itself required more time. I don't get it, 𝗵𝘃𝗀𝗄 says, shaking her head. You could have finished them off. Why meet and bind them all? Information, I say. But they didn't tell you anything. Actually, they did, Harry corrects 𝗵𝘃𝗀𝗄, rubbing his chin. And I have to say, John, you've gotten quite sly. I sketch a bow. Thank you.
What am I missing?
𝗵𝘃𝗲 says. Subtlety, obviously, 𝗀𝗏 teases. When 𝗵𝘃𝗲 hefts Hitoshi in warning, 𝗀𝗏 ducks away with a laugh. We know whoever hired them suspects John is here, but isn't certain. If they knew, they'd never have used a bunch of masterclassers as a first strike. So it's not the council. Exactly, I say. They probably think we're hired guns, people that maybe I contacted. And not ourselves. 𝗵𝘃𝗲 shakes her head, short hair twisting in the motion. She runs a hand through her hair, eyeing the red in it, the thicker, almost dread-like nature the spells and enchantments made of it. But why would the council not be watching for us? Why are they not the ones acting? Ah, that'd be 𝗪𝗏 and the corrupted librarian's fault. I open my hand sideways. One of the reasons I met with him was to get his help, and theirs. They're used to hiding, and making a mess when they need to. Having them slide lies about our location into the system is actually easy enough, with the right skills. And that's enough to deal with the lady, Harry says. Or are you counting on her lack of attention? A little of both, I say. 𝗪𝗏 might also be making himself a little bit of a target. Why? Because it doesn't cost him much, I say. And because I might have a chance of learning something he could use for the quest. Both of my friends roll their eyes. The fact that it's the truth, that the possibility of solving the quest is what drives us questers, well, that's just what we are. Fanatics, perhaps, but reliable fanatics. It's also how we got the rest of the corrupted questers on our side, risking their lives. A promise of knowledge, of an answer, is enough to drive them to action, at least in a limited fashion. We're still waiting for the final verdict, for the testing to be done on the knowledge I've passed on to them. Until that happens, they're willing to extend some help, but not all that they can offer. Fine. So they have guesses on why we've not come to Earth's help directly, which is why you delayed us going in, because running straight in would leave us trapped. 𝗵𝘃𝗲 ticks off on her fingers as she speaks. You've got the questers creating distractions as us. You've got 𝗪𝗏 being a distraction. And you snuck us in with the Lord's help. But that still leaves us being attacked by people who don't want Earth to keep its seat. And they're still looking for us, or what they think are us. The more fights we get into, the more likelihood our cover will be blown. I nod. Aye. Good news is that we've only got to survive a few more days. There are quite a few relieved nods at that, and I grin slightly. I pause, my head snapping to the side. Something happens in the far distance, in the fifth ring, outside of the scope of my immediate awareness. I feel a connection snap, a portion of me disappear, and I blink. Oh, 𝗵𝘃𝗏 tenses, seeing my face, then her eyes glaze over a little as she scans for trouble around us. But there is no immediate danger, as 𝗀𝗏 informs them. We just lost one of John's doppelgangers. I'm silent as data streams in. I pull at the memories, system-formed and provided to me in a block. It's kind of like the library, the way the data is parsed. Strange, since it's not really my memories. What happened? Harry says, his voice filled with concern. Not sure yet. I'm still trying to understand what happened. I just know he's dead now. I cock my head, giving 𝗀𝗏 a look. The spirit rolls his eyes, but his fingers twitch as he looks into public broadcasts. And your other one? Harry says. Doing his job, I say. When Harry raises an eyebrow, I shrug. He's disposable, and we need to keep moving. He's on planet right now anyway. That's not very nice, 𝗵𝘃𝗏 points out. Mana construct. You know, that sounds a lot like slavery, Harry says, and sacrificing what we don't like. Except he's not real. No soul. Just a program. A very, very complex program, but a program. I shake my head. Trust me. I know. How? 𝗵𝘃𝗏 asks. My skill, I say. It had been rather fascinating, using the skill while triggering extra hands. I'd been able to view the process the system used to create my mana doppelganger, watched how his body was formed. Even his physical body was, for all intents and purposes, non-existent, a replica constructed of mana itself. That mana could duplicate the entire process of life so easily was fascinating, especially since it almost seemed as if it hungered to do so. The body was biologically sound as far as I knew, though how far that went, I wasn't certain. The memories I get, they're edited. Portions, not real, more like bullet points or flashes of insight. We're getting off track here. We can discuss John's lack of ethics with regard to his doppelgangers later, Harry says. I'm more curious about what we're going to do about the information we've acquired. That's why we're here to discuss it, no? I open my hands. It seems they've got multiple attack units out. Some high-level advanced class teams, and some master class teams too, I'd bet. And whatever it was that took out my doppelganger. Not whatever. Who? Ali speaks up. We turn to the spirit, who is looking troubled. He shifts his hands and security footage blooms. The video comes from multiple angles, providing full details. It's a good thing, too, since the fight itself is over in seconds. My doppelganger is moving down the street, soul shield active, greater detection in play. It doesn't matter, though, because his assailant doesn't try to hide. Instead, he walks right out into the middle of the street, throwing his cloak back and striking a wide-legged pose. Gold edging on his armor glints and sparkles in the street lamps, showing off his pink skin and small tusks. Memory stirs. A flash of emotion from the doppelganger's memory. Arrogance. Towering arrogance.
Halt! In the name of the Galactic Council, you are ordered to stop your activities and come back with me.
𝗂𝗃, the champion of the council, says. Ravina residents are scrambling, leaving as fast as they can, as a sixth sense tells them to get the hell out. I don't blame them. I wouldn't want to be around when a pair of heroics fight either. Yeah, no. Why don't you just fuck off? My doppelganger snaps.
Well, I tried.
𝗂𝗃 shrugs. And then he moves. 1 second, 𝗂𝗃's hundreds of meters away from my hand. The next, he's right next to him and swinging. 𝗂𝗃 calls forth a double-bladed sword, one with blades jutting out from both sides, and each blade as thick as a good-sized tree. It's what I'd call an anime weapon. Too large and weighty to be practical for anyone who didn't have the boosted stats of a combat classer in the advanced stages. My doppelganger brings out his own weapon, a simple sword that's unenchanted, but of good make. Standard wear for your average Eritrean soldier when they don't have a soul-bound weapon. It doesn't even last a second, as 𝗂𝗃's blade cuts right through the weapon, the soul shield, then halfway down my hand's body. A savage yank rips out the blade, detaching my hand's arm in the process. A part of me wonders about all the lost limbs I keep getting. Involuntarily, I look at my regrown hand and flex it, a phantom pain briefly making an appearance before the system and my higher stats push them aside. Of course, my hand is like me. Pain isn't something that stops us. Not after all this time. Not with the sheer number of defenses the system has built into our minds against it. The remaining hand pushes forward, a chaos mine aiming to attach itself to 𝗂𝗃's body. It fails because 𝗂𝗃 isn't there. He's moving fast, faster than almost any other fighter I've dealt with that isn't a pure speedster. He's also smart, having already started shifting the moment his attack was finished. Another cut, another dodge that misses. The mine goes off, raw chaos energy spilling into the environment and tearing at the pair of bodies. It forms into ropes of intestines that sizzle upon contact with ground and flesh. It doesn't kill, it damages, but it doesn't end there. Another sword is conjured by my doppelganger, cutting at 𝗂𝗃, but again, it's dodged. Another cut, this one bisecting my hand's head. It flops to the ground, rolling away. The body stays for a second before it disperses, bloody bits breaking up as mana is taken back to the system.
Disappointing, but at least we learned something new.
Then 𝗂𝗃 looks up, right at where one of the security cameras is recording. He's smiling, but there's a blankness to his eyes, a cold finality that reminds me of large predators, the kind that lie waiting rather than stalking you.
You're going to have to do better if you want to beat me. You'll need to stop holding back, Redeemer.
Then the recording cuts off, leaving us in silence. Welp, I don't need to change my pants. Not at all, Harry says into the silence. Now if you'll just excuse me for a second. Harry returns to us discussing what we saw of 𝗂𝗃 and his abilities. Perhaps most prominent of all was one simple fact.
He wasn't using any major skills.
𝗵𝘃𝗀 frowns.
You sure that's all you have on his skill use?
That question is to 𝗬𝗁, who nods.
Then I'm leaning toward a passive build.
Like Bolo? I say.
Yes, with maybe a couple of heroic class skills held as trumps.
Can we find out what they might be? I ask. Already tried, boyo. Not possible. The council clamped down on that real hard.
I'm not particularly surprised.
What we've seen of his skills speak to a lot of passives, not just in terms of damage dealt or speed, but also in high attributes. Higher than normal for certain, or else he's learned to adjust the flow and guidance of his attributes to just speed, which might be possible, but I consider it unlikely. After all, we still have to leave some level of control to the system to stabilize the physical world around us, or else we'd burst into flame, shatter the ground, or heck, slip and fall on our faces.
There's something strange about the way he moves,
𝗵𝘃𝗀 says softly, shifting the fight again. She replays the part where my hand, tried to clamp the chaos mine onto 𝗂𝗄's body and lets it repeat. He's smart enough to know to not be there when I'm going to attack. I shrug. Means he's trained.
No,
𝗵𝘃𝗀 shakes her head.
Look at his momentum, the way he shifts. If he really thought you'd attack that line, he wouldn't have put all his weight down. He actually has to force himself into a new line to dodge.
𝗵𝘃𝗀 looks at me, a half-smile forming.
You've actually gotten pretty good at that.
That?
Anticipating movements and momentum,
𝗵𝘃𝗀 says.
See how he shifts there? It's like he suddenly realizes what you're going to do and shifts to adjust, rather than planning for the shift beforehand.
You can plan for that? I say.
I can,
𝗵𝘃𝗀 replies confidently.
I do.
She lets the rest of the short fight play out.
He doesn't. I think he's got a future forecasting skill.
I frown. You sure? That doesn't look like his kind of build. But, or maybe it's part of the council champion. Might make thematic sense, 𝗬𝗁 points out.
I thought those skills aren't very useful,
Harry cuts into the conversation. At least that's what most fighters tell me. They aren't, I say. Normally. It's the problem of attributes. You need both a high perception ability to see properly and a high intelligence attribute to understand what you're seeing without going insane, 𝗬𝗁 says. In normal circumstances, people like the oracles and the like either get cryptic prophecies that are provided to them as a whole, or they see the prophecies as visions and end up trying to explain them as either bad poetry or too straightforward words. Since they can't see fully, often those kinds of prophecies are hard to understand or trust. On top of that, of course, it's all a matter of guesstimation of current known events. It's not true future seeing.
I know that,
Harry says.
But if you're seeing only a few seconds ahead, isn't that easier? Is it easier to see the cells on a leaf or the tree itself?
𝗵𝘃𝗀 says.
Stare too close, and potential actions explode in number.
Too far into the future, though, and you can't even see the tree anymore, I add.
So seeing into the future isn't possible because there are too many options to judge normally, and requires too many attributes, Harry says to confirm.
Exactly. But he's moving like a bullet and dodging ahead of time. And that's strength. I shake my head, pointing at the attacks. It's not a momentum-based skill that adds to damage either. It's raw strength.
So how is he doing this? Harry says.
I share a look with 𝗵𝘃𝗀 and 𝗬𝗁 before the three of us give Harry a shrug. Without more to go on, we can only guess. And we'd already offered that, a series of passive skill builds. Whatever the answer is, it's certain that he's a very dangerous opponent.
Do we continue then?
𝗵𝘃𝗀 says, making another window appear. I look at the numbers 𝗵𝘃𝗀 shows, frowning. Even our best estimates show that we've convinced only 2/3 of the people we need to get a null vote.
Do we have a choice?
Harry says unhappily. Can we even make it? I say softly, tapping the screen and tossing out another screen. This one has a list of those we still have to contact. We've got, 64 still on the list? And of those, the majority were in our, maybe it'd work list, or we suspect they're stringing us along. There are nods from the group, and I flick my hand, pulling up another list. The pair peer at it, having never seen this list before. It doesn't take them long to realize what it is. This is a kill list. Harry sounds disapproving. Yes, I say. Everyone who's asked us to end someone else for their votes, which I haven't accepted, or who we think might be worthwhile ending anyway. And you want to agree to it? Harry shakes his head. You're good, John, but some of these guys have masterclass bodyguards, and without the ability to teleport from location to location,
Or verify security procedures, backup plans, doppelgangers, skills, or setup times, 𝗵𝘃𝗀𝗄 says. Never mind automatic reprisal plans. This is a bad idea.
I know. I shake my head. There's no way for us to finish all of this, not even with my extra hands. Then, I nod to Harry, smiling widely. We just need to screw up the votes, right? And there's never any guarantee that they'd vote for us. So let's overturn the apple cart. You want me to publicize this list? And the recordings of the requests we have? I say, confirming his guess. Harry shakes his head. This isn't a good idea. Many of these might be our friends, or at least are moderately inclined to help us. Inclined, but not going to. We're already fucked, so we might as well finish this, I say, lowering my voice as I try to wheedle him into doing what I want. Harry straightens himself and shakes his head. No, I won't do this. Not without speaking with Catherine. That's not a good idea. Harry crosses his arms. Because she's going to say no, he harumphs. Exactly. And you're not going to do it either. Not without getting Earth's agreement. I raise an eyebrow at his tone, the way he's so certain I'll agree. He glares at me and I return his gaze, the pair of us facing one another down, seeing who will break first. Into the silent contest of wills, 𝗵𝘃𝗀𝗄 arrives with a smack on the back of my head. Ow! I say, looking at her. I touch my head where the bloody wound is already healing. That hurt.
Of course it did, you baka tank,
𝗵𝘃𝗀𝗄 says.
You think I could get your attention with a love tap?
She wrinkles her nose.
I'm not 𝗓𝗁cie.
Or Lana, Ali says.
Lana would step between him and Harry and lean forward,
𝗵𝘃𝗀𝗄 says. True. She had great ass. Ali finishes with a waggle of his eyebrows. I roll my eyes. We were in the middle of something here.
A measuring contest. Yes, we know, she points at Ali. He's the biggest because he isn't human. Get over it.
She glares at me.
You're asking Earth's permission before you burn all their bridges.
When I open my mouth to protest, 𝗵𝘃𝗀𝗄 steps closer and drops her voice.
It's not your life you're gambling with here, and you don't have to do it all by yourself.
I shake my head, as if I didn't know it isn't just my life. Does she think I take these kinds of risks, accept this kind of insanity when it comes to just my life? This is a new level of chaos. If we had any other choice... But I can't think of one. Fine, I say, throwing up my hands. We'll ask them. We'll see what other ideas, what else Catherine has chosen to do. And if she says no, Harry says, then I'm uncertain of what else to say. In the end, I shrug. We have only a few days left and I'm out of ideas. Perhaps I'll think of something at the last minute, but what it is, I have no idea. We need to make sure that vote doesn't pass. Meeting up with Catherine is no easy matter. We have to be careful about how we contact her, and even more careful of when and where we set up the meet. In the end, it's 2 days later, 2 long days where we lay low and send out my extra hands to do what they can, and we quietly re-meet with some of our failed targets. The only good news we receive is that the vote has been delayed again. There's a big flare-up of trouble as a dungeon outbreak occurs between the border of the Trina and 𝗵𝘃𝗀 empires. It's quickly revealed that the 𝗵𝘃𝗀 set off the outbreak, which then devolves into a giant squabble between the parties. Emergency resolutions after emergency resolutions are thrown around with no end in sight. The entire thing might resolve tomorrow or a month later, according to Harry. Now that we're finally able to meet up with Catherine, that's, of course, when I get the message. It's a simple text message, but it's one I can't turn down. 14:45 p.m. at the System Helix Shrine. Duchess Kangana. Thousand hells, I swear. I gotta do this.
Perfect timing,
𝗵𝘃𝗀𝗄 mutters, making a face. She stares at the notification for a long time before she nods to me.
Go. You guys will be fine. Just go.
I nod and accept her word. I switch directions, heading for a bullet train that'll get me to the second ring and in the direction of the shrine, rather than into the fifth ring like the team. Hopefully their meeting goes well, but I'll have to get briefed later. I've been waiting to speak with the Duchess forever. The ride to the second ring is quiet, if a little tense. The security procedures in the third ring are much tighter than anywhere else, but the shrine is one of the few places anyone can travel to, if they can afford the cost. There are even special conveyances that go directly to the shrine and nowhere else. Of course, calling the multi-hectare, 50-story tall structure a shrine is kind of like calling the 𝗕cie sais 𝗪𝗂𝗏 a little roadside chapel. The entire shrine is made of crystallized mana, solidified mana in which data, knowledge is embedded. Each person who pays a visit to the shrine of the system leaves a small mana crystal at each visit, a gift of their best knowledge, their best craft, something that may be gifted outward to another as the priests and bishops of the system deem fit. Over the centuries, the shrine has grown from a small single-room building into this towering edifice. Often, the shrine is the last chance for an individual to make a difference as they beg for a new class, a new skill, knowledge on how to gain a title that will change their life. And all too often, they fail. But we don't talk about that part. Thousands of supplicants walk into the building, streaming through the numerous doors to journey within. I step to the side, watching as sapients walk, hop, glide, and lope forward. Some walk with confidence, others shrink and slide within, scared of their own shadows. But the glowing blue building swallows them all without hesitation, accepting their worship without judgment. First time? The voice catches me by surprise. Not by the speaker's presence, but that they chose to speak to me at all. Yes, I turn to the speaker, blinking a little at the masked, android-like face. I stare, realizing a bit late that he breathes like a living organism. Whatever it was, it's now more machine than organic. I see you're one of the blessed. It inclines its head toward Ali in his glowing crystal form. You can see him? I raise an eyebrow. An unusual ability, but not uncommon. The system has gifted me such sight. A spark, a flood of mana that does nothing as the creature speaks. But I'm rude. I'm 𝗧𝗧, the 618th version of its line. I want to ask, but suppress my curiosity. I have other things to do. Nice to meet you, 𝗧𝗧. If 𝗧𝗧 seems perturbed by my lack of introduction, it doesn't show it. It is a small thing to ask the system for its guidance. Just walk the halls. When you feel it is right, offer your gift. And if you think it appropriate, you may ask it for guidance. If the system wills it, it will answer. How long a walk? I'm wondering how I'm going to find the Duchess in the building, because she sure as hell hasn't told me. Ali is busy looking for her, but with the sheer amount of mana the shrine represents, both of our abilities to scan the surroundings have fallen to meters. That is a matter of contention. 𝗧𝗧 opens his arms. Some walk the halls for decades, making their plea. Others say that the system is all-knowing, all-giving when it wants. And as such, a single brief sojourn is all that is needed. And the bigger the gift, the better chance you'll get an answer, I say wryly, even as I tell Ali to keep looking. Not at all. The system does not care for what you gift. It is, after all, already known to it. It is the act itself, rather than the contents, that matter. 𝗧𝗧 drops his buzzy voice and leans in. Oh, so the priests say. Me, I try to give the best I can. I snort, but watch as 𝗧𝗧 wanders off, practical and religious. Interesting guy. More than you know, 𝗧𝗋 updates my mini-map with a map of the entire building. Along with it, there's a pathway that's marked out and an X with a timer on it. A little gift. Sneaky. I eye the time and distance, then the crowd. I sigh and walk. Not much time if I want to make it there as scheduled. We walk through the crystal hallways in silence, the air within chilly, lower than human comfortable. Occasionally it's warmed by a passing sapient creature, one burning with the flames of its own body like the salamander man or a living lava ball. Each passing sapient systemer adds to the mixed aroma of the building, creating a unique stench that has me breathing through my mouth while I attempt to forget about the stink. It's the least pleasant parts of a skunk's tail, an uncared-for barnyard, and a compost pile mixed together and amplified. Most penitents move in silence, which makes the few who chant, sing, or orate all the more stark in appearance. Passages of system or creed are spoken, sung, or otherwise announced, while others beg for salvation and help from the crystal walls. Occasionally stifled sobs break the silence, only to be ignored by the uncaring public. As I turn the umpteenth passageway, 𝗧𝗋 breaks our internal silence. I'm a little surprised how few of you humans have taken up the systemer creed. Why? I send back. Just seems like you humans liked your religion. We're rather a stubborn bunch. I briefly wonder what it's like for those who still hold on to the old religions, but it's not something I've ever bothered to look into. Having edged his way into the conversation, 𝗧𝗋 drops his next statement. Surprised you didn't take it up either. Was never religious. Why? My answering silence is met by a rather impatient across the mental network. When 𝗧𝗋 continues to send the same I give in. If nothing else, it'll cover the rather boring walk. I don't trust people. Not really. In all those religions, they're touched by humanity. Religious text copied over and over again by self-serving, short-sighted, careless, and dumb humans. I've seen code a year old, messed up beyond all recognition. How am I supposed to trust books hundreds of years old? So you don't believe in God? A higher power? 𝗧𝗋 asks. Didn't say that. Just that I'm not sure that anyone has ever gotten it right. It doesn't matter anyway. Why not? If there's a God worthy of following, then he's worth following if I believe in him or not. And to paraphrase a wise man, if he isn't, then to hell with him. The look 𝗧𝗋 gives me makes it hard to keep my face straight. While I'm not lying, I've never really thought much about gods before the system. And afterward, for a long time, I was too busy trying to stay alive to worry about what came after. Even now, with all the evidence of the system being something artificial, I haven't been convinced either way. The problem with religion is it requires a leap of faith, to ignore the logic of science and good sense, the contradictions that arise, and just believe. I've never been able to do that. As for the systemers themselves, in many ways, they're the complete opposite of questers like me. They take the system to be a god, to be something all-powerful. And I admit, by factual evidence and effect on everyday life, the system has meddled much more than any remote god. But questers like me believe there's a reason, a truth to what the system really is, and systemers just believe. At least for the main religion. There are obviously offshoots, heresies, and individuals who combine the insanity and the obstinance of both parties, focused on both worshipping and understanding the system itself. Many of those have become corrupt questers, known for their unbending pursuit of the truth without care or morality. I have way too many memories of those people in my library. We walk together, traveling the hallways of mana, passing supplicants as we follow the map. Subconsciously, I adjust the speed of our passage as we move to ensure that I arrive on time. The longer I walk, the more I realize that this is an ingenious method of meeting. We're all walking through the shrine, and only through chance or planning would one meet another within. We get to the passageway just a little early, and somehow I'm not surprised to see a familiar figure. Hondo Erish, weapon master for Clan Kangana, makes his appearance, walking ahead of who I expect is the Duchess. He looks well, like himself. Big, strong, slightly scarred, grumpy. So many years have passed since our first meeting, and he's no longer an advanced class, but a master class now. A low-level master class, since his duties keep him away from the dungeons and the planets where he could level. It's strange to me to think that I have passed Hondo in personal strength when years ago he was such a fearsome opponent. But it's part of the problem of serving another. When you subsume your own needs for others, you also reduce the speed of your leveling. Certainly safer, certainly more likely to survive, and as a master class, he probably has a very comfortable life ahead of him, not one filled with pain and suffering, danger and tragedy around each corner like we have lived for so many years now. And the reward for all my emotional toll, for all the risk-taking, is the widening of his eyes, the twist in his lips as he begins to sneer, then stops himself, when he realizes the vast difference between myself and him now. Because even if I have adjusted my levels and hidden my heroic class, he knows the truth, as does his mistress. She sweeps into the room, preceded only seconds ahead by her aura. The aura of the frozen Winter Queen pings off my resistances, reminding me of who she is. Like her servant, the Duchess Kangana is not a heroic, just a late master class. Though she might gain experience from doing her duties, from ruling, such experience gain is much slower and less plentiful, if steadier, than throwing oneself into the middle of a forbidden planet. As interesting as her class is, so are her looks. The Duchess is gorgeous, and I'm talking gorgeous in relation to other masterclass-level charisma-influenced individuals. She's tall, nearly 6.5 feet tall, with the dark skin of the Trinaur and striking, bright eyes that come with her kind. Her hair is long and lustrous, swaying just above the swell of her behind in a tightly wound, compact braid. Legs for days, and a shapely figure like a model underneath a sharp, angular face. As for her dress, it's a flowing, multi-layered cloth piece that reminds me of a sari, the more risque kinds that reveal as much as they hide. She draws more than one hungry gaze, but I know it's from the aura she uses as much as her beauty. Snorting, I turn from her with a visible yank, moving away from the woman. How the hell we're supposed to meet without people noticing, I have no idea. After half a dozen steps, my pace slightly slower than hers, a slight touch on my arm startles me. I turn my head even as I drop a toothy knife into my palm. Beside me is a young lady, another Trinaur, plain-looking, just about as tall as me, dressed in adventurer chic. She bobs her head, and I feel a slight shift in the mana around us. A skill kicks in, but it's so subtle you wouldn't realize it was there if you didn't pay attention. A new condition appears in my status display. Condition: Secret Liaisons. Sometimes, midnight assignations have to be done during the day. Secret Liaisons allows a lady to speak and interact with her lover in public without drawing attention. A combination of magical, psychic, emotional, and system influence makes others ignore the interactions within the field of the skill.
A pleasure meeting you, Redeemer.
The greeting is whispered, a simple, low, throaty growl that makes me shiver and pings my mental resistances. My eyes narrow as I read the skill notification, the resistance notification, then her status, which, surprisingly, is filled with question marks, even for her name. Duchess, I say in conclusion.
Good. Gregson did say you were smarter than your actions would lead many to believe,
the Duchess in disguise says. She steps forward, making sure we keep walking, pulling away from the fake Duchess, but still within proximity. Smart. Doppelganger and skills to take away attraction. Add in the shrine's natural abilities to hide scrying and the routine for coming in, and I'm surprised more people don't use the shrine for their meetings, Ollie says. I can only send a mental shrug to him while I speak with the Duchess. I'm sure you've had time to consider my request.
So direct,
the Duchess smiles and nods.
I have. I have spoken with your earthen representative, too. He has offered much, but all of it dependent upon successfully seeing off this challenge to the world's sovereignty.
I grunt a little in surprise that she talked to Rob. When she sees my surprise, the Duchess sniffs. Did you think I would deal with the middlemen in such matters? I am loath to waste my time. Then why are you talking to me at all? Maybe not as smart. I growl in response to her taunt. You have something they do not have, of course. My class. Insignificant. The Duchess shakes her head. I can acquire one of your stature if necessary. Credits do have their own strength, as do favors. My eyes narrow as she falls silent. I walk with her, crossing one hallway after the other, eyeing the various supplicants. I see one golem-like creature made of sand pushing its fist into the wall, the mana crystal dissolving to take his arm. When he pulls back, the wall hardens, leaving his hand within, where it slowly transforms into crystal too. Eventually, the Duchess speaks, naming what she wants. Answers. You have answers to why the Council acts with such impertinence. They have upset centuries of political norms, attacking diplomatic locations, making their wishes known. It's a dangerous secret, I say. All secrets worth having are dangerous. And once more, we walk in silence as I mull over my options. Fine. I'll let you know what they want to keep hidden, what this is all about. The start of the lady's smile is squashed as I continue. After the vote. You'd have me waste political resources for a promise? Or for me to provide a secret on one? I counter. She turns her head and I meet her gaze too. Violet eyes bore into mine, an unyielding will pressing against me, but I find it easy to dismiss the pressure she exerts. I've faced down an empress before. A mere duchess is nothing, even if she controls as large a volume of space as the empress does. You could use your skill, she offers. As you said, credits have their own power. Be a simple matter for you to break it, with the right kind of hire. Or using the system. I shake my head. This secret stays with me until you vote. But whatever the result, I promise you this. I'll tell you the truth. The Duchess turns away, staring at the walls as we walk. Behind us, a loud thump, then a body comes flying past me. Hondo strides after the body, but the walls of the shrine act first, picking up the plastic creature that dared to approach the fake Duchess and absorbing it. As I reel with surprise at the actions, Ali slides into my mind. Relax, it's just depositing him in another corridor. No killing. I nod dumbly, relaxing. Only to tense as the Duchess speaks. Very well. I shall take your word. I expect you will make arrangements that such information passes on, no matter what happens to you. As best as I can. The Duchess nods and without bidding me farewell, takes an offshoot passage, leaving me to stroll on alone. Hondo and the fake Duchess make their way over to her passageway. And just like that, our meeting is over. She never did say how much help she'd bring, Ali muses. Nope. Also another important question, I send. What? I stare down the featureless blue crystal walls, the passageway that splits and splits again as it leads me through the multi-hectare, multi-story building, packed with sapients praying, chanting, singing, and exuding pheromones. How the hell do we get out? Chapter 15. If this was a Hollywood story, when I finally deposited my little nugget of information, my crystallized warp of mana and information into the shrine, it would have bestowed upon me some great skill, some nugget of information that would have solved all my problems. Sadly, even when I left the shrine with my most closely guarded secret, it offered me nothing, not even a feeling of pleasant exchange. Forced to join the exiting throng of disillusioned supplicants, I move in the crowd of hopping, floating, walking sapients. 2 transits and 1 long walk to verify I'm not being followed later. I'm relaxed enough to check on the status of the team. Since they aren't home yet, I divert myself to a nearby shop sphere, accessing a private room and using extra hands to form another copy. While my doppelganger picks up various equipment to re-sculpt his face and make himself not so human-looking, I take the time to review my own status screen and consider my next steps. My credit pool is sadly bereft, though only by the standards of a heroic. I still have more than enough to pay for daily events and even pick up a couple of lower-end class skills, but what's the point? Status screen. Name, John Lee. Class, Junior System Admin, Grand Paladin. Race, human, male. Level, 3, 12. Titles, Monster's Bane, Redeemer of the Dead, Duelist, Explorer, Apprentice Quester, Galactic Silver Bounty Hunter, Corrupt Quester, Living Repository. Class Lock. Health, 6,000. Stamina, 6,000. Mana, 5,740. Mana Regeneration, 474 plus 5 per minute. Attributes. Strength, 422. Agility, 495. Constitution, 600. Perception, 403. Intelligence, 593. Willpower, 574. Charisma, 225. Luck, 256. Class Skills. Mana Imbue, 5. Blade Strike, 5. 1,000 Steps, 1. Altered Space, 2. 2R1, 1. The Body's Resolve, 3. Greater Detection, 1. 1,000 Blades, 4. Soul Shield, 8. Blink Step, 2. Portal, 5. Army of 1, 4. Sanctum, 2. Penetration, 9. Aura of Chivalry, 1. Eyes of Insight, 2. Beacon of the Angels, 2. Eye of the Storm, 1. Vanguard of the Apocalypse, 2. Society's Web, 1. Shackles of Eternity, 4. Immovable Object, Unstoppable Force, 1. Domain, 1. Judgment of All, 6. Grand Cross, 2. Extra Hands, 3. System Edit, 2. External Class Skills. Instantaneous Inventory, 1. Frenzy, 1. Cleave, 2. Tech Link, 2. Elemental Strike, 1. Ice. Shrunken Footsteps, 1. Analyze, 2. Harden, 2. Quantum Lock, 3. Elastic Skin, 3. Disengage Safeties, 2. Temporary Forced Link, 1. Hyperspace Nitro Boost, 1. On the Edge, 1. Fate's Thread, 2. Peasant's Fury, 1. Combat Spells. Improved Minor Healing, 4. Greater Regeneration, 2. Greater Healing, 2. Mana Drip, 2. Improved Mana Missile, 4. Enhanced Lightning Strike, 3. Firestorm. Polar Zone. Freezing Blade. Improved Inferno Strike, 2. Elemental Walls, Fire, Ice, Earth, etc. Ice Blast. Ice Storm. Improved Invisibility. Improved Mana Cage. Improved Flight. Haste. Enhanced Particle Ray. Variable Gravitic Sphere. Zone of Denial. I'd made a few changes on my status screen, spending a ton of the free attribute points I'd saved to test how it affected my ability to handle the mana code. Unfortunately, even adding points to each of my attributes slowly, one after the other, and running the tests, it seemed that attributes had only a marginal effect on my ability to handle system mana. Constitution, intelligence, and weirdly luck all gave me a little more time. Perception let me handle and understand the flow faster, but it didn't increase the amount of time I had before I started taking serious damage. No, the biggest determinant of how long I could stay within the system and edit things? My level. And interestingly enough, this is one case where my junior system administrator level counts as much as my fake levels. Sadly, even when I leveled up my administrator class, I didn't double dip and gain additional attributes. I found it strange that I received attribute points when I leveled my other class, but didn't want to look a gift horse in the mouth. But when it didn't double dip and give me those attribute points for the administrator class for which the actual attributes should have been linked to, then I was real curious. Of course, it's not as if I can actually ask the system why it's doing what it is, nor do I have anyone else to experiment or compare with. The only thing I can think of is that the system has to give me those attribute points immediately, otherwise my fake class would be a poor fake. On top of that, I've got the adjustments to my class skills, including the unhappy experience of learning how to upgrade my skill edit ability. Specifically, when I was meant to get a new class skill point at level 3, the free point I hadn't used beforehand had been taken and used immediately to level it. Now, I have a second point in skill edit and no free class skill point to use in case I need it for something else. The good news is that the upgraded system edit skill allows me to adjust code easier. I even get the feeling that with a few upgrades, I could edit certain types of code I've been locked out of thus far. But it doesn't help with my ability to kick ass. And the fact that 𝗧𝗪 is running around makes me feel the lack of ass-kicking skills even more than normal. It's kind of amusing how I keep fluctuating between feeling like a goddamn demigod and feeling useless and underpowered. Sure, having a total of 3 doppelgangers that I can use might be useful if it didn't drain nearly my entire mana pool to conjure a single extra hand. And even though Grand Cross's second level is powerful, adding even more damage to what is already a ridiculous skill, I still feel underpowered. Grand Cross, level 2. The burden of existence weighs heavily on the paladin. This skill allows the paladin to allow another to share in the burden. Under the light of and benediction of the Grand Paladin, under the weight of true understanding, wayward children may be brought back to the fold. Effect: damage done equals to willpower times 22 per square meter over radius of 1/10 of perception squared meters. Damage may be increased by reducing radius of the Grand Cross. Does additional willpower points of damage per second for 11 seconds. Cost 2000 MP. Now, that doesn't seem like a lot of damage for a single point attack. After all, my advanced class skill already does over 15,000 points of damage. If you don't include resistances, armor, and the like, even I'd fall to one of my own advanced class attacks. And I'm a tank. So when you look at it the right way, doing roughly 14,000 points of damage is nothing. And sure, there's a damage over time effect, but most paladins would have the judgment of all for a much better damage over time effect. That is, until you get to the part where I'm able to increase damage by concentrating the attack. And since it is very rare I need to use it at the full size of 17-kilometer radius, the ability to concentrate damage stacks. And it stacks at an incredible rate when you consider how fast my attributes are increasing. Of course, the issue with a skill like this, much like Sanctum, is the need to control size and placement. It's not like Beacon of the Angels, where I point and activate, letting it do its things. Beacon might take longer to charge up, but the attack doesn't require much in the way of concentration once I use it. Whereas with Grand Cross or Sanctum, I have to pre-fill in the details before activating, or else it defaults to its base setting. In Grand Cross, that's smacking down everyone at maximum size. With Sanctum, it's forming itself around me at maximum size, enveloping everything. Both are powerful, but have to be used carefully. I've also noticed upon inspecting Sanctum with my skill that the all portion of the skill description is a little misleading. In its entirety in system script, it's actually a formula calculation, much like I'm seeing for my newer skills, that indicates the amount of damage it can absorb per second before it falls apart. In fact, upon inspecting most absolute statements from the system, there's often more detail. Sometimes it's just a matter of translation. Sometimes I can see the workings of a system admin in there, adjusting descriptions to something that's a little more user-friendly. Reviewing my status screen is really my way of procrastinating. I can't buy much in terms of new skills, and with my penniless nature, I don't have the funds to buy anything really cool. Never mind the fact that I'm filled to the brim between the system edit and class skills. In fact, My Grand Paladin class skills are all side-loaded, meaning they're even slower to activate than I'd like. Now I'm just wasting time reviewing my status screen because there's something else I have to do. Drawing a deep breath of the stale, recycled air of the shop anteroom, I place my hands on the sphere and slip into the system layer. Repeated tests have shown it's relatively safe for me to access the admin level of the shop thus far. I could almost swear the system is built so that finding other administrators is hard, the way it naturally obscures logging functions, and makes it even easier to obscure your own further. Still, I don't have a lot of time to go over such details, not with the need to layer my protections and ensure I'm hidden before I slip within and look for a message. And this time, I'm surprised to note there is one. It's pretty simple, though I do have to disable a nasty little locator virus before I open the file. Meet at 198.55.xmu.variable at 90.55. There's a date afterward, but the moment I see the address, it feels as if it's branded into me. I reel backward out of the system, cutting the feed and the mana draw, shutting down any tracing as I stagger back. My doppelganger stares at me and sniffs, which is just weird when his face is mine, if I was in full 𝗕lizard face makeup. You wouldn't realize it was me if you didn't know what to look for, but because it's my face, I do. Idiot. You should be more careful. And wipe your nose, the hand says. The voice is mine, but grouchier, lower. I blink, touching my nose and feeling blood running down it. I wipe it away, grateful that I'm not bleeding further as system regeneration fixes the damage. What was it? The hand asks. An address? System address? You should be careful. That skill is dangerous, the hand says. No shit. I'd love to have the doppelgangers use it, but funnily enough, they don't have it. While they might replicate my attributes at a lower percentage, they don't have the system edit skill, which is, in itself, fascinating. Now please stop talking to me. It's really weird listening to me talk. Doppelganger John rolls his eyes, but does shut up. One good thing about the system making it based off me, it seems to accept that I really don't want to talk to myself, and makes the doppelgangers respect my wishes, the same way I would my own. No, that sentence doesn't make much sense, but it's not a very sensible world. Well, if that's it, I'm off. The doppelganger waves goodbye offhandedly before walking out of the room, silver doors sliding open. I nod absently, watching him leave and feeling a weird sense of déjà vu. I hurry after him a moment later, not wanting to stay at the shop any longer than necessary, especially after what happened. It's when we're well away, moving in a random but trained pattern to pick out potential shadows, that Ollie asks the obvious question. What the hell happened? The council, or the administrator side of the council, or the inner council, or whoever it is, gave me an address. And it made you bleed? Yes. I'm pretty sure it's not just any address. Then what is it, boyo? I'm not here to play 20 questions, you know. I work my jaw, getting some saliva back into my mouth. Even thinking it dried my mouth, and I'm not particularly happy with the idea of thinking it out loud. And yes, it's weird to want to be able to say the words even when you're thinking it. And I could suppress such actions, but why bother? It's small things like that help me stay human. I hope. If I'm not wrong, it's a system programming station. There's a long silence after that as Ollie works through the implications. It's particularly concerning since even though we've had a hint of them before, we've never seen hide nor hair of them. Not even when we've gone poking among the planets we helped reconquer.
Well, that's not worrying at all.
Meeting with the rest of the group at our residence comes soon after. The group finds me eating, having ordered a large meal to assuage my hunger and my restlessness. The overly large dining room is filled with takeout boxes, each of them individually heated to keep the meats, pastas, vegetables, roasts, and other forms of sustenance warm. There's even a gooey sludge that looks like slime and tastes like liquid sunshine. I'm wrangling a drumstick whose bone is made of crystals and metals, the meat tearing off in strips with each bite when they walk in. I take one look at Harry's more expressive face and kick out a chair. Didn't go well, eh? I say. It could have gone better, Harry admits, catching the chair's back. He spins it around and sits, flopping down to stare at the food. 𝗵𝘃𝗀 snorts as she takes her own seat, pulling the galactic equivalent of fried rice over to her side of the table, along with a shallow and large bowl. She ladles in the carbs while she explains.
Catherine ran the numbers. Has been running the numbers. Even with the Duchess's help, she doesn't think we have enough to stop the vote.
𝗵𝘃𝗀 side-eyes Harry before she adds,
She thinks at least half of those we have done work for aren't going to come through with their side.
Even with the system contracts? I snarl.
Even with,
𝗵𝘃𝗀 says. Goblin shit, 𝗬𝗁𝘀𝗧 says. He's in his full-size mode and visible since he's helping himself to food that he doesn't need to eat. But he likes the taste, and who am I to say no? Is there no more honor among politicians? You're not serious, are you? Harry sighs. Fun fact. It seems that for high-level politicians, diplomats and the like, they have skills that mitigate the effect of broken system contracts and oaths. What? I say. Yeah, surprised us too. Harry shook his head. Catherine forgot to tell us because she's gotten used to it. Wouldn't matter anyway. It isn't as if we know who's going to break their word until, well, they do. Exactly. 𝗵𝘃𝗀 spears a shrimp, chewing the deep-fried, battered goodness. We fall silent for a bit, each of us following her example and eating a little more. So, you've heard about what the Duchess did? I ask. Yes, which is why her wanting to meet you was surprising, Harry says. She's extracted quite her pound of flesh from Earth. I grunt, not surprised. It's not as if they all don't have us over the barrel. But she wanted to know why they're after us. Me.
Told you,
𝗵𝘃𝗀 says to Harry. He shrugs. I was just offering other options, but I did say that was most likely.
So?
𝗵𝘃𝗀 says to me. So what?
Did you tell her?
Not immediately, I say. I promised I would if she came through on her end. Big promise, Harry says. You think it's a smart thing to let her in on it? I shrug. There's the obvious conclusion that if the council really doesn't like what's going on, they'll end her, my friends, and anyone they even think I provided the information to. But she's a big girl. Harry shrugs, seeming sufficiently settled. I guess he's used to seeing adults throw themselves into seemingly dumb situations, taking risks that others would decline because that's just the way it goes. At a certain point, you have to accept that risk is part and parcel of the job description and stop worrying about it. You didn't tell us what they thought of John's brilliant plan, 𝗬𝗁𝘀𝗧 says, sipping on a 𝗕𝗏𝗄𝑚 via a bendy straw that injects a portion of the meal's taste as it passes through.
Catherine wasn't thrilled,
𝗵𝘃𝗀 says.
But she'll take it to Rob.
And he'll release the information? When they look up, I clarify. If he decides to do it. 𝗵𝘃𝗀 shrugs. I frown. He shouldn't. He should be using, well, a patsy. Us, you mean? Harry says. Well, you. I grin at the reporter and he rolls his eyes. But I'm surprised to note there's a level of uncertainty in there, too. Problem? This isn't breaking just any story. This isn't even news reporting, not really. It's weaponized information, Harry says. The man has a very large slab of meat, still raw and bloody, sitting on his plate, being delicately sliced with knife and fork. Next to it, carefully set aside, is a small, colorful handful of greens. Well, yellows and purples. I'm not comfortable with the idea of using the news like that. Huh. I would have thought it was the target being painted on his back. Then again, Harry's always been a little more moral than smart. Fair enough. Doesn't sound like he's going to use us anyway. He probably has others, 𝗬𝗁𝘀𝗧 says. When we look at him, the spirit shrugs, having traded for another soupy dish, which he uses a tureen spoon on. Small floating chunks of meat that still squirm and reach can be seen in the soup as he pops the entire, so-called it's smoking ladle into his mouth. We aren't the only players in the galactic scene these days, and, as a world ruler, Rob has his own contacts. Maybe he uses a group that does things like this, or maybe he uses another human team. Or maybe, just maybe, I'm overthinking things. But for now, there's not a lot we can do but wait, which I'm finding is an extremely uncomfortable place to be in. We sit, we eat, and we do that in silence. When the meal is nearly done, when we've cleared the majority of the plates and another of my doppelgangers has died, Ali speaks up. You going to tell them? I glare at the spirit, angry he's pushed me to speak when I would prefer to be silent, at least for a little while more. But the threads of the doppelgangers in my mind, the missing one, weighs upon me, telling me that we're outnumbered, outplayed, and no matter how much we hide what we've done, all our efforts are worthless. They know we're here. The council, or the administrators at least. They've left me a message, I said. An address. My words cause a stir, one that has Harry and 𝗵𝘃𝗀𝗧 shifting uncomfortably and offering me suspicious looks. I can only offer a half shrug in apology for the length of time I've taken to speak. You going? 𝗵𝘃𝗀𝗧 says. I nod. When? You're not coming, I say. I'm not letting you go alone, you 𝗪𝗃𝗪𝗪. I shake my head again. It's not your call. Where I'm going, you can't enter. She frowns before shifting tactics. Then I'll go as far as I can. 𝗵𝘃𝗀𝗀. She crosses her arms, daring me to push it further. I meet her stubborn gaze, and I find myself at another crossroads. One of trust. Because I could sneak out, but loyalty, trust, belief, it's a double-edged weapon. What is given must be returned, or one day, the well will run dry. Fine, I turn to Harry, who snorts. I'd love to, but I think I'll get this news later. Harry chuckles ruefully at my incredulous look. The juicy bit is in the room, and if I can't get in, I don't think it matters if I get the news 5 minutes or 5 hours later. And you're probably also going to want me on the outside as insurance, no? I half shrug. In truth, I'd considered it, but I wasn't going to presume. Asking him to release what I know, to cover my bases, to let the galaxy know, it's more than presumptuous. I thought so, Harry says. How many days do I have to set up the news release? 11 hours, 4 minutes, and 13 seconds. Well, isn't that accurate? Harry drawls, but I see the worry in his eyes. And I get it, because the countdown in my vision, the one that has refused to disappear ever since I received the address and invitation, continues to tick ever so slowly. Down, down, down. Chapter 16. An empty alleyway, shrouded in the shadows of the buildings that loom above it and bereft of light even from the main streets. In the middle of the night, the dark passageway offers no illumination but for the single, hovering light spell I sent ahead of us. Unlike a pre-system human alleyway, there's no detritus on the ground, no broken asphalt or concrete or scrawled graffiti from neglect. In this place, there's not enough traffic for sapients to lay their mark upon the alley before the system cleanses it. We're in the third ring, close enough to the center that there are actual dead spaces like this. In the outer rings, empty alleyways like this would be impossible, as every scrap of land is used, even by the homeless. This it? 𝗵𝘃𝗀𝗧 sounds doubtful, even though she's seen the overhead imagery from the drone we deployed ahead of us and its conjured map. Yeah, I tilt my head, watching the mana flows, the way it interacts with the environment. Something weird is going on, but I can't figure it out. In the end, I dismissed the matter. Not because I don't want to know, but because if I tried to work out every strangeness in mana flows I encountered, I'd never take more than a dozen steps. Mana moves as it will, and sometimes system mana and unaspected mana conflict, almost as if they're fighting one another. Other times, they flow past one another without an issue, mingling. And sometimes, one or the other just subsumes the other entirely. There are even a few studies, 2,413, that have delved into the matter with the leading theory. Boyle! Ali coughs. I blink, shake my head, and pull my mind back to the present. I'm less prone to side thoughts now that the damn library is being processed by my new class, but it still happens. especially when I'm a little nervous. Sorry, I shake my head. Now remember, just watch. Stay hidden if you can. If things go to hell, 𝗵𝘃𝗀 snorts. I chuckle ruefully but step into the alleyway, then stop. I turn to her and touch the side of my bracelet, pushing the skill over us to hide our conversation as I continue. About the Three Stooges, musketeers, 𝗵𝘃𝗀 says. That make you D'Artagnan? I raise an eyebrow. 𝗵𝘃𝗀 shrugs and I push past the irrelevant question. Any word?
Yes, they're good. They're on it,
𝗵𝘃𝗀 murmurs. She looks around and shakes her head.
I'm still a little uncomfortable with using them.
It's safer than being with us, I point out. 𝗵𝘃𝗀 nods, smoothing out her face and shoving me in the shoulder to get me moving. I sketch a bow, dropping the topic and walk away. I watch the little dot on my mini-map grow closer, the dot located almost 2/3 of the way down the empty alley. Each step I take seems to take forever. There's a slow building discomfort that scratches at the back of my throat, clenches my guts. I cough, clear my throat, clench and unclench my fist as I walk. Ollie beside me keeps flipping between his TV channels, going from reality TV show to reality TV show before finding a musical. I frown. I poke at my resistances mentally, testing the borders of the system-generated defenses. I find nothing, but my footsteps have begun to drag, each movement slower than the other. Something's wrong. Ollie frowns, then he slowly stops spinning. He opens his mouth, then shuts it, notification windows appearing then disappearing, flicking on and off. He struggles, then suddenly just up and disappears. Banished. My sword appears in my hand and I turn around slowly, searching for the threat, for what banished him. Long minutes pass, where I have to fend off a worried ping from 𝗵𝘃𝗀 and the growing dread, but nothing happens. And I find myself growing angry. Angry at whatever it is that's affecting me, that's slipping past the defenses the system has put in place, that has buffered my will and driven me on, that has made me me. I'm angry, and because I'm me, instead of turning away, instead of running, I turn back. I walk farther in, shoving my anger at the damn feeling and the cloying tendrils of fear that wrap around my heart and guts that try to push me away. Anger unleashed, the dread and fear, the need to depart shrivels before me. Step after step, I make my way inward, the empty alleyway a void of dark thoughts and darker threats. I push forward with each step before the tension snaps like a rubber band at my latest step. I stagger as the weight, the pressure disappears, only to find myself nearly where the location given to me should be. The place where I am to meet the council, or whoever it is I'm to meet. 1,001 demons, I snarl, realization arriving belatedly. Of course this feeling bypassed the system. The gods' damned administrators are in play here. The weirdness in mana, the skills not working, it's their way of hiding themselves. Which means I eye the empty space before me, the innocuous piece of land that marks the meeting spot. There's nothing there. Nothing I can see. Nothing I can sense even when I push my mana sense forward. It's empty. Utterly empty. Well, let's just hope I'm not a frog looking up the well. 2 quick steps, and I'm there. Then, light. When my sight resolves again, I've taken 3 steps to the side, crouched low with my sword held before me and trying to activate Soul Shield. Surprisingly, it doesn't activate, which has me worried, almost as much as my blindness. But system healing is powerful, and the teleportation, and it was a teleportation, wasn't meant to blind me, just shift me to this place. A simple room filled with hanging notification windows, with system script scrolling across, multiple bar and line graphs, and what my many years as an IT worker can tell immediately is a ticketing board with colored priority task lists. My stomach falls, my breathing hitches, and I push and fail to activate Blade Strike. Just for a second before I get hold of myself. Flashbacks are bad, and it's surprising that my short period working at an IT help desk can be more scarring than getting eaten by a giant monster. So, you really are on 𝗪𝗂. A voice cuts through my subsiding panic, dragging my attention to it. I turn my head from side to side, taking in the room and the simple steel-gray mezzanine floor without a railing, the glowing blue notification windows that dominate the walls before turning to the only figure within. He stands before me, a humanoid corvid creature with black feathers, a long beak, and large pupil-filled eyes that focus upon every motion of mine. Wings jut from his back, a contrast to the taloned fingers that he keeps crossed before me. As for clothing, he's dressed in belts and a loincloth and nothing more. My eyes narrow further when I see his status. 𝗬𝗏 𝗪𝗏𝘃𝗃, Senior Administrator, Level 14. HP, unknown. MP, unknown. Conditions, unknown. Who are you? I push once more at my identification skill and find it doesn't activate further. Another push and System Edit kicks in, showing me that my entire series of skill uses are being blocked. An administrative block. What the hell?
If you read your location notification, you'll understand,
𝗬𝗏 says. I realize I swore out loud, but while keeping an eye on him, I call forth the system location notification as he suggested. You have entered Administrative Center 194-8-15, Security Access Level 3. Warning, no violence may be initiated in administrative centers. All skills, outside of administrative skills, and system-assisted spells are blocked. This includes all enchanted items and system-registered technological aids. Effects: +2 skill ranks in System Edit skills, +200% increase in Mana Sense skill, access to Level 3+ System Administrator quests, access to Administrator Network, temporary. Congratulations, Junior Administrator! You have accessed an administrative center for the first time. You have gained access to the System Administrator Quest Notice Board and the Administrator Network, temporary localized basis. Level up, +1 Junior Administrator level. I stare at the notifications before coming back to myself. I realize that 𝗬𝗏's still making no move to bother me. In fact, his eyes are no longer even focused on me, darting from side to side as he reads notification windows, talons twitching in small motions as he controls the data. Thus far, if this was a trap, they've missed multiple opportunities to close the jaws of it. And really, I can only hope it's not a trap. If it is, I walked in here knowing it could be. Without answers, I'm not leaving. And this is my first chance for true answers. I dive into the notifications, pulling up the System Administrator Quest board. And then I have to quell my rising panic when I realize it's the very same task list I spotted on arrival. Cut me apart and boil me in the 1,000 hells! You've got to be fucking joking with me! When the corvid stares at me, I growl. The damn System Administrator Quest board is an IT help desk!
Well, yes, we are system administrators.
𝗬𝗏's voice is slightly musical, a little clicky, as if the top of his tongue keeps hitting the roof of his mouth at the most inopportune times. That his tongue is sharp and angular and perhaps not used to Galactic might be the reason for that.
We fix the system when necessary.
I twitch. The first ticket I try to touch, one that's glowing green, sends a painful jolt back at me. I stagger, feeling my nerves burn as the ticket rejects my choice.
Why would you choose one you are barred from?
𝗬𝗏 says. It's green. Green is go.
No, green is barred. You are black.
𝗬𝗏 shakes his head.
Everyone civilized knows that.
I hear the unsaid barbarian, but I leave it alone. Even if I know there's no such information in any of the galactic civilization packs I've purchased. I'm a little hesitant to touch the ticketing board again, but I have to know. So, mentally reaching out, I touch a black ticket and get a notification. There's something wrong in 𝗪𝗏𝘃, status level 3. Experience and mana exchange is imbalanced in 𝗪𝗏𝘃. Conflict caused by inclusion of Dungeon 132.8, revision 511581251267844844.881.52, and the presence of the skills experience tap for the lazy and 5,565 minutes used properly. Do you wish to take this quest? Yes or no? I hit the no, skipping out of the mental notification and check a few more. They're all the same. All coding issues where mana, experience, levels, skills, or attributes are messed up. Sometimes for the better, sometimes for the worse. A dungeon spawning too fast. A building not fixing itself, instead spewing out system mana as it attempts to handle a persistent enchanted item. A warp engine with a design error that churns through unaffiliated mana while also draining system mana at the same time. Error after error after error. I watch as some of the notifications disappear and others pop up, replacing them. The ones that don't change, the ones that sit there, are the ones coded green. They just sit, unmoving. Untouched? I purse my lips, but noise from the 𝗪𝗏𝗃 makes me glance at the unspeaking administrator. I shift my sight away from him and check the administrator network, only to find myself less than impressed. I'm blocked from everything but the local node, I say. Silence greets my words. I start to speak, but notice his clawed fingers flicking in routine. I shut my mouth, watching silently as I test the edges of this administrative block with my system edit skill. It doesn't take me long to feel how hard, how rigid it is. If it can be bypassed, it won't be by me.
You are blocked because you are a junior administrator,
𝗪 says finally, his fingers stilling. At the same time, I see a green ticket disappear.
An unauthorized junior administrator.
And here we get to it. So will it be door T or B?
What?
𝗪 says. Threats or bribery? 𝗪 lets out a little screeching noise. The grip on my sword tightens, and the tip bobs up and down under my grip. I try for Ali, hoping I can get an ally, and find the very same block in place. Not that it matters to the 𝗪𝗏𝗃, who ignores my caution as it continues to screech. It takes me a bit to realize he's laughing.
You are blunt as a warhammer to the beak,
𝗪 cackles.
Do you humans not know subtlety? Grace?
I'm North American. Our version of subtlety is checking if you're fine after we kick your ass, I say.
And you think you can kick my ass?
𝗪 cocks his head. Down, down, down until he reaches his shoulder. His head tilted until it goes past the edge of his shoulders. My neck hurts just looking at him. I'll give it the good old college try, and hope that the question marks are due to our location and not the fact that he's a legendary, because otherwise, this will be an incredibly fast fight, and not in a good way.
College? How quaint,
𝗪 says.
But you have gained knowledge you should not. Endangered an order you should not. You and those corrupt questers continue to be a pain in our order.
Then why not just kill us all?
Because we occasionally get something useful.
This voice is high-pitched, female. Its accent is unnatural and stilted, a Latin American one of some sort. I never did visit before the apocalypse. I jump, looking up at where the voice comes from and get a spider-esque nightmare. It's a reminder of 𝗪, my old mechanic. The creature is similar to her in the vaguest sense that a house spider compares to an invisible tarantula. Because this one above is invisible except for the barest outlines, it's not even a skill, just its natural ability to play chameleon. 𝗪𝗃𝗧, Senior Administrator, level 17. HP unknown. MP unknown. Conditions unknown. Who the hell are you? I back away, only to stop when I realize that 𝗪𝗃𝗧 is moving too, making sure to hover right above me. I growl, but if my displeasure makes any difference to the spider, there's absolutely no indication.
You may call me 𝗪𝗃𝗧, Senior Administrator.
The bulbous head, with its multifaceted eyes, turns slowly. Then, disturbingly enough, it conjures a bundle wrapped in spider silk and sinks its jaw into it. A little of the liquefied remains drips out from where its fangs pierce the bundle, missing me by a foot or so. I keep my face neutral at the display, just letting my lip curl up a little. Intimidation. Petty intimidation. I turn over its words, seeking understanding. If there's an argument about how useful I can be, that explains why I'm not dead. I wonder how often administrators are made, what the usual methods are of creating such individuals. It's a hidden class, but is it one you could get from just knowing that you can alter the system? Certainly a level of mastery over mana sense is required, but is there more? I would guess so, or else there'd be a lot more and it would be a less well-kept secret. If there is more, if it's hard to make administrators, maybe I have more leverage than I think I do. Something useful, you say? Yeah, fine. I'm as blunt as a virgin asking for his first kiss.
But I fear there's nothing useful in this one, 𝗪 says. He's a bog-standard administrator, one with problematic connections and an even more problematic attitude.
I bite my lip on my instant retort, keeping an eye on 𝗪𝗃 above. I'm getting the idea that these two are the representatives of opposing viewpoints, and 𝗪 is never going to warm up to me. So, the spider makes the bundle disappear back into its inventory before it answers. That the bundle is half the size, I try not to note.
We've yet to see what he can do, or why the system chose him.
The system? I say, only to see 𝗪𝗃 nod a little. So, that's interesting. A notification window blooms before me, the ticketing system appearing before my eyes.
Enough talk. Let us see, then. Or be done with this,
𝗪 says. I could ask what they want to see, but I'm not that dumb. And since what they want from me is what my own curiosity is killing me to explore, I take to it with gusto. First, I plant my feet apart, making sure I'm well balanced. Then I shift the window to the main focus area before I pop out tickets. I toss them to the side of me, leaving them hanging in midair without accepting, without closing them. I do that for a half dozen before I stop, then probe the connection between the ticketing window and me. I look for more information, more details that can be brought forth. To little surprise, there's more information that could be added to each ticket. The stream of information, the flow of mana it denotes, was hidden by default. I delve into the view, looking for details, looking for what I need. Previous administrator comments, added. Number of times tickets have been accessed, added. Security access requirements, added. Time in queue, added. I customize my interface, pulling more information and discarding others. I automatically filter away anything I don't have access to, then filter out anything that requires significant access to multiple databases. I filter by previous comments by administrators, putting those at the bottom of the list, and then filter for new tickets that haven't been accessed. All of it to find work that I'm more likely to do well. I can't guarantee it'll work, but it's better than accessing tickets where previous administrators with more experience have started and left unfinished. Maybe it's not what they're looking for. Maybe they want someone brilliant and gifted who will tackle the hardest jobs and somehow, miraculously, do what others can't. But those kinds of individuals only exist in movies and TV shows, and sometimes rarely in real life. For the rest of us mere mortals, who have to wade through mud when it pours, who have to learn to dance by taking classes or put on pants one leg at a time, we've got to start easy and work our way up. The tickets I have opened help with that. I pull data from them, digging into details before I accept anything. I get more information, more columns to show me what I need. The system can show more than I could begin to guess. Number of databases accessed, number of classes involved, number of individuals involved, sphere of effect, amount of mana involved or stored within the class or skills or enchantments or whatever else is being affected. I sort and adjust, filtering again and again. All the while, the pair of senior administrators watch me, saying nothing and letting me do what I want. The tickets before me change, adjusting constantly as they update with new information. And at some point, I'm done. There's no more delaying, nothing else to stop me from picking something. I draw a deep breath and find my hands trembling. Suppressed fear or excitement? I'm not sure, but it doesn't matter, because it's time. Damage calculation for class skill Open Ocean is incorrect. Calculations when interacting with the skills river flows and the greater depths, as well as during formula calculation of resistances to fire and elemental ice damage, damage calculations are providing times 83 variance in mana. The first ticket seems simple. It's an edge case, happened twice in all the time it's been in play. It's a relatively urgent ticket, though, because an individual is running this particular underwater ice dungeon. Once he leaves, it probably won't matter ever again, but it still needs fixing. System mana is bleeding from the bad calculations as the system compensates for the bad data with raw power. System mana fixes issues, paves over the problems so that those affected don't see what's happening, don't realize there's a problem for the most part. But it costs. Costs more than it's worth for the system to keep the skill and individuals alive. So we fix it. Administrators, that is. The information flows through me, into me, an answer to a question I didn't know I was asking. I fixed the calculations, working by instinct, using intelligent attributes in ways I never knew it could be used, wisdom and intuition when raw processing power is insufficient. I twist the mana strings, encode the new formula, the exceptions, and send back the results. There's a hum, almost a feeling of gratitude when the answer is accepted. I feel experience trickle into my body, going straight to my system administrator role. The ticket closes, and I grab another. Regeneration of monsters in Class 14001 dungeons at the Hampton and Brassmith dungeons compromised. A simple matter of adjusting mana flows around mana lines that the system laid down due to damage from a recent masterclass fight. Stupid geomancers, with their alteration of the mana and physical environment. I adjust the flow, increasing it for the normal monsters, reducing it for the alpha, and put the bleed off into the nearby river. That'll make the water slightly more mana-rich, maybe mutate a few more things in the future, make an alchemist or two happy. Another prompt, another agreement, another rush of experience. Next ticket. Attempted access to time displacement technology, 5.7 seconds, by the 𝗪𝗈 Institute on 𝗬𝗃 Satellite 4. I dig into the information. It's interesting. The notification isn't because the system doesn't want them to try to go back in time. It doesn't care. There's almost a smug sense of guarantee that it won't work. No, it's not that the system doesn't want them to try. It's because the attempt itself is the problem. Because the drain on system mana and the subsequent destruction of the materials makes the experiment cost vastly more than what skill, technological processing, and regeneration of the individuals involved, even peripherally, have put into the system. It's inefficient. I get the database, the full cost and variables, and I have to balance it all out. It's part accounting, part manufacturing, process management, and part administrative skill adjustment as I dig into all of the data. I make adjustments on the back end, not on the system itself, but there are so many variables that we never see, especially when creating, that it's not easy to balance it all. It's not an easy ticket, because I can't just make the artifacts they create more expensive. Otherwise, they'd get around it by creating something similar. And I can't penalize their entire skill, because then it'd penalize everyone else. Nor can I do it on an individual level, or else our adjustments would be noted. My work slows down then as the questers' library, assaults me. It floods me with information about times when an administrator, or perhaps even the system, did a bad job. It gives me information, guesses, formulas that the questers have used to understand what is going on. Information. I admit, I crib from the notes. I make alterations, twist the strings of mana that are the program codes that tell the world how to work. I get to fixing, smoothing out the data, applying an older solution with some minor adjustments. Next ticket. Ares Gravitic Grenade, version 183.9, interaction with mana-infused dragon, silver, overdrawn. Formula, math, calculation, adjustment. Next ticket. Rhapsody of the Siren, current degradation, too slow. Just over 24 individuals, all of them having found this once-abandoned class. Now they're back and creating a cult? Groupie group? I'm not even sure. It's a problem, especially with the way they're exploiting the Rhapsody. I dig into it, and once again the library comes to my aid. Research studies, skill lists, details about mental and musical skills, all of it at my fingertips. I adjust the degradation. Add details of how and why and when, make it easy to explain away why it wasn't noticed before. I give users a built-in resistance. And maybe I overweigh it a little bit so that they get a mental resistance for everything too. The system rejects and fixes that overplayed hand, sends back a feeling of wrongness. The experience I get is less. The final ticket is adjusted by the system before the ticket itself disappears. And I'm on to the next ticket. Star *489151X199967Y889987Z-1 has begun to dim. Mana uptake is at 80% of expectations. I falter a little when this one comes up. The system deals with suns? Not surprisingly, the library has something to say about that, too. I hesitate at adjusting this, wondering at a system where fixing a star is considered a trivial, low-level administrative task. But the senior administrators are waiting, watching. I feel the weight of their regard even as I unconsciously note that they're at work too. Coding. I dive right in, forcing aside doubts. For what is an enormous project, the code itself is simple. A simple comparison is all that's required before I see the problem. The mana equivalent of copy and paste fixes the issue, then I send it over. Assessment, agreement, and experience. Next ticket. There's always another ticket. Enough! 𝗪's voice pulls me from the fugue I've fallen into, grabbing tickets, fixing the problem, and moving on. An unknown period of time has passed. My abnormal constitution, buoyed by the intense focus my attributes have provided, allowing me to work without interruption. Multiple tickets are open before me, each of them in the process of being completed. I've gone from 1 ticket to 3, search processes and databases open for each of them. At some point, the administrative equivalent of their data repository was made available, and I've got multiple windows into that open, allowing me to review and assess code, adding remarks of my own, like the one I finished leaving as 𝗪's sentence recalls me to the present. The next time you leave a code recommendation, make sure you check it over first. Otherwise, you'll cause a cascading failure in the 3rd tier of the system database archives. References attached, code revision attached. I finish the updates with a grunt and drop back into reality. I put bookmarks on the tickets, leaving links for reference when I get to them again. But a part of me burns with rage at being interrupted. Do they know how long it takes to get back into the right frame of mind for coding? Actually, as I eye the pair of senior administrators, I realize they probably do. They deal with the system code much like I do. And while the system code is as much poetry and biology as hard-programmed lines, the mindset required is the same. Seen enough, I say. When in doubt, go on the offensive. You have some skill, 𝗪 admits, looking to the side. I follow his gaze and realize I can see the window he's looking at. On it are a list of tickets I've tackled and a timer beneath it. 258 Class 3 tickets, 4 Class 2 tickets, misclassified, 97.8% code fidelity, loss of 1.8764,000 SMU, security rating upgraded to Class 2, provisional, within administrative centers only, pending approval, 14 hours, 38 minutes administrator time. 14 hours? I yelp a little. Wait, what's administrator time? Time within this zone is compressed. Only an hour and a half will have passed when you exit, 𝗪𝗃 says. A decent number for a first-time delve. Decent? I raise an eyebrow. Decent. I cleared 275, 𝗪𝗃 says. 315, 𝗪 says smugly. Beyond the radiating pride from 𝗪, I don't see any indication they're lying, which makes me a little annoyed. Even if I know I'm not a gifted coder, it's never nice to have it rubbed in your face, especially since I was in the flow when they interrupted me. It's possible that was for the best, though. Even if the flow, the damage from interacting with this much system mana is reduced in the administrative center, my body burns, aches from being damaged and regenerated continuously. However, the system seems pleased with your work, 𝗪𝗃 says. Few junior administrators do as much, or as cleanly. As cleanly, for sure. 𝗪 stares at me, as if by just looking he could dig out my secrets. Maybe outside of the administrative center he could, using skills and psychic abilities, but in here, there's just my smiling mien. Then did I pass? I smiled grimly. Will you end your actions against Earth? Earth? 𝗬 looks puzzled before recollection sparks. He caws again in shortened amusement.
That matter is already resolved. The vote will be done and another problem dealt with.
I don't see a ticket for it, so it ain't an administrator problem, I say, flicking my hand and refreshing the ticket. Doesn't seem to be a problem to me.
Not everything is dealt with via the administrative center,
𝗬𝗃 says.
Managing the galactic system requires more than the ability to resolve tickets. Though that is not a matter that junior administrators should be troubling themselves with.
Then again, I'm not your normal inductee, am I say, turning from one to the other. And that's the point of why I'm here.
Yes!
𝗬's wings rustle, opening and closing as he stares at me. In the end, he shakes his head to 𝗬𝗃's.
He has talent. Whatever he did to get him the class, it makes him a good technician. But he is too much of a risk. Even now he taunts us. He will not bow. He will not bend. My vote stands.
The Weaver will be unhappy, 𝗬𝗃 states calmly, clicking its mandibles together, but it lowers itself on a thread, getting closer to me. Hey now, no need to be hasty. You could try asking before making pronouncements, I say, edging away. To my utter lack of surprise, the damn spider creature has invisible threads strung above, letting it shift sideways, too. It just reattaches as necessary. I eye the surroundings, taking in the mezzanine floor, the walls. There's no exit that I can see. I cast around discreetly for a way out as the 𝗪𝗏𝗁 stalks toward me. 𝗬's feet click with each step, even as the spider above me moves, watching my every motion.
We are not hasty.
𝗬's wings open and a breeze arises. We are deliberate. 𝗬𝗃 twitches, and the notification windows collapse, shrouding me in darkness.
We are inevitable.
Energy talons extend from 𝗬's fingers. We are what makes the system work. 𝗬𝗃 rears back, bunching legs as it readies itself. Together, they finish their creepy villain dialogue.
And you are a bug.
Chapter 17. I throw myself out of the way well before they finish their words. 𝗬 is already darting forward, the wings on his back beating as he flies low toward me. 𝗬𝗃 above on its invisible threads, barely discernible with its camouflaged skin, spurts out new thread, hoping to catch me. Skin tears, blood staining the white floor of the administrative center. The energy talons 𝗬 uses don't burn, leaving my torso wound to dribble red blood, nano-woven battle mesh coming apart as easily as Christmas wrapping paper. As 𝗬 twists in midair, I smell the musky stink of his feathers, hints of heavy spices and clean wind. A raised sword catches the thread as it splashes around me, allowing me to tear myself away from 𝗬𝗃's attack. The sudden jerk and change in momentum forces me into a roll, small strands of the spider thread catching at my clothing and tearing free. My sword I dismiss, leaving its thread to flop around uselessly before I recall the clean weapon to hand. Soulbound seems to mean something more than just plain skills. That's good, because I'm at a disadvantage here. I hunt for an exit, pushing at the system, searching. After a second, a notification flares into my vision ever so briefly. A door flickers, then disappears, forced away by the senior administrators. Distracted, I don't see 𝗬 bearing down on me until it's too late. A sword catches one talon, my free hand grasping his shoulder as he bowls me backward. I fly back under the mezzanine I've been angling toward, feeling his talons sink into my body. At least we're briefly hidden from 𝗬𝗃 above. Taloned claws clench in my stomach, tearing at intestines, slippery innards sliced apart and turned into silly putty as the senior administrator easily overpowers me. I struggle, but he's stronger, much, much stronger. Even adjusting the strength attribute, throwing everything into pure strength, does nothing to his grip. If I had skills, this fight would go differently. But we have nothing but our attributes, our skills, and whatever innate abilities we might have given our bodies. 𝗵's mouth opens in a long screech that makes my ears hurt, my arm tremble. I shift the direction of his other attack, letting his arm slip over my shoulder even as I crash into the wall behind me. My teeth slam shut, blood fills my mouth, and my bones creak in dismay. The wall itself does not give way, mana construct that it is, but his talon is briefly captured. I drop down, feeling more of my body tear, rip. But the overly sharp nature of his claws plays against 𝗵 now. The skin in my torso opened wide. I rip free, screaming in agony. His now free hand swings down. A sword in the way cuts into his arm a little, stopping the attack as I'm flattened on the floor. Out of the corner of my eyes, beneath the mezzanine roof, I see 𝗬𝗏 creeping over. Its body can barely be seen, but for flickers of motion. It's taking its time, placing its feet carefully as multifaceted eyes watch as I struggle. And struggle I am, for 𝗵 keeps lashing out. I have a single sword that allows me to block his attacks somewhat, but each blow throws me around, crumpling my defense and leaving me bleeding. Seconds pass, enough time for 𝗬𝗏, with its increased attributes, to near. A kick, a new addition to 𝗵's arsenal, throws me back into the unyielding wall when I attempt to escape. I crack my head again and see stars. My health is halfway down, my torso a gaping wound that attempts to reconstruct itself. But a part of me, the part that is connected to the system, buzzes. It's angry, upset over the breaking of its rules. I almost swear I sense a touch of frustration in the connection, but I can't focus on it. Just my impending doom as 𝗵 raises his hand to strike me down. Time slows as I taste iron, as stars resound, and his screech of victory pierces my eardrums. I watch talons, glowing yellow and red with shafts of energy, rise and fall, both oh so fast and glacially slow at the same time. I feel my hand, bereft of my sword, rise up to block it. I know it's wasted effort. Time slows, and for a few infinite seconds, I have time to think. Energy. Force. Affinity. Lightning bursts from my raised hand, channeled through it. Electrons are excited, released from their bonds, resistances lowered. The world changes and brightens as my attack strikes 𝗵 and arcs through his body, grounding in the floor, in the mezzanine roof, in 𝗬𝗏. I tap into my elemental affinity, the connection strong and powerful and not at all gifted by the system. There is no block on it, for it's not something offered to me by the system, but via my connection to 𝗁𝗐 at first, then by time and training. 𝗵 staggers back, surprised, as is 𝗬𝗏. The attack doesn't kill, it barely even damages, but it gives me an opening, and with that, and with the aid of the system, I push against the block they've set up. The door appears, open, against the wall I lean on. Behind me. I fall through it, still unleashing uncontrolled energy. When 𝗵 and 𝗬𝗏 move to follow, I take away their grip, the friction between them and the floor. It bothers them for a second, as they fail to find purchase on the floor, the ceiling. They slip, fall, and reassert their own control of reality through the system. Then I'm through, the door slamming shut as I let their block reassert itself. I tumble to the ground in the same alleyway, bleeding, bruised, broken. Blood pools around my torso. Ropes of torn intestine falling out, shredded clothing by my side. I have multiple broken bones, a shattered collarbone. I'm hurt and in pain, but I'm alive. I stagger to my feet, feeling my skills reassert themselves. As 𝗵𝘃𝗀 rushes to aid me, I grin predatorially at the empty spot. Inevitable, my ass. My moment of arrogant challenge dissipates as fast as the blood escaping from wounds. I pull myself together using healing potions to aid the system that struggles to heal me. I drop a bunch of mines, shield barriers, and other friendly greetings in front of the door as I stagger toward 𝗵𝘃𝗀. She's stopped, a deep frown on her face as she deals with the administrative injunction to enter the alleyway. Sloppy code, I mutter, watching as 𝗵𝘃𝗀 grows more and more frustrated. She struggles forward, pushing past the enchantment, even through the lack of notifications. Don't. I'm coming. She jerks a nod, relief evident on her face. Rather than worry about the state I'm in, she conjures a beam rifle and points it behind me in support while I stumble to her. Injuries that should cripple me seem to be healing faster than normal. I could poke at it, but getting away is more important. Yet, nothing happens. Not when I get to 𝗵𝘃𝗀. Not when we retreat while I plaster myself with healing spells and wrap a cloak around my torn clothing. Not even when we get on a nearby private air car to be chauffeured away. Long, tense minutes pass as we evade pursuit. We change cars and transportation methods, even going so far as to pay for a short-range teleport out of the city. Once we're away from civilization, or the closest Ърvina equivalent, we conduct short-range hops. I push past the dimension locks on the planet, overriding it with my system edit skill. We run and keep running until we're in the middle of an ocean, floating in the middle of the air, alone, with the ability to see potential problems coming from every angle. Paranoia wanes, and I find my hands trembling uncontrollably while the sour taste of acid floats in the back of my mouth. What happened? 𝗵𝘃𝗀 says, eyeing me with caution. Trap. When she grunts, I continue. A pair of administrators were within. I shudder, remembering their visages, the power they wielded. They had to be high heroics. Maybe legendaries. How are you alive? 𝗵𝘃𝗀 asks. I don't answer the insulting question. Not immediately. I call forth 𝗬𝗁, who pops into being, arms crossed. He spins around, taking in the world, then relaxes, only to tense again when he sees my face. I'm clean now, all the blood gone, but the shredded remnants of my clothing are still on me. What the hell happened? 𝗬𝗁 says. Trap, 𝗵𝘃𝗀 replies. Duh! But why's Boyle looking like he's been told he's got a kid? And what are all these 𝗕𝗿𝗁 shuts up as his eyes glaze over, data streaming before him. He reads and ignores us, catching up in a more direct manner. They didn't have access to skills. None of us did. I touch my side where I can still feel the sensations of my body being torn apart. And they weren't taking it seriously. Didn't think I could do anything. 𝗵𝘃𝗀 purses her lips. Learn anything useful? A lot. But most importantly, I draw a deep breath and let it out. They've made up their minds. I don't think they're going to hold off hunting for us. Not anymore. 𝗵𝘃𝗀's eyes widen, and I nod. She shivers, but I smile. A hand is raised, and a book recalled. I weigh it in my hands, feeling the power within as I let the book fall open. A skill, harnessed within, waits to be unleashed. And I let it. The book rushes into my mind, seeking information, knowledge. I offer it what I can. Everything I just learned about skills, administrators, and administrative centers. How the system works. How it's encoded. With a snap, the book closes. I hold it for a second more, 𝗵𝘃𝗀 side-eyeing me and the leather-bound, parchment-based weapon of mass destruction and knowledge. Then I open my hand, letting the book free. Light swallows the book and it shrinks, twisting in on itself before it disappears. Returned. John? 𝗵𝘃𝗀 asks quietly, and I smile grimly. Time to pull out all the guns. I draw a deep breath. Tell Catherine, Rob, they're not going to stop pushing Earth, no matter what we do. Best to be ready. She nods jerkily, and the wind picks up over the open ocean, splashing us with water. As dark storm clouds roll in, we get to work. If chaos, if death and destruction are all they're searching for, then we'll give it to them. In spades. The questers get moving. Corrupt questers or orthodox, this information gets disseminated. Not the actual information about my class. Not yet. But that there might be more to the system, to the quest. Definitely. The new information, hints, and real data are thrown into void space to chum the waters. Long-dormant conversations about the kind of world we live in, the nature of the system, and our reality rise once more. News articles appear, reporters and investigative journalists having long-held questions answered. Reports about the movements of the Council, The things they've done in the past, and are doing now, are published all across the galaxy. Secrets are revealed. From the residents of legendaries who value their privacy to shareholdings in private companies, forcing runs on shares and the sudden questioning of certain contracts. Other companies and guilds who have long alluded to powerful backers are revealed as frauds, their share prices dropping. Guilds are destroyed, headquarters gutted. Civil order becomes discivil. Races whose worlds were stolen, their lands taken, question the validity of the actions taken against them, their place in society. The line between what the system, an uncaring, unfeeling, remote program, and the Galactic Council, supposedly a body to serve all sapiens, is questioned once more. Libraries of hidden knowledge, of classes and titles that the questers have accumulated, suddenly appear in public forums. Secret skills used to control and hamper competitors, other individuals, other groups become known. Assassins and bounty hunters, searching for their targets, for weaknesses to exploit, find that once closely held information is now freely available. Vengeance seekers looking for those to blame, looking for a path forward, find their ways illuminated. The questers make their move, and the galaxy is thrown into chaos. Because while the questers might not be able to wield a sword, the weapon they hold, the trove of knowledge they have access to, is as dangerous, if not more, to the society they live within. They but lacked the will to use it. Now they act. A truth dangled before them, a hint whispering through the halls. That there are not one but two individuals who have reached 90% in the quest. That the quest is possible to complete, perhaps. That information, that final step, if asked for carefully, if desired, might be available for those who dare. Questers act, and the head librarians meet. And what they might make of my little book, I know not, because I've got my own problems. They find us a day later, 𝗵𝘃𝗃𝗃, Ali, and me. The attack tears the sky apart, boiling water, cooking the jelly-like monster we've been attempting to reel in and creating gale force winds that toss us aside. Servos whine in the hod, my power armor struggling to keep me aloft. Engines shriek and scream as I stabilize myself, as the sky lights up again. Blinkstep takes me out of the way while 𝗵𝘃𝗃 tanks another blast, her conjured horse riding out of the beam of light with her on it. Ghostly armor forms as she rides through the stabbing beams of light, joining me as we run. Ali reforms beside me, attaching himself to the hod as he floats on his back, staring at the sky. As we keep running, he bends light itself, making the next strike miss us by miles. "Where is he?" I snarl, searching my minimap for our attacker and finding nothing. "Out of sight. This is a heroic artillery skill," Ali says. "Untargeted, sort of, but wide-ranging. Keep running. We'll get out of range soon enough." I cast Soul Shield on myself and 𝗵𝘃𝗃 before I reach out to my doppelgangers, hoping they're doing okay. I could call another now, but I get the feeling I'm going to need all my mana. Anyway, their job hasn't changed. Keep trying to get us more seats, and failing that, try not to get killed and waste my mana. The air heats up around us, water spouts attempting to form from the overheated air and failing as even more beams crash down. Occasionally I see the edges of the holes that the attacks create, deep abysses of boiled water and injured aquatic creatures before the ocean rushes back in. "Underwater?" I send to 𝗵𝘃𝗃 over party chat. Rather than answer me, she dives. Maybe it'll help, maybe it won't, but we don't have a lot of options, so we go down, deep into the water, feeling the liquid press upon us, slowing us as we kick forward. Until I reach outward with my affinity and take away the friction. We speed up, faster than ever before, angling deeper and away. The beams continue to attack us, but they're less coordinated, the water and Ali bending them, the lack of direct sight disallowing direct adjustments. It's easy to tell when Artillery Boy switches methods to watch us, since more of the attacks land. Damaging or not, the hod and my soul shield hold up, aided by the dispersed level of the attacks. We run and we keep running, Health and mana seesawing as the artillery attacks keep landing. As we escape the edge of the skill, the next attack comes. The sea serpent rises from the depth, swallowing 𝗵𝘃𝗀 on her horse entirely, rows of teeth chomping down and masticating the woman and her ride. Dark green-blue scales swirl, its swimming form smacking me in the side and sending me away as I catch sight of its status. Ancient Sea Serpent, level 283, HP 28,155 of 28,387, MP 1,253 of 1,253. Conditions: controlled, heroic passive pet buffs, partial, increased mana regeneration, health regeneration, damage resistance and damage penetration, water mana damage. 𝗵𝘃𝗀! I throw a couple of blade strikes, holding off on my other skills, uncertain of where exactly the samurai is. I know she's alive, her health still stands, but my skills would damage her too if I miss, and the kilometer-long body obscures her location. I hate water! It was the right option to go down, to fight where we believed they'd have fewer options, fewer civilians to harm. But less is not nothing. The sea serpent turns toward me, mouth opening. I expect it to swim toward me, and it does, but deep within its mouth a glow forms, an attack beginning. A hand shifts and I toss out grenades. Absolute zero cold grenades, and mines trigger as they float away, forming shards of ice between us. The mini glacier is created within seconds, even as I boost back and aside. The serpent's attacks tear away my protection, tossing me around as it shatters the 𝗕𝗁𝘁 security shield and strains my own. I snarl, relayering soul shield, but I'm surprised as the blast continues to veer away. The serpent struggles, twisting and curling in paroxysms of pain. Then, from its belly, a third of the way down, a shining light. A curved, illuminated blade pokes out, blood flowing into the edge of the weapon as it tears a way out for its wielder. Samurai and horse exit before turning around and driving downward. Hitoshi's blade end plunges into the body, unzipping the serpent. Before I can exult, the artillery beams from before reappear. I'm tossed aside as the water boils. "Time to go!" I shout as I regain control. 𝗵𝘃𝗀 pulls away, the serpent left to fall to the ground, dying or dead, and we're running. Running, and wondering when the big boys will arrive. One day. They take an entire day to harass and attack us. It's not just the heroic artillery attacker and the Beast King in play, but a trio of master-class mages who lob attacks at us, well outside of our range. Using ritual spells, skills, and beast pests to keep 𝗵𝘃𝗀 and I running, they never get close enough that I can hurt them. We cross the ocean, flying, fighting, and dodging, transiting between air and water from moment to moment. We get a short break when I contact the questers, who manage to pull the heroic artillery attacker away by dropping a bomb on his location. It won't do much to the actual heroic himself, but it does destroy his connection to the satellites above 𝗵𝘃𝗀 and me. A series of sabotages sent the remainder satellites spinning away at the same time, repositioned or destroyed. And while he went chasing off after the corrupt questers and system watchers who were busy playing hide and seek, their respective skills and enchantments making them perfect to play saboteurs, the rest of the 𝗪𝗏 military takes over the job. We get swarmed a couple of times by galactic military personnel, the equivalent of planetary security. They don't last long, not when I can throw Judgment of All at the group. I was tempted to use my system edit to kill the heroic artillery and Beast King, but I held off. Concern about potential feedback effects, about who they have waiting in the wings, holding back my ire. Twice, the Council's army tries swarming us. Twice, I rack up kills without our enemies doing much to us. After that, it's summoned monsters, drones, and long-range attacks over the horizon. We're harassed and attacked constantly, the damage accumulating to the point that I give up on the 𝗕𝗁, storing it away so they can regenerate while I tank the damage. 𝗵𝘃𝗲 suffers the worst from it, and I add 2 or 1 at opportune moments to share her pain. Luckily, her ghost armor and higher mobility keeps her from taking the brunt of the attacks, but it doesn't stop all of it, and she lacks the sheer number of resistances I have. She gets thrown around a lot, and toward the latter half of the day, we split up more since their main target is me. It gives her a break, even if it makes her grumpy. But unlike the movies, she's not stubbornly opinionated, willing to risk her life for no good reason but pride. She's practical enough to understand that she can't do any protecting if she's dead. One day, and by the time they finally decide to act, we've landed on one of the semi-abandoned islands that dot the ocean. The entire place was initially swarming with monsters, but the constant bombardment while we ran around has thinned the herd, even as more continue to emerge from the overflowing dungeon. Why the hell would they let a dungeon break happen? I snarl, feeling the pulse, the open wound of mana that is the dungeon and its overflowing monsters like a needle in my system's senses. Level management, if I had to guess. Let it break, let the monsters kill and level up outside, then when the place is packed, let a heroic or some senior master classers go to town and farm the XP. Ali looks harried, exhausted like 𝗵𝘃𝗲 and me. He's reverted to his normal form rather than the floating crystal he was, but he's hazy, broken at the edges. It's one of the ways I know he's struggling. As a creature of energy and concept, what he looks like is more a matter of choice and will than physical truth. As 𝗵𝘃𝗲 rides up to me, blood dripping off the edge of her naginata and the edges of her translucent armor, I look around. It's silent for the first time in a while, though in the corner of my vision I see a pair of dots moving toward us unhurriedly. The vivid colors of the planet's vegetation are marred, crisped by flames and overwrought energy, stained with dark purple and red blood. Corpses of monsters that attempted to attack us or were caught in the crossfire litter the ground, lustrous scaled skin and peacock feathers crisped. Once upon a time, I'd have picked up the high-level waste, used every inch of their hides to earn a few credits. Now, I just wonder if they'd work as cover.
Decided to stop running,
𝗂𝗪 says. The champion is bedecked in his gold-edged plate armor that sparkles in the sunlight, pink skin and small tusks perfectly burnished. He looks as if he just walked off a magazine shoot, his hair billowing in the wind. Decided to come out to play at last? I reply, conjuring my swords. They form around me, hanging in midair, and I smile grimly. Level 38 to my own level 14. Quite a big difference, especially since 𝗂𝗪's got a bunch of additional class skills. Beside him, a short whip-like creature slithers forward on his tail. He hisses and shifts, staring at 𝗵𝘃𝗲. A crystal diadem floats above his earless head, yellow scales glinting in reflected light, while he provides his status, making me wince a little. 𝗏𝗏 winner of the 219th Kupash tournament, banned of the casinos, marked gambler, marked from birth, mind flayer, outcast, slayer of goblins, Movana, Trinar, Hakarta, Eretran, Grimsar. Psychic Master Level 42. Master. HP 2,140 of 2,140. MP 4,230 of 4,230. Conditions: Psychic Storm, the Waves of the Soul, Mana Fount, Empathic Senses, Mind to Body.
I was held back,
𝗂𝗪 says. He looks as unhappy as I am as he walks forward and plants his feet before me. His cloak catches the wind, fluttering behind him. I spot a half-dozen small drones, barely larger than a fly, floating before him, recording him.
By those who you feel are worthy of being taken seriously.
Bomb me to bits first, then, I shake my head. But then you take the time to let my health and mana regenerate.
Killing you was never the expectation, though it would have been convenient,
𝗂𝗪 says.
Your companion, perhaps, but even that was not within the range of forecast outcomes. Wearing you down mentally was.
Some people might point out that lowering my intelligence might be the opposite of good, I say, idly twirling my sword. I'm more of an instinctual fighter.
Some might. Few who have truly studied you, Redeemer.
𝗂𝗃's eyes narrow as he regards me.
You might fight instinctually, but you win your fights with your mind.
He pauses, then adds,
And with unexpected help at times.
I grin.
Those questers. What did you tell them?
𝗂𝗃 says. Before I can answer, pressure pushes at my mind like a building headache. It's annoying, and there's an understanding that if I push, I could make it disappear. I almost do before I pause and consider the pain, the pressure. I test it with my system sense, feel the edges of the attack with my system edit skill, and watch as a flood of notifications arrive. Mental intrusion detected. Skill, secrets of the mind and soul in use. Modified skill detected. System edit, level 2, used to edit skill. Would you like to see edits? A mental assent is all I need before details on the edited skill arrive in a tangle of mana. Mental resistances lowered. Mental manipulation detection opportunities lowered. System resistances altered. Intelligence attribute compromised. Each of those are summaries, high-level headlines for what is a much more complex bundle of information. I absorb it all within fractions of a second as the mana threads flow within me. Armed with new knowledge, I push back, slamming shut the mental intrusion. Mental influence resisted. Nice try, I say, while 𝗕𝗿𝗍𝗁 cocks his head. I wonder how much 𝗂𝗃 knows, how much he suspects. He is the champion, but in the conversation, there were hints. Hints that the council and the administrators are not the same. That there might be another council, another group behind them.
Will you answer the question?
𝗂𝗃 says.
You could save a lot of lives. Already we are forced to undertake drastic actions. The terrorist attack on the military base containing guardians was highly inflammatory.
Who?
The individual striking at you from above.
𝗂𝗃 gestures above and I nod. Artillery boy.
Many were killed in aiding you. Men, women, slugs, ordinary guards who were just doing their jobs. Killed by the bomb that did nothing to injure 𝗕𝗪𝗪𝗪 himself.
I make a little face at that. I'm not thrilled to hear of the deaths. As if sensing my hesitation, 𝗂𝗃 continues.
If you provide us details, information about your friends, we can end the deaths early. Lower the body count. The numbers that must die.
No offer of mercy for myself? I tilt my head toward 𝗪𝘃𝗀, who is silent, watching the pair on her horse. Or my companions.
Too late for you or your companions, but not for the civilians, for the innocent questers you have dragged down with you.
𝗂𝗃 gestures again, his movements expansive. I note the little cameras moving.
No need to drag others down.
I find myself staring at 𝗂𝗃 and 𝗕𝗿𝗍 for a long moment. It's a tempting offer, one geared to tug at my heartstrings, at the remnants of my conscience. My eyes narrow in thought, and perhaps I'd have continued talking. As always, I'm saved by my friends, by those who have aided me. 6 assault teams are surrounding you, cutting off all escape. He's just buying time. The voice is familiar, but one I'd forgotten mostly. It's 𝗧𝗪𝗧, the middle samurai's voice crackling over my helmet's communicator. He says something else, but it comes across garbled as the council shuts down his hack. But the map download he sends expands my mini-map. It shows the truth of the attackers coming for us. And suddenly, that moment of peace ends as the silence becomes edged with dread and the upcoming threat.
Ah, too bad.
𝗂𝗃 smirks and gestures for the drones to move aside. The next motion he makes is to explode forward, legs fountaining dirt behind him as he charges us. He's fast. Faster than I realized watching the recordings. I get the feeling he was holding back for this reason. He bats aside 2 of my floating swords, the one I wield and my blocking arm, and hits me in the chest with his fist. No weapon, just a fist. Cold, penetrating cold, tears away my breath and locks my muscles from the attack. It digs deep into my chest even as I fly backward, the attack bypassing my soul shield, 𝗏𝗏's armor, and my resistances. He doesn't stop, launching a second, third, and fourth strike. I manage to block 2 of the others, take a glancing blow on the 4th. The cold radiates from the top of my shoulder, and the 4th strike slowing me down further. I trigger Penetration's evolved form, hitting back as hard as I can to make the skill shield work. Somehow, his attacks punch right through my soul shield without destroying it entirely, though I can sense its integrity has dropped. What the hell is going on? I get the thought off even as I do my best to deploy the rest of my skills. Aura of Chivalry turns on, its effects slowing my opponent by fractions of a millisecond. But it costs me nothing, so I let it run. Vanguard of the Apocalypse gives me speed and strength, boosting me, as does the haste spell I've already laced myself with. Vanguard drains my stamina, which will take a beating under the stress of fighting. For more speed, I use Unstoppable Force as well, boosting my damage output and attributes even further. Domain engages after that. It takes a while to fully trigger as the system extends who and what I am over the space I'm in. The champion slows down noticeably when Domain does kick in, and my penetration shield glows and firms up, shards of ice and frost noticeable along its shell. The damage per second effect hammers him and the few monsters we pass, flames erupting from trees and plants while reinforcing my penetration shield. The sky spins and blurs around me as we battle. I keep blocking, conjuring, and dispersing my swords as I block his attacks, forcing him to dodge or take the cuts. Pink and purple vegetation burns, trees shatter, and we keep adding skills. Disengage safeties triggers next, overriding the HOD's output regulators. It gives me greater strength, speed, reaction times. When I swing and attack, cutting at the champion, he's forced back now with all the accumulated boosts I have. I'm stronger, faster than him. Briefly. Then he triggers his own skills. Passive effects that build upon his strength, that grow stronger the longer we fight. Skills that have limited durations. My advantage disappears. We're equal to one another for now, even as 𝗂𝗃 takes damage from my domain. Our fight takes us farther away from 𝗵𝘃𝗃 and the psychic. We move at such speed that hills are destroyed, trees and vegetation flattened. Everywhere we pass, monsters are hurt, injured, and killed. I attempt to guide the fight to the edges of the island, to where his people attempt to surround us to deal damage to them as well. 𝗂𝗃 blocks my attempts, punching me down, throwing me aside and guiding the fight with contemptuous ease. We're equal in attributes, but not in skill. Or skills. He has decades of combat experience over me, training by the finest masters in the galaxy and an unimaginably large credit pool to draw from. His strength builds with each moment, his attributes increasing the longer we fight. The gap between the two of us constantly increases. Funnily enough, neither of us are bothering to zone or dimension lock another. Even the planetary lock is of little use, bypassed on a short-range basis by myself and removed for the champion. But neither of us is bothering to run. I need to finish this fast, before all the ongoing skill use drains my mana and stamina pools. With so many skills turned on, and with the use of my damage-eliciting skills, my mana pool is draining at an alarming rate. I'm losing nearly 300 mana per minute just for my current skill use, never mind stamina drain or damage to myself. Worse, he's wielding an affinity, one he has a greater affinity for. It's cold or frost or something along those lines. It's making me slower, freezing muscles and tendons, locking up my limbs and organs and forcing me to injure myself with each movement. Unstoppable Force bleeds the edge off his attacks a little, but not enough. Each time he hits, he's slipping past my evolved penetration shielding and hurting me. Not much, but enough that his affinity takes hold as it slips past even the physical containment of the HOD. Perhaps I could fight it back, use my own affinity on it, but I don't have time to experiment, not in the middle of the fight. Even as I block another attack, he's shoving his arm right through my blades, shedding blood and skin in an attempt to grab me. I pull back, dropping my sword and snatching it as it reappears in my other hand, shifting angles so that he's forced to impale himself on it. 𝗂𝗃 does, the blade bending around his reinforced armor a little even as blood drips. A surge of power shoots a blade strike out from the tip of the blade, firing from the point of the weapon into his open wound. It burns 𝗧𝗪, crisping his flesh and muscle before tearing a new orifice in his body. Then 𝗧𝗪 hits me, his hand wrapping around the edge of the 𝗲𝗪's armor. Gray metal groans and tears as he twists, throwing me through the air before I impact the edge of a hill. The angle is sufficient that I tear a deep furrow before skipping off into the sky, legs aching and numb. As I crest above the hill, 𝗧𝗪 is chasing me on foot, already at the top, ready to punch me again. Abyssal chains trigger, forming from around the hill and reaching upward. He flinches a little, thinking the black chains are meant for him, but they're too low-powered to slow him. Instead, I wrap myself in the chains, changing the arc of my flight and dodge him even as I conjure and layer the air between us with weapons. 𝗧𝗪 turns, searching for me, scaled armor sparking as it batters aside my swords. Blade strikes tear into his back as I angle myself over his body, and as I land and spin around, Beacon of the Angels strikes down on his charging form. Another moment to focus as I trigger another skill. I have him held for a brief moment as he hunkers down around the blast of Beacon of the Angels. It's enough time for more swords to form, for me to use Army of One. I swing my hand down, the enhanced intelligence and my control of the system making the once elongated process of casting faster than ever. I admit, I'm surprised to find that true, but only in a very small corner of my mind. Army of One hammers into the champion. He blocks it on his arm, expending one of his enchanted items to form a spherical green shield of energy to tank the attack. It's insufficient, given the amount of damage I can do, especially with penetration. Bright cracks form, then the energy dome shatters. White light pierces his shield, catching him on the arms, mutilating skin and muscle. Bones the color of brick are revealed as my attack breaches his defenses. 𝗧𝗪 lands in a heap farther away from me, body smoking, the air shrieking as overheated air forms around us. As he stands, I can literally see flesh and muscle forming around his flesh. Heal-bought nanites, skills, and enchantments all work in tandem to keep him on his feet, but he's dazed, recovering. Another time I might have said something, taunted him. Here, now, I just call upon my next skill, Grand Cross. I spin the skill, the formula together without thought, taking the brief moment to finish it. A bright light, a column of energy, small, no larger than the mana I target. It crashes down, gravity and electromagnetic force and mana, so much system mana focused on one small area. It glows, growing brighter with each second. The flapping cloak, the emerald chest plate burn and melt beneath my attack. 𝗧𝗪 collapses onto his knees, forced down by the attack. The ground compresses in a circle around him, showing orange clay beneath. Light grows even brighter, cauterizing and crushing at the same moment. So bright I can no longer see him. Wind rushes outward, kicking at the 𝗲𝗪, threatening to knock me off my feet. The few remaining trees are knocked over as kinetic energy of the attack disperses. The ground itself heaves and tosses, disturbing my balance. And then, no more light, no more sound. The skill ends. When it's gone, it leaves a crater centered around the champion, 8 feet deep. Orange clay edging the crater. The wind moans, but there are no screams, no howls of anger. And 𝗧𝗪, still standing, still alive, grins at me as he floats out of the crater, burnt and damaged, but alive.
That all?
I drop the majority of my mana-intensive skills, letting my mana regeneration pick back up. Using all my mana-intensive skills means I'm close to tapped out, having spent over half my pool on my last 3 attacks. I need the mana now, need to refill the tank. Potions are slammed into my body, hypodermic needles flooding my body with stamina and mana potions. The cold tries to slow down the regeneration, slow my healing. I fight it back, but my body is trembling involuntarily as muscles clench and release. 𝗪𝘂𝗪 doesn't care as I ready myself. He stalks forward, his grin cracking wide. Metal, twisted and melted, regenerates around him, puddles of broken liquid flowing upward and connecting to the breastplate as it reforms. His cloak restitches itself before my eyes, flesh reforming and bones shifting back into the right position. Above his head, his status flashes, mana and health climbing at an alarming rate. It's not regeneration, because this is at least 10 times the rate it should be increasing from what I recall from the last little bit of our fight. Worse, he still has a quarter of his life yet. I toss out a few blade strikes, but instinctual recognition of the glow around him is proven true. The attacks deflect off an invisible shield that flashes to life briefly. My eyes narrow as I read the system data that flows to me, the library filling me in on the rest. Second chance, level 1, heroic. Champions do not fall that easily. There's always another chance, another opportunity to keep going. How could a hero, a champion of the people, fall that easily when the world believes in him? Second chance makes that concept a universal truth. Effect 1. Second chance automatically activates when user has less than 1% of health. Effect 2. Skill user regains health, mana, and stamina to maximum upon use of the skill over the period of 1 minute. All equipped equipment is restored to full durability. A portable second chance shield that grants invulnerability to damage is in effect during that restoration period. All skills are reset. Uses 1. Recharge rate variable. Variable _ champion rep times health times mana regen times qualification times level times more. Annoying. Unlike the other second life skill I've run into, this one regenerates the individual's life force, and something in the way the system information is coming to me says that the champion has dumped multiple points in this, giving him more than one use. I shake my head, pushing aside the idle thought of what an evolved skill like this would be like. As it stands, I'm pretty sure whatever he's using to pierce my shields is an evolved skill, a damage multiplier effect or an evolved piercing attack or something. It combines to be a real cheat as he drives his affinity into me. 𝗪𝘂𝗪 strolls up, his body, his clothing, his weapons almost fully regenerated. He grins, cracking his knuckles, his neck. He even bounces a little on his feet as we wait for the shield to drop. Round 2. The words are barely out of his mouth when he shoots forward right at me. I drop low, pushing down hard on my elemental affinity, letting him hit me as I crouch. The bubble of my penetration skill bulges, flexes even as I adjust the angle of his strike and his momentum, the friction between himself and the world. I stabilize the ground beneath me, lock myself down with immovable object, and heave. He flies, arcing through the air, and even my head rings from the collision. I turn to track his flight, only to see him disappear from my sight. 𝗪𝘂𝗪 reappears briefly to hit me as I twist around. I'm flying through the air, my immovable object skills threshold exceeded. The belated feel of impact on my back arrives with a burst of pain and cold. I tumble through the air, spotting 𝗪𝘂𝗪 grinning at me, before he disappears again. Impact. Cold. Pain. I try to block, try to defend myself with my swords, but he's faster now, faster than ever. Another skill? A passive that builds the longer he's in a fight. He's also using his equivalent of blink step, except his doesn't confer momentum. So he's teleporting, striking, and following up whenever I manage to reposition myself. Even blink-stepping myself, shoving past the weakened planetary dimensional lock around the island, is insufficient. I just damage myself porting through the sky before he's on me, smashing me around. Fate's thread breaks the moment I latch it onto him, shorn apart by another skill. Impact. Cold. Pain. The only advantage I have is that he's taking less care around my weapons now, accumulating injuries. He's healing around them, but each portion of damage adds to my penetration skill shield. It holds, for now, as the champion hammers at me, but I'm realizing he doesn't care about my shield. It's his affinity that is doing the real damage here. My body is slowing, and no matter what I do to churn my mana, to push against it, I feel myself freezing over, slowing down, which lets him hit me more, which freezes me further, which lets him hit me more. A vicious circle of pain as I'm blasted around the island. Even a movable object doesn't help, its parameters unable to stop the physical dislocation of myself or the ground I stand upon. Trees tear, hills and cliff faces are destroyed, sky and ground intermix in my view, nausea threatening to overtake my guts. He pummels me through the edge of a waterfall so hard that I collapse the cave behind it, crashing through the edges of an incipient dungeon, collapsing the mountain on the layer as I'm blasted out. Blood dribbles from my chin and fills my mouth. Ribs grate, and I no longer tremble as my body stops fighting back against the encroaching cold affinity. "Ollie!" I scream for my friend, looking for help, but he's nowhere to be found. Hasn't been anywhere since the start. I wonder what happened, a little, before I'm struck again. My head throbs, blood leaking from my nose, my eyes. Vomit spills from my mouth. I struggle through the pain, searching for a way out. I reach for my elemental affinity, trying to excite my cells to push against what he's using. Instead, I end up injuring myself as I tear apart my very own cells. Blood fountains from my arm as I block another attack, and bones tear free of my muscle and skin. I fall down on my side, still partly protected by my shield. He's still striking me with short, repeated jabs, hooks, and cut kicks. Another blow, and I bounce over to where one of the groups ringing us stands. My eyes widen when I notice they've got manacles, enchanted to capture and suppress my mana regeneration. I push against the cold, triggering the start of judgment for all. It starts slowly, even the mana within me seeming to move slowly. "No," 𝗪𝗁 says and slams his hand down on the remnants of my shield. The core of cold pierces me, and something flickers into my vision. Mana spike, skill disruption attempted. Skill interrupted, successful, judgment of all. The mana I gather disperses, and 𝗪𝗁 grins. "Take his shield down. I will make sure he doesn't use anything." Another quick strike, and his affinity continues to burrow deeper into me. I struggle. I fail. The cold takes me, darkness pulling at my consciousness. And then, warmth. Heat. Flames everywhere. The cold affinity breaks, replaced by the heat, the warmth, the raging inferno of flame. I scream, for it burns me, and the darkness that was approaching takes me, even as the world burns. Chapter 18. I wake up, which is a surprise. I'm healed, which is less of a surprise considering it's the system. But as I struggle to wakefulness, as my arms shift to take me up, I find myself free of restraints. Another surprise. Eyes crack open and I stare at the smooth white ceiling of a vessel of some form. I hear the engine running quietly in the distance, the slight shudder that is suppressed to all but the most delicate of perceptions. The fur blanket covering me trembles, shivering with each motion, the heated warmth of the fur bringing back flashes of my dream of rolling around in the depths of a canyon, fighting, struggling against a swarm of furred creatures that bite, chew, and claw. I push away the nightmare, the relived memory, and breathe deeply. I swing my feet off the bed, leaving the soft, almost sensuous comfort of the mattress. The blanket rolls itself back up, fur parting a little, and I frown down at the enchanted stitching it shows off. Expensive, decadent, and wasteful. What the hell is going on, I wonder? I admit I'm hoping someone will answer me, but the room is empty. In features, the room is much the same as the blanket and bed, over-the-top luxury, but understated in form. Nanite-based furnishings that form with a thought, restrictive arrays all around to ensure privacy and increase mana density within. Soft lighting that is perfectly suited for human normal levels of sight. There's even the faintest hint of vanilla, lavender, and chocolate in the air, meant to calm. "Awake, finally?" Ollie says, drifting out of the wall. "What the hell happened to you?" I say, feeling a flash of irrational anger. Where was he? Where was 𝗵𝘃𝗲 when I was being beaten? Humiliated?
Getting my ass handed to me, 𝗬𝗁𝘀 replies. The psychic had a spirit of his own, trapped me almost as soon as the fight started. I couldn't get out.
I frown, not recalling the enemy's spirit. Then again, that doesn't mean much. Unlike me, who can make do with buying skills and the like, 𝗬𝗁 is constrained to some extent by the system. His strength is directly proportional to my true level, so about 1 entire grade down. He's the equivalent of a masterclass level 14 linked spirit, which means if the other spirit was linked, 𝗬𝗁 would be at a major disadvantage. Still, I guess you're not as good as you think, I say. 𝗬𝗁 glowers while I wave at him. 𝗵𝘃𝗲?
She's fine. A little banged up and nursing the mother of all headaches, but she's good. Being linked to you means she's got more defenses than most against psychics, but it wasn't an easy fight.
What was? I mutter rhetorically. I then ask the most important question. Now, where the hell are we? I barely notice the wall open, falling apart as the nanites act upon the unspoken command of the one who enters. She's tall, beautiful, regal, and scary at the same time. Golden hair tumbling down behind her back, pointy ears that suit the angular, heart-shaped face, and piercing blue eyes that strike a chord deep in my soul. Perhaps I can answer that. The speaker's voice is low, throaty, sensual. The kind of voice some women get naturally and others via a pack-a-day habit. My loins stir involuntarily as a flood of notifications roll by my eyes. Most are beaten down, but the charms she wields leave their mark upon my mind, my body, and my emotions. I find myself turning, disregarding my lack of proper clothing as I face her. That I conjure successfully, my sword into hand, only elicits a small, mysterious smile from her. Who are you? She arches an eyebrow and tilts her head upward. I flush, realizing what she means, and look up to stare at her status, and find my jaw dropping.
The Lady of Shadows and Lies. Unknown. Level unknown. Legendary.
HP unknown. MP unknown. Conditions: emotional, mental, and physical skill manipulators.
Put some pants on, boyo.
Unknown. Thousand hells. After she crooks a finger at me, I find myself following the swaying, green-dressed, form-fitting figure down the corridor. Out of portholes, I catch the occasional glimpse of surf and deep water, blinking creatures with way too many teeth and not enough points in charisma. I watch it and her, all the while conjuring myself some clothing. Because. We don't walk long before I enter an oval dining room. I manage to make it 3 steps before my eyes land on the figure dominating the room, and I find myself sinking to my knees, my legs giving way beneath me. If the Lady of Shadows is regal and queenly, a dream of a goddess of beauty given life, the one who sits, lounging with his feet on the table, is her opposite, but more so. The pressure he exudes, the dominance of the room crushes me, like being forced to give a speech before millions of disdainful mortals, like the first time I tried to ask Angela out on a date in 10th grade, as her friends cut me down with their eyes. Except this time, the eyes can truly cut, the contempt crushing my will and bones. My heart hitches, pausing between beats. No notifications, no indications the effects are driven by the system. Even my new system-enhanced senses are quiet. This is not a skill or an aura. This is the man's sheer presence, the legacy of who he is. He's a stake driven into reality, a reminder of who I am, what I am, how little I truly matter. My head bows, my eyes close, and I find myself biting my lower lip. Anger roiling and thrashing deep within me smolders, catching fire. Reminders of past failures compress around my sense of self, and it doesn't extinguish my ego, but gives it fuel. This trick again? I growl the words out, or try to. It comes out slurred, mangled, but it doesn't matter. I don't say it for them, just for me. I push, shoving back against the pressure, against the metaphorical chains that attempt to bind me. Fingers clench into a fist that pounds the floor once, then again. Pain flares down broken knuckles, but it's a pain I can use. I use it to stand, to meet the man's eyes. Meet and realize they're reptilian in nature, golden with slitted pupils and a fire burning deep within. Meet and note he's smiling. It's smiling. So I smile back, though mine is more a snarl. I shove back as hard as I can, and my heart speeds up, having restarted at some point. It beats fast, but it beats. My breathing evens out, even if it's deep. The pressure that was at first too heavy to bear becomes manageable. Like most tragedies, time and will make it bearable, if painful. "The dragon," I state, naming him. My eyes travel to the side, blink as I spot another anomaly. Floating above a chair is a single, twisted eye clad in a robe. The eye looks, feels familiar, bloated with fat and power. The library aids me, offering details. "The Weaver?" I incline my head toward the eye. It blinks, but offers no other indication. "You might as well let her up too," the lady cuts in. I follow the small gesture, the way she turns her body, and finally notice 𝗵𝘃𝗃𝗄. She's kneeling, one hand gripping Hitoshi, the other on her knee. She's grimacing in pain and determination as she struggles to stay upright. Something in her eyes, something in the way she holds herself, makes me wonder if she is trying her hardest, or waiting for the opportunity to thrust that pole arm through the oh-so-tantalizingly close dragon. The pressure releases like a pop, and 𝗵𝘃𝗃𝗄 draws a deep, unhindered breath, as do I. I offer her a half-smile before regarding the trio, making one more quick sweep for others. None that I can see, which means almost nothing among this company. "So, you saved us," I say. "Why?"
Not even a thank you?
The dragon asks. Like the lady, his status is empty of any useful information. "If you did it from the kindness of your hearts, without agenda or expectation of return, sure, thank you." I let the silence drag out a little. "But that's not why you did it." The lady slides into a chair, leaning back in it ever so slightly. The chair reforms to make itself more comfortable and, conversely, also emphasize her figure. Not that she needs any help. The Weaver blinks. Once. "No, it's not," the lady says. A slight movement and a drink appears, forming above the table and allowing her to snag it. The pale amber drink within the dainty fluted glass with a handle reminds me of whiskey or tea. I stay silent while she sips her tea, and the dragon stares at me as I stand there waiting. 𝗵𝘃𝗃𝗄 shifts slightly, putting herself directly behind the most obvious threat. The silence drags on until such time as the lady conjures a wooden, tiered display of snacks reminiscent of a snooty high tea restaurant. "Am I supposed to call you the lady, the Weaver, and the dragon?" I change tactics, striding over to the table and taking a seat. I ignore the dragon's predatory gaze by dint of sheer willpower, letting the anger still smoldering within me be my shield.
It will do as well as any moniker you might use, the dragon rumbles.
"Shiny." I gesture and pull out snacks of my own, conjuring them from my own inventory. It's nowhere as smooth, the plates and containers making noise as they drop onto the metal table. I snatch up a chocolate cake, pulling it to me as I spear the entire thing with a fork. Yes, the entire cake. It's been a long day. Ollie floats over my shoulder, making little motions with his hand to float one of the lady's snacks over to him. 𝗵𝘃𝗃𝗄 stays standing, watching in silence. Chocolate cake, carafe of coffee, and a chaser of mana-imbued water. I eat, ignoring the trio while I wait for them to answer my question. I'm amused to see the dragon taste test everything I dropped, while the lady keeps to her own food. The Weaver just watches, rarely blinking. I'm half done with the cake before she speaks. "Few would dare to act like you." The lady gestures at me, and I flash her a tight-lipped grin. 𝗵𝘃𝗃𝗄 makes a wiping motion on her face, and I find a napkin to clean up the mess around my lips.
"Do you not fear what we might do?"
"To what, me? 𝗵𝘃𝗃𝗄?" I say. "Seems to me if you wanted to torture us, You'd have done it already. If you wanted me dead, you'd have waited a couple of seconds. Which means whatever you seek, it's not something that force will aid you in achieving. And if I had to guess, you had the same question we've all been trying to answer all this time.
I care not for your system quests,
the dragon rumbles. Golden eyes sparkle with flame, and the fork in my hand trembles a little as he showcases his displeasure.
It is enough to exist, seeking the wise a fool's errand.
I feel a minor flash of irritation, more because of his casual dismissal than because he doesn't care. I've known for a long time I'm on a fool's errand, that I'm tilting at windmills of my own making, but stopping has never been something I'm good at. Foolish or not, you saved me. So you want something.
What any good dragon wants.
He grins wide, showing me all his teeth. I'm reminded that he's a predator, as I note the pointed, sharp edge of the majority of them.
I desire power, and you administrators, with your secrets and hidden agendas, are in the way of that.
My mind spins, putting together numbers. 9 Inner Council members. Here are 3 members of the Inner Council in their own secret club. The 2 administrators I met aren't part of the Inner Council numbers, which confirms there's another hidden power sect. But there's no way the administrators would leave the Inner Council untouched, which means they need at least 4, if not more members to outvote these 3. 6 potential suspects. Emperor, 𝗪𝗃, the Trino representative, their king. It makes sense he'd be an administrator. It'd give them power, and it'd be an easy way to shape things. Ares, or his daughter? The dragon inclines his head a little, marking my guess. 4 against you 3. The Eretrians are out. They're barely holding on, and I'd have been caught. The 𝗵𝘃𝗀? Maybe, but dangerous to use a faction, I say. Memory from the library comes back, filling me in on details about the seat. The number of seat changes for the faction. Surprisingly stable, with the 𝗵𝘃𝗀 mostly holding the seat. But occasionally it changes. I run the numbers, gauge the politics, and decide they're likely not controlled. Not directly. Go on, the Lady of Shadows says softly. Her eyes lower as she regards me, as if I'm an intriguing bug, or a dancing bear. I keep talking out loud. 4 against 3. But there are more hidden administrators who can join the council if they wish. They probably tilt it in their direction, when they want, through bribes. But that doesn't work, not all the time. I sweep my gaze over the 3. And I bet you don't always work together either. Too obvious. And probably too many conflicting agendas. I remember Prax, fixing my gaze on the lady and frown. In fact, you vote for them too at times, don't you? She inclines her head. I turn to the dragon, somewhat certain of my conclusions. You want me to distract, kill some of them, don't you? Maybe help adjust the seats, make some of them lose power, give you an opportunity to gain further control.
That is sufficiently correct for our purposes, the dragon says. Your survival and the aggravation of your existence keeps them distracted. If you are able to end them or create opportunities for such an attack.
His grin reappears, feral and predatory.
My investment will have paid out.
But why act yourself, honored Lord Dragon?
𝗵𝘃𝗀 says, her voice soft and demure. He turns his head toward 𝗵𝘃𝗀, head twisting all the way around like an owl's. He looks puzzled for a second, as if he'd forgotten she was even there. Before he can speak, the lady cuts in.
Because the Lord Dragon does not countenance the use of others. He feels it is demeaning to his honor to deal regularly with those beneath him. As for myself,
the lady places a hand on her chest.
I am required to hide you and him.
That last makes sense. She's who we were the most worried about all the time, and her presence here explains why the council hadn't found us too quickly if she was working at cross purposes the entire time. It does amuse me a little that the dragon doesn't have minions, but looking at the lounging, confident man, I can see it.
Honor is important.
𝗵𝘃𝗀 bobs her head in agreement. I smile slightly as she butters up the dragon while standing right behind him, ready to cut him apart with her polearm. Of course, I'm not sure it matters, since he's already turned from her at this point, but it's useful to have at least one of us trying to be polite. So he wants power. And you, the quest? I say to the lady.
Yes,
Why?
I'm the Lady of Shadows and Lies, keeper of secrets, mistress of the obscure,
The lady drawls, her voice filled with sarcasm as she names her various unofficial titles. Then she becomes serious.
But there is one secret I do not have. Do you know how irritating that is?
I open my mouth and, deciding against a direct answer, stuff it with chocolate. While the chewy, chocolatey gooiness melts in my mouth and the ship we're on cuts through the water silently, I consider my next questions. To buy time, I swallow and look at the weaver. And you? Silence greets my question, which isn't surprising. It's a floating eyeball, after all. What do you think? Do we trust them? I send to Ali, who shifts, staring between the group. Do we have a choice? Also, throne room? I pick up the water, washing down my latest mouthful at Ali's warning about our silent conversation being not so hidden. I slide my tongue along my teeth, picking up crumbs as I turn from the trio. They don't seem particularly in a hurry to push this conversation along. But a part of me, the part that's still agitated by the damn dragon and his power plays, with having my ass handed to me by 𝗂𝗃𝗃, can't help but push things. Then let's stop playing footsie. What exactly do you want? I say, as I lay down my fork and fix them with a flat stare.
You had to say that, didn't you?
𝗵𝘃𝗲 says, hands on her hip as we watch the lady's vessel submerge itself and motor away. We're standing on the shore of the beach off a peninsula a good 1,000+ kilometers from where we started. A breeze kicks up as I contemplate her question and the last 2 hours. I draw a deep breath, smelling the salt in the breeze. I note the barest tinge of sulfur and rotten meat in it and wrinkle my nose at the smells, even as I answer my friend. I doubt anything I said was going to change what they did.
Probably not.
𝗵𝘃𝗲 shakes her head.
You do seem to attract hyper-focused individuals.
You know, I wonder if the fact that we have actual levels and skills kind of removes the need to posture as much. At least when you hit the levels those guys have, I muse. It's not as if they don't have a very clear understanding of how powerful they are. You mean planet-swallowing levels of strength? Ali says. And instead of giving him a planet to eat, you offered him chocolate? Hey, he liked it. And I only gave him the name of the chocolatier, which he's now bought. What? Ali gestures, and a notification flashes up in front of me. News alert. 𝗪𝗺 & Sons, Her Majesty's Chocolatiers, have now been purchased and renamed 𝗪𝗺 & Sons, His Dragons Chocolatiers. 1,000 hells. He works fast. Best remember that. Ali taps his wrist. And you should get moving too. That cloak she put on you won't last forever. I nod, turning inland and beginning the hike. We head as fast as we can for the peak of the small mountain range ahead of us. Knowing where we're headed, 𝗵𝘃𝗲 takes point, safeguarding me while I consider our most recent encounter. For all my glib conversation with the legendaries, in the last 2 fights I was involved in, I had my ass handed to me. The very last fight, I was as good as dead if not for the dragon's intervention. Sadly, while he had intervened, he'd left 𝗂𝗃𝗃 alive, citing security concerns with killing him. Personally, I think he just likes to see me squirm. While I might have help in beating the administrators, if I meet them again, I do need to work out how to deal with 𝗂𝗃𝗃. That affinity of his was nasty, and figuring out what it was and how to beat it will top my list of things to do. Fortunately, I'll have more than sufficient time to work that out. Catherine and Rob have, from what the lady tells me, taken my suggestion and run with it. There's quite a bit of a ruckus growing right now, but even so, there's no guarantee anything we do will be enough for the vote. Estimates, and these are the ladies' estimates, put us too close to call. There are too many variables, since a particularly annoyed planet could throw all of its backing into making the vote work. But the advantage of the chaos we've caused is that many are now hesitant, concerned about being backstabbed, or using their resources to lash out. It's delayed the vote again, giving us time. For now, me staying hidden is for the best. The idea of a galactic bounty hunter, silver class, running around and lashing out against our enemies is useful. So long as I'm alive, I can spawn my doppelgangers to kill and wreak havoc. With the lady's help, I expect my doppelgangers will do even more damage than normal, potentially tipping the scales. And though Harry has been captured, imprisoned under the orders of the Council, his interrogation is currently on hold. A power play going on between the administrators, who wish to learn how much I've told him, and the lady, who insists on being in the questioning, as is her right as the secret keeper of the Council. That her insistence on regulations is but a threadbare fig for her naked curiosity. It is a curiosity and an interest that is well known, and as such, unremarkable. In this way, my friend is safe. For now. In the meantime, while my doppelgangers are busy playing hardball and Catherine and Rob are trying to convince everyone else to keep their promises, we're here, holding up our end of the deal with the legendaries, doing the one thing they cannot. We've traded knowledge, information on the administrators that we've met for information too. The dragon was more than happy to gain confirmation of members of the Shadow Council. Together, the lady and the weaver will use that information to track down more of the administrators, figure out who is and isn't part of the Shadow Council, confirm or not, they're pawns on the Inner Council. It's a good trade. All things they can do that I can't. But out here, this place, this exploration of information, this is ours to do. Our feet grind into the ground as we turn around the switchback, pushing past the hanging foliage on the deer, probably something a lot less innocuous than a deer, trail we follow and find ourselves before our goal. Amusingly enough, for all the alien architecture I've seen, for all the soaring skyscrapers, living trees, crystalline temples, this structure is all too familiar. A dome with a single deep slit sits upon a cylindrical base. An observatory meant for viewing the stars. An innocuous-looking structure which hides the administrative center we're about to break into. Chapter 19. We stand on the small, flat outcropping, shattered granite sand beneath our feet as we stare at the observatory. To all external senses, it's abandoned, empty of sapient personnel. A light wind blows, catching at our clothing, bringing with it the taste of the sea. We stare at our objective until 𝗵𝘃𝗃 shrugs and walks forward. She does so hesitantly, back tense, bracing for an attack that never comes. A few more steps and she turns around, frowning at me. "What?" I say. "No attack. None of—" She waves as if trying to explain the mental, emotional pressure the last administrative center had forced upon us. I stride over, head cocked, as if I'm listening for the attack. As she said, nothing. I turn around, sensing something unusual. Over my right shoulder, where I'm used to a floating presence, I find nothing. "I'll just be back here if you don't mind. Getting banished sucked," Ali is quick to say when I spot him, still a distance back and floating farther away with each passing second. "Traitor!" I shake my hand at him before turning back to the looming observatory. 𝗵𝘃𝗃 has not waited for me, continuing to close on the silent structure. I hurry to catch up with her and turn my head as I pass her. "You know, I'm the administrator here."
Junior,
𝗵𝘃𝗃 speeds up, pushing ahead of me.
also bodyguard.
"Better resistances," I speed up again.
Faster,
She overtakes me once more. "Soul shield."
ghost armor.
In this manner, we race toward the observatory. We're sprinting in a silly attempt to outpace one another, but for all our joking, neither of us is really going all out, and we're keeping an eye out for problems, of which there are exactly none. Standing before the closed door, a hand on the entrance plate, I glance at 𝗵𝘃𝗃 one last time. Upon her nod, I send the surge of mana it waits for, opening the damn thing, to find the inside empty too. "Well, that's a little disappointing," Ali says, making the pair of us jump as he appears behind us. We walk the empty halls, chatting quietly, heads turning from side to side as we manually search for problems. There are no sapients within, though there are numerous dumb machines and semi-sentient droids taking care of the place, jotting down notes, cleaning the mirrors, and repairing issues. There's even a single security droid that attempts to chase us out. The insides are busy, if empty, of living creatures. Makes sense with their tech to automate everything, I say. No point in being here when you can just get the readings sent over.
And the overall level is low enough that the security droid and the exterior walls keep things secure,
𝗵𝘃𝗲 says. Needing space and clear skies to run the observatory makes sense, 𝗕𝗏 adds. Along with the mana-sensing equipment. But that doesn't explain why we can't find the center. Once more, I look around the building as we keep climbing. We make it to the top of the building, to where they house the telescope and other mana-sensing equipment, only to find nothing. No sense, no indication of an administrative center.
You sure there's one here?
𝗵𝘃𝗲 finally voices the question we've all been asking. The lady believes so, I say. It's not as if I have a better clue. The only time I found one was when they told me the exact coordinates.
There's no mind messing,
𝗵𝘃𝗲 says. I know. I stomp around the perimeter, poking idly at the equipment and walls and triggering nothing. I end up back where 𝗵𝘃𝗲 is standing, watching me while 𝗕𝗏 floats around, his notification windows beside him, searching in his own way. But this is our best lead, I say.
Then maybe you are looking at this the wrong way,
she says. Her words force a reluctant nod of acknowledgement from me. I draw a breath, then another, slowly cycling out irritation and impatience before I tap into my skill. Skill edit blooms, and I reach out with it, using the additional system edit sense it gives me for something. The results come so fast I could kick myself for not doing this earlier. The administrative center's entrance is like a blazing beacon in my mind, one that screams for attention. Half cognizant of what I'm doing, I walk down the stairs, away from the main rooms, into a familiar office. The door slides open, revealing a boring-ass manager's office. But it's not the desk that I see, nor the single strangely shaped chair with its extra-long seat and sloped back. My attention is fixed on the empty exterior wall that should lead to the outdoors. I'm nearly there, nearly touching it when a hand drops on my shoulder.
You're taking me with you this time, yes?
𝗵𝘃𝗲 says. The sentence might be phrased like a question, but it's clear she really isn't asking one. I don't think I can, I say. My head turns facing 𝗕𝗏. I don't think even he can come.
Don't think, or do you know?
𝗵𝘃𝗲 says. I consider the information pressing on my mind. Glyphs, runes, whatever you want to call them, each with further information encoded in each rune. Their meanings manifold. Details about exceptions, regulations, methods of creating exceptions, security considerations, minimum thresholds, data, and more data. I try processing it consciously, fail, and give up, letting my subconscious mind take care of the information flowing within. It's the only way to deal with the system, only way to understand everything. No. Sorry. I tilt my head upward, considering. But I think, yes, I should be able to augment and alter the security protocols. Keep you hidden, just like the lady did.
You sure?
𝗵𝘃𝗲 says, frowning.
You know, I could go with her.
And be beholden to that witch further? I shake my head. We already owe her for Harry. And your club. 𝗵𝘃𝗲 makes a face.
We don't know if she's lying.
No, we don't. But do you think they'd leave even that stone unturned? 𝗵𝘃𝗲 shakes her head. Right. So we trust that she's protecting them as best she can, by making them less of a threat than they might be. 𝗵𝘃𝗲 bites her lips, shaking her head.
Do you think they know what they're truly getting into?
I hesitate, thinking of her question. Thinking of all those we've burnt, will burn. All those who've been sacrificed on the altar of my quest, who will be sacrificed. I see Lana's face, Roxley's dark skin, the pictures of Kyle's and Sarah's kids. I remember an old friend, a tired First Nation lady and a vibrant one, now dead. Harry, Richard, Bolo, even Katrin, perhaps. So many lives at risk or lost already. And for what?
For what?
Boyo?
Ollie calls. I shake my head, seeing Mikito's face, brows scrunched, lips tight with worry. I offer her a half-smile, then tell her the truth. I don't know. Probably not. But did any of us? I say. I don't know if there's anything that could ever make us truly prepared. But we've made choices, and those choices have brought us here. And there might be more prices to pay, more lives lost. But if we stop moving forward now, everything we've done will have been for nothing. Mikito nods, then meets my eyes. She says the next words slowly. Then you best get moving, baka. With those compassionate words ringing in my ears, I touch the wall. The inside of the administrative center is similar to the last one I was in. Same white decor, same large windows of notifications giving details about the local system code and tickets, same mezzanine. Good news, though, what's not the same is the lack of homicidal senior administrators. Once I confirm my life isn't at risk, I turn my attention to the buzzing notifications. I flip through them quickly, ignoring the welcome messages, searching for new information. A surprise is the small experience notifications I get when I find a pair of the tickets I was working on having been completed. I get partial experience and credit for that. I almost pull up the tickets to see what they've done to my code, to see what kind of obtuse solution they entered for what would likely be a simple solution. Then I smack myself mentally for not trusting others and for the fact that I'm not here to code, at least not immediately. Instead, I dig through the notifications for more information. I'm still puzzled about why the senior administrators didn't exit after me, nor do I think that just trying to kill me is all they could do if they were blocked from exiting. Unsurprisingly, I find my answer in my notifications. Senior administrators 𝗪𝗔𝗪𝘃𝗧 and 𝗬𝗃𝗧 have been penalized for violating administrative center protocols. No information about what kind of penalties, but I'm assuming it involved being unable to follow me, potentially being put in a timeout. I can only hope it's a long timeout. Still, that's one mystery solved. Not that it was a big mystery, but I'll take the wins where I can find them. I haven't been getting a lot of them recently. Senior Administrator 𝗪𝗔𝗪𝗃𝗧 has input a demerit for Junior Administrator Lee and instituted a decrease in his security clearance. Those gremlin shit-eaters. Wait, am I hanging out with 𝗲 too much? I'm beginning to curse like him. Security clearance for Junior Administrator Lee is now at level 5. Root Administrator has reviewed security clearance decrease for Junior Administrator Lee. Root Administrator has rescinded security clearance decrease. Security clearance for Junior Administrator Lee has been adjusted by Root Administrator to level 1 *. The last 3 notifications scroll past without comment as I find myself too stunned to move. I stare at the last notification that slowly disappears, my jaw hanging open, my mouth and throat drier than the underside of a vacuum cleaner in the Sahara Desert. Administrative Center maps have become available for Junior Administrator Lee. Please access Administrative Center consoles for further details. Root Administrator. There's a Root Administrator. I find myself on the floor, shivering. Emotions, long pushed aside or subsumed under that most useful of cloaks, rage, erupt and resolve. My hands are shaking, and I find my eyes wet with unshed tears. Because if there's a Root Administrator, and one that rules against the senior administrators, then that means there's someone out there who might be able to help us. Someone who, with their knowledge, might be able to answer my questions. Someone who can stand against the Council in its entirety. Stand against even my so-called allies. It means there's hope, of salvation, and an answer to the quest. As though the system reads my mind, my system quest has another update waiting for me, one that appeared when I read the other notifications. A simple update, a small rollover of numbers. System quest completion rate, 90.1%. Gods above and below, I breathe the words, staggering to my feet as I prod at the notification. But there's no further data to be had, just a simple notification.
No more useful than a plain piece of paper. Just a series of numbers, which change everything. I knew it. My grin grows savage as I look around the administrative center, my smile widening, gloating at my success, at the hope I can now grasp, which I thought lost. Lost even though I dared not say so to 𝗵𝘃𝗀, or anyone else. And then my face falls, for the library reminds me that my success, the knowledge I've extracted, is not unique. Other questers have reached these heights. Others must have gotten this close. And to keep their secret, to protect their powers, the knowledge I've gleaned, the administrators have enacted purges. Billions have perished to cover up this secret. How far will you go? I repeat 𝗵𝘃𝗀's question out loud, and for once, I have no answer, for my resolution is shaken. I walk upstairs in the echoing silence of the administrative center, ignoring the unanswered question I leave behind, headed for the mezzanine. There's nowhere else I've not seen, and rather importantly, I'm looking for information on the map. Tapping the details in the notification had not provided me further details, so I'm leaning toward the mezzanine having the answers. The mezzanine, when I finally make it upstairs, is empty of everything but a gleaming silver console. I walk over to the console and frown, for it's empty of buttons or markings. I prod it with a finger only to watch notifications bloom before me, but my eyes are glazed over, for I'm busy focusing on the mana stream, the system information being displayed to me via my skill. Information about the facility, about the people who have used it, about the settings for the facility surrounding the administrative center. A slight touch of power extends the zone of exclusion. Another ensures that Ali and 𝗵𝘃𝗀 are allowed to work within that zone. I set a timer on this before letting it revert to its previous settings. My friend's safety assured, I pull up further information. I find details on the zones in close proximity, information on monster levels and aggression settings, details about spawn rates, habitats, mana flow to each of these species, unmarked mana and system mana inflow and outflow. My lips twist in amusement as I make a few adjustments. The lure I deploy ensures 𝗵𝘃𝗀 will have something to do while I'm busy, the system-enforced shielding around the building giving her a safe place to rest when necessary. Another focus of will, and I drop a note for her to read over party chat. It requires more effort to do so as I'm forced to bypass some of the safeguards in the center, but being at the console, I'm finding I have more options. And one of them is a way to spoof my location to some extent. The manipulation wouldn't hide itself from other administrators, but it does make things like explaining what I'm doing to mundanes easier. More importantly, as I stare at the console, I'm brought to focus on another aspect of my time in the previous center. I'd done a ton of work, gained a bunch of levels, yet when I came out, it seemed only a few hours had passed. Like the shop, the administrative centers each have time dilation effects, but the level varies and is, in general, significantly more powerful than most shop time dilation effects. Of course, I immediately try to adjust it. More time to train, more time to think would be an advantage to me. But I hit a hard wall in the code as the system refuses to budge that number. Not for a simple level 3 administrative center. If I want a higher time dilation, I need to find an administrative center with a higher security rating. Which brings me to the last notification waiting for me. I touch it, and information blazes into me. I crumple to the floor as nerves burn from mana flooding into me along with the information. It's as if the system is literally carving the information into my body with liquid fire. Fingers clench and tremble, and I let out little whimpers as I spasm on the floor. I'm really beginning to hate being a system administrator. Even if I've learned to ignore the pain, the damage, it's not fun. As pain finally recedes, I touch the imprinted information tentatively and realize why the damn process hurts so badly. The system galaxy blooms in my mind in its entirety. Not just the planets, but the space in between, too. There are even administrative centers in the deep reaches of space, places where swarms of space wraiths and leviathans float. Asteroid-laden phantom stalkers and electric stingrays float on solar winds. The empty vastness of space is not so empty, not with creatures such as those. And other, smaller, almost impossible to notice things. Clouds of creatures, as fine as dust, who exist upon mana itself. These clouds float in the vastness of space, churning through unaffiliated mana and creating system mana. I knew all this, even fought some of these creatures in my time in the galaxy. Now, with the galaxy map forming in my mind, I see the galaxy as the system sees it, and with it, the spaces that we, as administrators, must care for. In this map, I have the location of every administrative center I may journey to. And there are so many for those with security clearances of 3 or lower. A single thought will show me any single spot, any single world, with full directions and a map of where to go. Couldn't have just given me a damn paper map, could you? I grumble, struggling to my feet. I stare down my body, at the wet patch on the floor, and cast a cleanse, watching his blood and other unmentionables disappear. And I grin grimly. For among all the information burned into me, there's a single dot that glows, that burns, calling to me. A dot, an anomalous security clearance, and a notification. Administrative Center 14-1-1, Security Access Level 1 *. A single place. The only one that I can access that is higher ranked than 3. The asterisk is my security clearance. Located in the deepest regions of the Forbidden Zone, in the center of the system galaxy, where planets should be overrun, destroyed by the pressure of unaffiliated mana, a lure, a goal, an objective, on a planet full of dragons. Once I've regained my bearings, I explore the security console further. There are more functionalities in the console, but for the most part, its aspects hold little interest to me. It does give me a deeper understanding of the system, of how it controls the flow of mana, and it reinforces my belief, my understanding that the entire system is nothing more than a sieve. Unaspected mana goes in. Aspected mana comes out. Living creatures, matter, it all acts as a sieve. But creatures, living creatures, are better sieves than most, while sapients are the best. And the higher the level, the better. Titles, levels, classes, all of it are just a method for the system to push sapients to advance, grow, and become stronger to handle more mana. There's an aspect of sapient creatures, call it the soul, call it mana saturation, that changes when people level, when people push themselves, and in so doing, expand what they can hold. It is this aspect that the system wants to expand upon. And so, titles, levels, skills, spells, all of it available to give everyone as much opportunity as possible. Experience is just a way for the system to judge growth and force it. The entire system is the most laissez-faire capitalist system in the galaxy. More than that, it's also corrupted. For I can see the fingerprints of the administrators all over it. Adjustments made by senior and junior administrators to benefit one class, one skill, one person over another. Minor adjustments that pass the system's verification. Galactic Council edicts that twist the relatively minor levers the system offers them to their benefit. It's not a good system. The more I dig into it, the more I notice the slipshodness, the haste with which it seems to have been implemented. There are errors, but the errors are covered by expenditures of mana such that no one notices them in the moment, until an administrator or the system itself puts in a more permanent patch, sometimes causing even more trouble further down the line. It's not a fair system, but I don't think it cares to be fair or just. There's no overarching edict, no rules or conditions. Yet for all the information I glean, For all my new understanding, even when muttered out loud, I gain no change in my system quest. That question lies unanswered. What is the system? I know what it is in terms of mana, in terms of function. I can see the code, but I don't know the why. And the deeper secrets of what it is, what the system truly means, or so the system judges. Perhaps just as important, what is mana? And why does the system go through so much effort to integrate it, control it? Why can it do what it does, change the very fabric of reality? And why does it keep increasing? I say softly. Because it's very, very clear, looking at the information provided to me here, that the mana keeps increasing. Every second, every moment, the numbers climb. And it's been going on for thousands, hundreds of thousands of years. Eventually, at some point, like the heat death of the universe, mana itself will fill the world and kill us all. If there is an answer, it's not one that I can find here. Once more my gaze drifts to the simple map notification. Administrative Center 14-1-1, Security Access Level 1*. If there's an answer, it's there. An end to the road. Just a hop, skip, and a jump away, past the yellow brick road at the end of the rainbow, over the eastern sea where the immortals live. All I have to do is get there, and be willing to sacrifice everyone else along the way. Because that's what it would mean. I can see it now. The administrators beginning their purge, sending armies to destroy Earth, bounty hunters and assassins after the questers, the Galactic Council's army, their guards, searching down everyone connected to my quest. But I'd have my answer. For why they have to die. For why a world had to be twisted. For all the death and destruction. Why, after all this time, I'm still standing. Still here. Where so many others who should be alive are dead. Individuals more deserving. More virtuous. An answer. An ending. I close my eyes searching for my anger, my conviction, and finding it missing, banked. Anger has no answer for me here. Rage, no solution. Desperate action can only take you so far before it sputters to an end, leaving you standing empty and hollow, gutted of dreams and hopes, lost in the blaze of energy and action, washed away in streams of weeping blood and unshed tears. In the desert of my soul, I search for something to hold on to, some compass to give me an answer, resolution or benediction. Time passes, and in that hollow space I find it, the simple truth of my own existence. My eyes snap open and I laugh softly at the simple answer I found, because there was never really a choice. Not and be who I am, what I have forged myself into after all these years. What is, and it's time to make that clear too. I look up at the softly glowing blank ceiling. I crane my head, searching for a sign of the root administrator that might be watching. I find nothing, but still I speak. Fair warning given, then. I'm coming for you and for my answers. And if I have to, I'll let your council burn to get it. Chapter 20. Of course, it's not that simple. Time dilation means I have time to kill, to learn and level, prepare and plan. I make full use of it, because there's more to be done to ensure I'll be able to do what I need, to reach where I have to go. First things first, I use the communication hack I have to coordinate with 𝗵𝘃𝗀 and those I need to work with. Catherine's initial list of those who oppose us and those who might be swayed becomes my guide as I make calls. There aren't many, just a few here and there. People who have what I need. People who might be open to gaining a lead over their opponents by betting right, by having some information provided to them earlier. I ask them to do certain things, to open up gaps in security cordons, to provide aid. When we get down to the brass tacks, I tap into my skills. forced link with system edit and shackles of eternity to cross the gap between them and me, riding along the communication and control lines of the administrative center. It's a pain, and I do it only a few times, but it's sufficient to lock down the help. They might be able to break my skills, but there's so little time that it doesn't matter. I don't bet on any single person anyway. All of that is ancillary. Things that are done while I work on the truly important aspect of my plan, leveling my junior administrator class. I spend hours leveling via the ticketing board. I pick my tickets with more care now, finding ones that might have something to teach me, that are more than just simple patches, ones that give the most experience. I find tickets to help create programs to fix minor tickets, to build processes to sort and fix regular issues. I spend interminable hours building the programs, debugging its code, and spitting blood when I overdraw system mana. Eventually, I release the program as a completed solution. Even more hours are spent debugging the program as it runs into more unforeseen issues and interactions. I untangle the snarl of error codes and new tickets when my program runs into other automated solutions, recode priority signals, trim down my program in its scope, and save the hacked code for future use. I delete other programs and incorporate their functions into mine. Hours, interminable hours, when I eat on the move, pacing, lounging in the air, then snapping to attention as a solution comes to me, reworking strings of mana, watching my hands tremble, bleed, and crisp as my vision doubles or triples while mana ravages my body and code refuses to function as I wish. Never-ending hours working base tickets to understand what I did wrong, what I needed to learn, gaining experience, fixing problems, and finishing ticket after ticket. Levels fly past me, as do days, and when I release the program, I receive another surge of experience, a surge of gratitude as it goes to work with minimal errors. Immediately, the program begins the process of cleaning up snarled processes, conflicting skills, and more. My level as a junior administrator climbs again, overtaking my level as a grand paladin. It jumps as I'm gifted experience for the final program, but not for the tickets it solves. Annoying, but understandable. As I level, additional skill points arrive, only to be allocated just as quickly. There's a bare moment of anger at the loss, at the lack of options given. Then I shove it aside, for I know now which is the greater skill. When my body cannot take any more, when even my will and drive is insufficient to push me further into the jaws of system mana as it shreds my body and soul repeatedly, I sit and meditate. I find my center, and I contemplate the fight. I investigate the dregs of 𝗂𝗃𝗄's affinity, query my feelings and the system for what it logged. I pull at my own affinity and pit it against my memory of the battle, searching for a solution. Then I experiment on my own body. I bleed. I tear. I burn. I scream and roll across the floor in pain. But I inch toward a solution, an understanding of a counter. In the near-timeless space of the administrative center, in the safety of leveling, coding, and experimentation, I find what could be a solution. And when I'm healed, when the mana overflow is cleansed and my mind restored, I get back to coding. I throw myself back into the flood of mana and swim, doing the best I can to make my way to the source, to an answer. Endless days before the timer I set finally goes off. Weeks, maybe months within the unchanging world of the administrative center before 𝗵𝘃𝗀 contacts me, letting me know it's time. The chaos we created in the outer world has died down, and the vote is finally going to go through. No longer can I hide. No longer can we wait. I clean myself up using cleanse, setting the system to wash away the grime and the clues of my residence within the center. I have the system help me with that, cleansing log and datasets. Then I change, dressing in my armor, my weapons. As I leave, I glance at my status screen, grinning maniacally at what I see there, because there have been a few changes, some of which I'm sure the system and the other administrators would be less than impressed with. Status screen. Name, John Lee. Class, Junior System Admin, Grand Paladin. Race, human, male. Level, 16, 12. Titles, Monster's Bane, Redeemer of the Dead, Duelist, Explorer, Apprentice Quester, Galactic Silver Bounty Hunter, Corrupt Quester, Living Repository, Class Lock. Health, 6,300. Stamina, 6,300. Mana, 6,350. Mana regeneration, 479 plus 5 per minute. Attributes, Strength, 448. Agility, 521. Constitution, 630. Perception, 435. Intelligence, 635. Willpower, 574. Charisma, 225. Luck, 296. Class skills, Mana Imbue, 5. Blade Strike, 5. Thousand Steps, 1. Altered Space, 2. 2R1, 1. The Body's Resolve, 3. Greater Detection, 1. 1,000 Blades, 4. Soul Shield, 8. Blink Step, 2. Portal, 5. Army of 1, 4. Sanctum, 2. Penetration, 9. Aura of Chivalry, 1. Eyes of Insight, 2. Beacon of the Angels, 2. Eye of the Storm, 1. Vanguard of the Apocalypse, 2. Society's Web, 1. Shackles of Eternity, 4. Immovable Object, Unstoppable Force, 1. Domain, 1. Judgment of All, 6. Grand Cross, 2. Extra Hands, 3. System Edit, 4. External class skills, Instantaneous Inventory, 1. Frenzy, 1. Cleave, 2. Tech Link, 2. Elemental Strike, 1. Ice. Shrunken Footsteps, 1. Analyze, 2. Harden, 2. Quantum Lock, 3. Elastic Skin, 3. Disengage Safeties, 2. Temporary Forced Link, 1. Hyperspace Nitro Boost, 1. On the Edge, 1. Fate's Thread, 2. Combat Spells, Improved Minor Healing, 4. Greater Regeneration, 2. Greater Healing, 2. Mana Drip, 2. Improved Mana Missile, 4. Enhanced Lightning Strike, 3. Firestorm. Polar Zone. Freezing Blade. Improved Inferno Strike, 2. Elemental Walls. Fire, Ice, Earth, etc. Ice Blast. Ice Storm. Improved Invisibility. Improved Mana Cage. Improved Flight. Haste. Enhanced Particle Ray. Variable Gravitic Sphere. Zone of Denial. But that's their problem. To my surprise, I don't find Makita waiting for me outside. Only Ali stands there, arms crossed, foot tapping on the floor, rotund belly pushing against his orange jumpsuit. I idly note that it seems to have shifted slightly, looking more like a onesie than a jumpsuit. Seeing my attention, Ali growls and wills it back to its normal configuration. "Miss me?" I say, walking forward. That he stands at his full height, dwarfing me, makes me kind of amused. "Who'd miss a goblin-loving, toad-warming, mana-crystal waste like you?" Ali says. He waits for me to pass by before he floats, shrinking as he does so such that he finds his place on my shoulder once more. "Perhaps a socially inept spirit?" I say. "Did you get what I asked for done?" "I contacted them. Still waiting to hear back from the Dragon Lord, but the other arrangements, well..." A flash of uncertainty crosses his bearded face. "You sure?" "I am. Whatever doubts I have, I've let them die. It's the best solution I can find, even if it's one that no one will be happy with. Not even me. We make our way out of the building and see the sky filled with puffy pink-shaded clouds for the first time in ages. I spot 𝗵𝘃𝗀𝗀 standing at ease out there. The arrangements? I ask.
Completed,
𝗵𝘃𝗀𝗀 says.
If you want this to work, though, you're going to need to start producing your hands. We lost all of them days ago.
I nod, calling forth my skill. Mana pulses through me, rippling outward to touch the space beside me. What pops out is a replica of myself. A few short words, and he's off to keep an eye on our next guests, while I turn to 𝗵𝘃𝗀𝗀. Thank you. Did you have fun out here? I say, gesturing around. In the distance, I see the mounds of flies, the shifting corpses of monsters that 𝗵𝘃𝗀𝗀 has killed. Small, and not so small, scavengers tear at the corpses, eating their fill. Thankfully, the system wipes the smell well before it reaches us.
It was productive,
she says. I grin, eyeing her status. 𝗵𝘃𝗀𝗀 Sato, Spear of Humanity, Blood Warden, Junior Arena Champion of 𝗪𝗏𝗏, Arena Champion, Orion 4, 𝗬𝗰𝘁𝗃. Time Slipped. True-Bound Honor, Upper Samurai Level 42, Master. HP, 4,818 of 4,818. MP, 3,657 of 3,657. Conditions: 𝗬𝗁𝗍, Jin, Rei, Myoyo, 𝗕cie 𝗂𝗃𝗪𝗂𝗀. Feudal Bond, Blitzed, Future Projections. Galactic Reputation, 84. Galactic Fame, 38,983. So it seems. A pair of levels might not seem much, but at the amount of XP she needs to level, it's considerable.
Oh, the second level was when you walked out.
𝗵𝘃𝗀𝗀's eyes glint with amusement.
I think there's a bug between the bond and your dual classes.
That would make sense. I could even check and fix it, but in this case, I'm just going to leave well enough alone. We need every advantage we can get, and her leeching experience from both of my classes whenever I get experience works. I just have to hope no one fixes the issue. I could take the ticket and mark it as being worked upon, but considering I'm persona non grata to the rest of the administrators, that might make the issue even more obvious and highlighted for others. Decisions, decisions, decisions.
John?
𝗵𝘃𝗀𝗀 draws my attention back.
Are you sure about this?
I meet her concerned gaze and consider what I told her, what she now knows, and what I haven't mentioned. In the end, I can't help but nod. Yes, I have to do this, I say softly, and we'll need all their help. Just make sure they're ready to run. My words are punctuated by the whine of an engine and the gusts of blowing wind as a plane with giant rotating motors encased within oval shields arrives. 4 swirling propellers on each corner, on top of a sleek vehicle and jet engines at the back, land the plane straight down, landing struts deploying just before they touch the ground. A door rolls open, and a familiar trio waves to us from within the vehicle. Other unfamiliar faces peer from behind, all of them looking to spot their idol.
Then it's best we get going,
𝗵𝘃𝗀𝗀 says, walking over and waving back to her fan club, closely followed by myself. My doppelganger is already in the vehicle, scanning for trouble, mask down to hide his features.
We've got a friend to rescue, and a vote to gatecrash.
They keep Harry in a secret prison, one off the books. They want to interrogate him, pull out information about where I am, and probably set it up as a lure for when I come to rescue him like the fool I am. Considering he's a galactic reporter, his capture is currently a closely held secret, one they don't want getting out. He has protections in his role that they're ignoring, for now. Which is an advantage for us, because the problem with secret bases is that you can only put so many people within and still keep it innocuous. Of course, teleportation pads and quick scramble units alleviate some of those issues, but it means on site the number of personnel, enemy combatants, are low, relatively speaking. Then again, there's also the additional problem of levels. A single legendary could make our lives truly miserable, which is where having an inside man, or in this case, dragon, helps. We're 2/3 of the way to the prison, joining the air traffic that dominates the skies above Irvina when we get the call. "The meeting is called," the lady says. It's a video call, though it is of little use since her background is shrouded in shadow, leaving only her breathtaking beauty to be seen. For a lady known for being the most secretive, she really does like to preen. "Our mutual friend will handle the council. Now about the information." I set up a message drop. Don't worry, it won't ever not release. It comes through my specific skills set. I'm not exactly certain I want to speak about my special class in public. There's not a lot of privacy in this ship. It'll arrive after the vote, so long as you do your part.
"Very well. Everything you've asked for, so long as you complete your objectives, will be in play."
The lady shares a small smile with me. It's a cute smile, almost endearing, as if she's a little child with a secret that she cannot wait to share.
"You know, such confrontations, they're really my thing."
I open my hands sideways. It's always nice to change things up, isn't it? As she smiles in approval, I flick my hands and dismiss the communications channel. I turn to 𝗵𝘃𝗀𝗄, eyeing the swarm of fan club members around her. It's a surprising number, but the three have been hard at work, pooling the locals, in terms of a solar system, into Irvina. Just over 2.5 dozen individuals, most of them in the late basic to mid-advanced class stages. No master classes, though. Not yet. There are more fans, from what 𝗵𝘃𝗀𝗄 and 𝗦𝘆𝘀𝗀 tell me, but being a new fan club, it's still building. Most of those who follow her, at the level of adoration given like these guys, are at the lowest levels. Give her another decade or two, and if she continues winning, the numbers and levels might be quite different. That being said, I turn to the group and grin. "All right, you guys, when we get there, leave the big boys to us." A small gesture from 𝗦𝘆𝘀𝗀, and a slew of notification windows appear for everyone. Among other things, the lady has dropped off information about who exactly is on guard, as well as their backup plans and reinforcements. Using that information, we adjust our plans to remove some of those distractions, which is why we need my doppelgangers. Your job is dealing with the regular administrative and security personnel and intercepting any additional security that arrives. There are also at least 2 other prisoners. One of them we want to free. If you can, get it out. I think of the information about the first prisoner. Political rather than criminal. The picture 𝗁𝘁 displays is of a bright bug-like creature who's another sapient from a nearby galaxy. He was reported disappeared by the powers in charge of his planet just over half a year ago. As a contender for planetary governorship, his disappearance meant that his opponent achieved re-election with minimal fuss. Hopefully his release and escape will engender a level of gratitude that will help the fan club, as well as add to the chaos. Of course, I'm not betting on it, but it's a nice side benefit. "And the second?" a voice calls from the back of the crowd. "Kill him." There is a susurration of whispered words at my blunt statement, but it's cut off when 𝗪𝗪𝗪 gets to the personnel file of the second prisoner. Her exclamation silences the craft.
"That's the flare of 𝗪𝘃𝗀𝗄𝗃." "Impossible! I heard he was in the 𝗪𝗁𝘃 sector," another voice among the crowd.
No, he's dead, 𝗪𝗁𝘀 says, his tone doubtful.
"You're wrong. The Leontine Gris caught him, tore his arm off, but he escaped using the skill blast off. After that, he had it regenerated." I listen to the hubbub, the conversations as they argue about one of the galaxy's most notorious mass killers. The Flayer was a homicidal maniac crossed with the Joker and a Friday night horror flick, all squished into one insane package. The fact that he gained strength not only from the atrocities he committed, but from the fame he gained, drove him to higher stages of violence. It was kind of worrying the way the council had him locked away. I'm sure there are a load of reasons why. Whole conspiracy theories ready to be born out of that single fact. If it was any other time, I might even try spinning some of them myself. I'm sure Harry will when we free him, but for now, the more important aspect is,
Oi! I said kill him, not become his fan club. You would think I'd shot their dog the way I spoke. They glare at me, though some are chagrined. It's amusing, the way they interact with me. 𝗵𝘃𝗲 they adore and listen to without thought. Me? I'm either considered her lord or her abuser, depending on who you ask. At the glares, I'm tempted to continue insulting them just to get a rise. To pick a fight I know I can. It's the part of me that isn't particularly nice, which I try not to indulge too much. Before things can devolve further, 𝗵𝘃𝗲 elbows me in the side and I force an apologetic grin around the wince. Best make another hand, boyo, Ollie reminds me as we dip out of the clouds nearby a new building. My first hand has already moved to stand by, readying himself to leave. The first part of a plan is getting prepped right now. And, as always, with any of my plans, it involves a healthy dose of violence. Step 1 is dropping off the pair of doppelgangers. They know what I plan to do, mostly because I told the system and 𝗵𝘃𝗲 the breakout plan already. The doppelgangers know they're headed off to die, which, by the way, elicited a few nasty looks from them to me. I'm beginning to wonder about the moral implications of all this, even though I know they're not really real. Still, a part of me doesn't feel great about this. But needs must, and right now the gates of hell have been thrown open and the hungry ghosts are coming. Better to get moving and to stay out of the water rather than concern myself if this is perfect. As my last hand walks away, blending into the crowd around the rooftop parking spot, the plane takes off again and we jet over to the prison. We can't land too close, but there's a useful training center in a nearby skyscraper, one geared toward newbies. They had been more than happy to receive a last-minute group booking to learn the art of survival scavenging. Welcome to 𝗵𝘃𝗲 Training Center. The snake monster greeter slithers up to us, iridescent purple and green scales glistening as it hisses its greeting. Its lips widen as it arcs up, thin arms held open and wide. If you'll come this way, we have the virtual training room. Thanks, Chad. I blink as I read the trainer's name. I feel a weird sense of vertigo at the name before pushing it aside. But we've got other plans. Just let us park the ship here for a moment and we'll be out of your hair. Chad blinks, vertical eyelids snapping shut and open as it takes in the team streaming out. Clad in full combat gear, weapons out, they head to their assigned locations, streaming to elevators, stairs, and in a few cases, shooting locations. I'm sorry, your booking doesn't include a terrorist incident, Chad says, drawing himself up. If you don't vacate our premises, I will be forced to contact the authorities. As if you haven't tried, Ollie says, floating up and wagging his fingers at Chad. Good thing I blocked you. And your friends, he shakes his head. We've deployed a communication router. Also, if you haven't realized it, take a good close look at boyo over here. Chad stares at me, then looks up, spotting my revealed status. He rears back, mouth dropping open as he hisses, fangs dropping in surprise. His hand drops next as he readies himself to attack or defend. 𝗵𝘃𝗲 appears next to Chad, moving so fast she's almost teleporting. She hits him with a series of short, quick jabs and elbow strikes that chain together, taking his health down and putting him in a stunned status. Another series of blows and a skill use, and he drops, unable to do anything. I thought we were trying this without violence, I complain, even as fan club members drag Chad's body aside. We did. You failed. 𝗵𝘃𝗲 points at the floor, and the floor is below. Now come on, we're on a schedule. Shaking my head, I follow 𝗵𝘃𝗲 as she leads the Alpha Strike team. It's kind of different having her take charge, but this is her fan club and her plan. I just gave her the overall objectives and passed on information. The details of the execution are hers. By the time we hit the sky bridge that connects to our target, a series of condos set in the middle of the skyscraper opposite us, the first part of the plan is kicked off. We get to watch it all since Ollie has a news feed playing next to him, set to display for the team. A familiar figure striding across the ballroom floor. A hand rises and clenches, and people going for him fall. Bodyguards scream and curl up, Private security shields flare and crash as judgment for all takes effect. The diplomat, one of the ones known to be against Earth, and a prime instigator due to his ties with the 𝗪𝗏 cartel, starts bleeding. Even as the alarms go off, emergency personnel punch through the cheap dimension lock that the dimension stabilizer the hand carries emits. Weapons are drawn and fired, but the hand isn't staying still, moving through the group with his swords, cutting and dicing. Another screen, another video of destruction. This time, it's the beacon of the angels striking the living tree that houses this target. Shields gleam and glimmer as they fight off the attack, even as the hand continues to cast beacons and strike with his sword. Automated defenses open fire upon the hand, but the evolved penetration skill shield holds up easily, giving the hand more than enough time to dish out damage. More guards, more emergency personnel scramble, and fall right into his trap as the hand triggers judgment for all, killing them and adding to his shield. He stops for a bit, just using his sword and striking the shield with it as he regenerates his own mana, tossing out the occasional nanoswarm grenade to reduce the shield regeneration rate. The hands draw emergency security personnel with their brazen attacks. Sadly, they only manage to draw away one of the 6 teams that ring our target. The rest of the reinforcements come from other locations. Still, it's better than our expectations of none, though nowhere as good as what we hoped. The interception teams slide into place around the buildings as we arrive at the sky bridge joining the 2 buildings. One of the fan club members, dressed like a cyberpunk ninja with wires and glowing dots along her head and arms, finishes the hack of the security systems just in time, killing the forward alerts. That doesn't do much for the physical sentries who spot us and attempt to raise their friends. The scouts, who are part of the vanguard, are already across the bridge, having either walked across innocuously or invisibly. They launch their backstabs as the guards scramble, even while those of us in the main group keep strolling forward. The scouts and guards enter into a short, bloody brawl, made even shorter when the rest of the vanguard arrives and adds their burst attacks. As for me, I'm stuck in the middle of the group, watching as the fan club sweeps ahead like a well-practiced Special Forces team. Even Ollie's busier than I am, doing his best to block off system notifications and communication channels, aiding the comm team. 𝗵𝘃𝗲, the 3 Musketeers, and a number of other fan club members are all around me, blocking my way. My fingers twitch. I'm eager to step in and do something. I feel the system notifications, the buzzing of system mana flowing all around me. I could reach out, edit the information and skills, kill notifications, and reduce mana regeneration rates. I could help, but I hold back, because this is not the time.
Relax. We have this, 𝗵𝘃𝗲 murmurs, and try to look a little more confident.
I am relaxed, I bite out.
Really?
𝗵𝘃𝗲 looks downward, where I'm white-knuckling my sword. I make it disappear, feeling guilty, while explosions and screams echo toward us.
They really do have this.
A bunch of basic and advanced classers? I raise an eyebrow. You know the guards are mostly advanced classers, right? Yes, but we have numbers, surprise, and skill on our side, 𝗪𝗏𝗃 says, joining the conversation from where he walks beside me. The only way to gain our 𝗬𝗏 class was to reset ourselves. We are all significantly more experienced than our levels would indicate. Each step takes us deeper into the rising skyrise, its defenses broken. Smoking bodies, struggling figures are all around us, appearing and disappearing as we walk past them. The Alpha team, my group, peels off at intervals, joining fights as necessary.
Levels aren't the only gauge of strength, 𝗵𝘃𝗲 says sniffily. As you should know.
Skill, not skill, eh? It's true enough that she has kept up with me through all this by displaying more skill than levels. Still, levels are an absolute unit of strength that is hard to overcome, almost impossible at the highest tiers.
Also,
𝗵𝘃𝗲 grins, shifting her stance slightly. Hitoshi appears in her hand even as her haste skill triggers and wraps itself over her body, shrouding her in a cloak of mana. Then, blitzed, she leaves behind a garbled message as she blinks away, leaving me alone.
They have me.
I watch her leave before I turn to the remnants of the Alpha team who have been left behind to guard our retreat. It's only 𝗪𝗃𝗧𝗪 and the cyber samurai now, the other pair of musketeers in charge of their own strike teams. You not going? I ask. We have other orders, 𝗪𝗃𝗧𝗪 says, his pale green and black gills flaring open and closed as he tastes the air. My eyes narrow even as the continuing screams, the shouts, and the addition of a high-pitched whine as Hitoshi comes out to play echo through the building. Explosions, the telltale shattering of tiles as people lose control of their strength, the smashing of walls, and the pop-hiss of failed shields all tell a story of combat around us. Hell's doors. You're babysitting me, aren't you? We pass through the entrance foyer, blasted and torn, and turn toward the fighting in a marked corridor. Upstairs, more fighting occurs, the battles more contained as the beta strike teams slide in from above to deal with the office and off-duty personnel who reside there. 𝗪𝗃𝗧𝗪's face is smooth, calm in my irritation. I would not describe our duties like that. Maybe not, but that's what it is. I close my eyes and touch upon society's web. I follow the threads that reach out from me, watching the way certain threads hidden from normal sight appear under my system edit skill. Threads that I know lead to certain high-ranking members of the Galactic Council. But one thread isn't shadowed. It shifts and strikes at another, a more personal thread. My hand disappears, and I watch as the green and red thread that leads toward 𝗂𝗏 shifts, intent on dealing with the next hand. We better get moving, I say, opening my eyes again. We just lost one of my hands. 𝗪𝗃𝗧𝗪's eyes flick up, noting something, then he nods. Yes, Shogun. Lord Makita has been informed. I snort, but we both shut up and hurry forward. To join the fight or free the prisoners, whichever comes first. Harry, you've looked better, I say, grinning at the reporter. I cast a cleanse to punctuate the point, wiping the dirt, blood, and snot from his body. The dark-skinned British reporter is gaunt, seeming to have lost 30 pounds in the 2 weeks we've been gone. He's clad in prison garb, yellow clothing with stripes of green and gray, meant to restrict his mana regeneration and leave him in a low mana state. Harry Prince, the unfiltered eye, galactic investigative reporter, barium level, the unvarnished truth, heroic survivor, friend of the Eritrean Empire, galactic correspondent, level 19, master, HP 174 of 780, MP 21 of 2740, conditions, reporter's luck, nose for trouble, just a bystander, information locus, network news, barium grade, mana withdrawal, severe. Let's get you changed, shall we? I touch his arm, ignoring the protests from 𝗪𝗃𝗧𝗪 and Harry. The man flinches away from me, and I try not to take it personally, but I keep a tight grip on Harry's arm as I access the prison garb status, bypassing the automated pain deployment, shutting down its alarm system, and deactivating the suit via my system edit skill. You shouldn't be doing that, Ollie says disapprovingly. He can't see me using my system edit skill. It's locked from him, but he can sense the changes in my body. Even as the spirit speaks, Harry is breathing deeply as mana floods back into him for the first time in a long while. His health climbs once more, as does his mana regeneration. Am I really free? He says, his voice cracking. Yes. I'm not even done speaking when Harry is peeling at the clothing, ripping it off his body and leaving furrows in his own skin. He hisses as he tears it off, portions of his skin coming free as embedded nanospikes tear open wounds, but he doesn't stop. Not even when he is bathed by healing spells that 𝗪𝗃𝗧𝗪 throws on him, forcing wounds to close just so that the reporter doesn't inadvertently kill himself. It's only when he's down to his skivvies that Harry stops, holding the tattered remnants of the prison garb before him to ask hesitantly, You didn't bring any clothing for me, did you? Just grab it from your inventory, I say. Harry winces, muttering, I only barely catch it. They took it from me. Everything I ever stored. My fists clench as I realize I didn't plan ahead for that. Thankfully, someone did. 𝗪𝗏𝘃𝗧 hands over an armored jumpsuit sized for the reporter. In short order, the rest of us exit the small cell to offer Harry some privacy as he gets dressed. We step out in time for us to watch the political prisoners swishing behind leave, and for 𝗵𝘃𝗃𝗀 to step out of another cell, holding the head of the flayer. Behind her, one of her clan members stumbles out, clutching a missing third arm stump. "Harry?" she asks, looking toward the cell. Her blitz is gone, since most of the fighting is over, though she's still hasted. She breaks into a wide smile as Harry walks out. I turn just in time to see the reporter's jaw drop as he spots the head 𝗵𝘃𝗃𝗀 holds. "Is that—" Harry stays focused. "Yes." She walks over and hands him the head, which he takes automatically. A moment later, she's put away 𝗕𝗿𝗄𝗁 to give Harry a hard hug. "Sorry." "For what?" Harry says awkwardly as he juggles being hugged and holding a severed head. Luckily, 𝗵𝘃𝗃𝗀 doesn't care about being splashed with the blood. "And what am I supposed to do with this?" "Whatever you want," I say, "but we should move." "That's two." My pronouncement robs 𝗵𝘃𝗃𝗀 of the momentary joy of reunion, as it does the fan club. They offer muttered assurances to Harry, and the minimap dots move in hurried but controlled haste. We all hustle, dragging Harry along after he rechristens his empty inventory with the severed head. Somehow, this has gone much better than expected thus far, which means things will go to hell sometime soon. For now, though, we have Harry and are on the way to the second part of our plan. As we run, I cast extra hands again, drawing forth another friend to leave for 𝗂𝗃 to play with when he arrives. Held in 𝗪𝗏𝘃𝗧's arms, Harry wails as we drag him out of his prison. "To what?" Chapter 21. The slap cracks across my face, not budging my face, but making Catherine shake her hand in pain after the strike. A moment later, she's nearly screaming into my face. "What the hell are you doing?" "Getting Harry back. And tilting the odds," I reply calmly. We're in the lower edges of the sewers, a hidden meeting area offered to us by the Lady of Shadows that she guarantees none will be watching. Except perhaps her. But I don't call her out on that. See? I can learn when not to annoy my allies. "Are you insane? Your hands are causing widespread destruction throughout the city. You might have killed a couple of diplomats, but you've just earmarked Earth and humanity as deranged killers who have no respect for diplomatic norms," Catherine shouts, utterly furious. "Why didn't you check with me or Rob?" "I didn't have time. And I also knew you wouldn't agree to this," I say. "But this is necessary." "Rob was right. You really are a loose cannon." Catherine shakes her head with disgust. "Even if we win this vote, we won't win the next one. Did you consider that?" A part of me wants to quail under the disgust she exhibits. I push it aside, reminding myself of my goals, the point of what I intended to do today. I did, and we don't have a lot of time before the vote, so I'm going to be blunt. Catherine braces herself, casting her gaze toward 𝗵𝘃𝗃𝗀𝗀, who stands guard a short distance away, and Harry, who is being brought up to speed by 𝗪𝗠𝗪𝗀𝗀 in the corner. I flick my fingers, bringing Catherine's attention back to me. "I need you to give me your proxy." "What?" "Your voting proxy," I say. "Give it to me." "No." "Why would I do that?" "Because if you don't, you'll die," I say, cocking an eyebrow. "As you said, you're persona non grata, Earth and humanity. If you try to show up, they'll kill you." "I'm protected." "I'm pretty sure they don't care anymore." I gesture around, taking in the world around and all the hell that has gone on. "Or do you think it's worth the risk?" "How about you? You're even more wanted than me," Catherine says. "Wait. Were you planning to force my hand?" "No." Then reluctantly I add, "Not exactly. I have other reasons for what I did, but forcing you to give me the proxy is a lucky coincidence of sorts. More like a conjunction of interest." My search for the right terms makes Catherine hiss again before she stalks away. I watch as she strides around in a circle, windmilling her hands. Her lips move, uttering breathless imprecations as she forces herself to calm. Eventually, she returns to me. "We do need to try to adjust the vote, no matter what she thinks." "How do you intend to survive going to the chambers?" "Can't say." When Catherine's eyes narrow, I point upward. They might be listening. But trust me, they might try to end me. But you might have realized I'm really hard to kill.
He'll be there.
𝗧𝗪? I nod. Maybe. I can take him. The look she gives me is full of doubt, making me chuckle darkly. Don't worry. I have a plan.
Like the last one? Do you know how much chaos our information release caused on the galactic scene? They don't know, but many suspect it was us who released that information.
Catherine's eyes go distant. Dark as a cloud of grief shadows her face.
The number of deaths among the powers that be have increased fourfold. A half-dozen wars started in the last week alone. When they finally learn who caused this, there will be hell to pay.
But it improved our odds, no? Her silence is answer enough for me. It has to be done. And trust me, I have a plan. Now, the proxy, Catherine. I need it.
And if I say no?
She says. Don't.
And if I say no?
I meet her stubborn gaze, wondering what it is with damn obstinate bull-headed women in my life. I look over my shoulder at 𝗵𝘃𝗀𝗁, who gives me a small nod, acknowledging I've tried. I clench my fist and whisper, "Don't make me take it."
You can't.
She stares at my eyes and breathes out slowly.
You can, can't you?
I nod.
What have you done?
Just found a few answers, I say. The proxy? Catherine searches my eyes. I let her, curious what it is she's looking for, or if what she seeks is still there. The man who left Earth with her was many years and even more lives shed ago. Sometimes, I'm not sure there's much of that man left.
Promise me something,
she says. What?
That you'll not harm Earth. Whatever you do at the proxy, make sure it's for the best for Earth.
I offer her a nod, and when it's not enough, I speak the promise out loud. I know she's using a skill, verifying the truth of what I say. Just another diplomat skill. When she's assured of my intentions, Catherine presses an arm upon my chest. Light glows for a second, and a new notification appears. Earth voting proxy given to John Lee, Redeemer of the Dead, Galactic Paladin, level 12. Thank you, I say, bowing my head. I know how much that cost, Catherine, and there's a look in her eyes, a pained look of broken trust that tells me I might have burnt my bridges here. And I'm sorry. I look at 𝗵𝘃𝗀𝗁, who's sneaked up behind Catherine. The diplomat's eyes widen just briefly before 𝗵𝘃𝗀𝗁 hits her, striking so fast and hard it bypasses her safeguards and knocks her out. How long? I say, laying down the unconscious woman I caught.
Long enough?
Harry, who just watched us knock out our friend, raises his voice shaking between outrage and fear.
What the hell is going on?
We explain the plan to Harry as we hurry off, leaving Catherine to sleep off the attack. At least enough that he stops hyperventilating and agrees to carry out his part. He's kind of important. Not linchpin, but close enough that if he disagrees, it'd make our job more difficult. Maintenance tunnels carry us deep into the first circle of 𝗪𝗏𝗏. Security clearances provided to us by the Lady of Shadows help get us through the security checkpoints. I leave just enough of a trail with system edit that when people come and look later, it'll seem I edited my way through. We keep moving. The original trio of fan club members, the only ones left, with Harry, 𝗵𝘃𝗀𝗁, and me. The others have dispersed, headed out of the city, off the planet, and preferably out of the sector. Many have plans to go to Earth, offered refugee status, and a chance to level and soak up Japanese culture. I'm a little annoyed that 𝗵𝘃𝗀𝗁's got all the fans, but I can see which one of us is a better ambassador for humanity's culture. Not to say Harry or Catherine don't have their own fans, but in a world filled with violence like this, it's no surprise that the ass kickers are the major draws. There are others, of course, individuals who have made it out to the galactic universe. Some of them have taken on public personas, promoting themselves and Earth. The singer who brings our pop culture to the galaxy. Mathis Bien, who vacillates between taking part in virtual movies and joining teams as a pinch hitter, acting out his role when necessary. Of course, it's not as good as having an actual healer or ranged attack or crowd control member, but method acting gives him close enough approximation of skills and abilities that teams desperately in need of a specific role make do. There's the 11th Legion, who'd been camped in the middle of France during the initiation, reenacting their little Roman wars. Clad in full combat armor, they'd been one of the more powerful group forces in Western Europe for a time. Of course, they also hired themselves out to the 𝗕𝗁, but we won't discuss that portion of their betrayal. In the end, they shipped off Earth long before I did, taking part in clan wars and dungeon clearances where a legion of adventurers were required. There were others, the Hoodoo Doctor, the Operator, the 𝗪𝗀, individuals who've gained notoriety on the galactic circuit, just like us, and so have gained fans both at home and in the wider galactic sphere. Still more humans move through galactic society without creating a major ripple, affecting only individuals, just as most galactics do in the end. That's the thing about celebrity, about fame. It strikes once, and you might burn bright for a time, but it'll fade just as easily in a series of accusations, of bad decisions. It eludes those who desire it and is gifted to those who seek it not. Knowing that, I realize there's no real point in being jealous of 𝗵𝘃𝗀. It is what it is, and I've got bigger fish to fry. Is this route going to bring us to the Galactic Council building? Harry asks as he cranes his head around, staring at the underground tunnels. I thought the main entrance is above ground. Ali answers, floating over to Harry. No, the council building has multiple entrances, set up just for cases like us. Us? Individuals who are in trouble with multiple groups, Ali smirks. The right to vote is quite sacrosanct among them all. Doesn't that mean that they're probably waiting for us here? Harry says, frowning. It's the obvious conclusion, after all. Probably, Ali says, making Harry blanch. In the corner of the minimap, I see we're getting somewhat close to the building. In a couple 100 meters, give or take a few crossings and turns, our particular path will intercept the main routes. Idly, I wonder how many other diplomats are making use of the underground tunnels today. Well, Harry says, waving his hands around, we're just going to walk straight into a trap? Not exactly. 𝗵𝘃𝗀 looks at me and I shrug, so she continues. We all have enchantments to make us look different. Security clearances should also get us past the automated sentries. And their skills? Harry says. We've got that covered too, I say. Or at least I think so. Of course, the reporter isn't letting it lie just like that, but it's not as if I'm that interested in answering his questions, so we keep walking. 𝗵𝘃𝗀 and Ali are happy to do their best to reassure Harry, providing him the various pieces of enchanted equipment we've acquired for this. It mollifies him a bit, but not all the way. More importantly, we keep him guessing and irritated, drip-feeding him information. It's not that we want to torture him, but we can all sense Harry's a little on the fragile side, the torture and interrogation having driven him past what should normally be his breaking point. He's still holding it together, but only by sheer willpower. Making him irritated, making him angry, gives him something to focus on while we forge ahead. And more importantly, if he knew the plan, I'm not sure he'd agree to it. Even though it's mostly safe. I feel a little guilt at what I'm doing, but there's no time to placate him, make him see the reasoning, the need. So I'm going with trickery. As we finally reach the end of the corridor, we take the first left at the T branch. Ahead, voices can be heard, grumbling voices and one rather annoyingly high-pitched one. The group turns and stares at me. The kid who we've been trying to get an advanced class for stands in the middle.
Redeemer?
His father, the 𝗂𝗪 representative, is the one who speaks, his voice low.
Are you sure this will work?
The 𝗂𝗪's group are similar in looks, creatures that look like the devils of Earth's Christian mythology. Red skin, black horns, a long, pointed tail. The full works. Unlike the other one we once met, they don't speak in iambic pentameter. Of course. I walk forward while Ali grows in size, tugging Harry along behind.
You said that the last time.
𝗪𝗏, the father says.
That's right. You keep saying you'll get it, but you keep failing.
𝗲𝗏, the kid says.
And we can't fight in here, not without drawing attention.
You don't need to. I reach sideways, extracting a set of manacles from my inventory. These came from the Weaver, delivered to 𝗵𝘃𝗲 while I was trapped. Runic engravings cover the manacles, and even to my mana sense, which I've tuned down, they glow in the shielded passageway. Just put these on us. John? Harry raises his voice, eyes widening. Fear erupts from his voice, panic threatening to take him. You best start with him, I say, gesturing to Harry. No! Harry struggles, trying to pull away from Ali. Before Harry can make off, 𝗪𝗲𝗄 casts a spell, one that she's been prepping for a bit. Harry ceases struggling, entering a dazed status.
Trouble with your friends,
𝗪𝗏 says. Nothing you have to worry about, I say coldly. Just get it done. Him first, then the rest of us. The kid, with his scrawny appearance and flushed red skin, takes the manacles off my hands and starts with Harry as requested. By the time Harry is able to pay attention, he's manacled and his mana is suppressed. Unlike the previous time, though, he has a full mana bar. He just isn't able to activate any skills. I can't do this, John. Please don't make me do this, Harry says, his voice pleading now. It's okay. 𝗵𝘃𝗲 bumps him with her shoulder, offering him a half smile. She has her hands out, waiting to be cuffed too. We got this. No, you don't get it. We can't. We don't have any skills. They'll hurt us. Hurt me. Harry's beginning to hyperventilate. I shoot a glance at 𝗪𝗲𝗄. She hits Harry with another spell, this one meant to calm his emotions, rather than put him in a dazed status. Harry stabilizes a bit, and while he's stabilizing, 𝗪𝗲𝗄 offers him a ring. What? Harry says. Ring of calm emotions, I say. It'll help. It only suppresses what you're feeling, but it'll help you get through this. It's not the best option. In fact, there's quite a bit of literature that shows things like that ring end up doing more damage in the long run than they help in the short term. But in specific circumstances, their use has been recommended. And in our case, we need it. Manacles slide over wrists, one after the other. Each time, the kid hesitates as he waits for a notification, then he moves on, not getting one. By the time he gets to me, he's looking less than enthused. When the heavy clunk of metal closing on my wrists echoes through the chambers, I reach into the system and find the notification that blossoms, telling me of my captured nature. I follow the mana strand back, finding the node it arrived from, then down the strands that reach the kid. The manacles might block others, might stop most my other skills, but System Edit isn't blocked. We tested it, verified it before committing to this. The child's lips are turning down into a frown, disappointment crossing his flushed face. Those glowing black and red eyes. He's turning to complain to his father. In the stretched moment that contains us both and the system mana flooding into me, connecting us, I find the information that marks his actions, the collaring, and the multiple strands of information that verify his actions against title acquisitions. I find the title requirements, the little tick and check mark it searches for the one we're looking to get. In that frozen moment, I make a few quick edits to his status and the title data. The system bucks as I manipulate it, hating what I do. It floods me back with error notifications, tickets, and protests. In turn, I make adjustments further down the line, altering the kid's fate a little to appease the system. And then, I'm done. I take a few extra seconds to make sure the alteration to the title is locked to the kid, that it doesn't cascade through the system before pulling back. As time resumes its normal flow, the kid freezes. His eyes widen with surprise.
Redeemer, your promise is,
𝗪𝗏𝗪 is already gesturing for his guards to grab us, his tail lashing in anger. 𝗓𝗏 cuts him off with a whoop. I got it! I got it!
You did?
𝗪𝗏𝗪's jaw drops, but he doesn't stop the guards from gripping us as he pulls his son around.
Show me.
The kid does, adjusting his notifications so his father can see it. None of us get to see it, of course, but I don't need to. I amended it myself, so I know what it says. Title: Killer of Achilles. You've done what many would consider impossible. You've fought and beaten a heroic while in your basic class. Such an act of heroism, fortitude, and foolhardiness will forever be marked upon your status. Effect 1. Access to certain rare classes. Increase in reputation among certain factions. Decrease in reputation among others. Effect 2. Plus 25% damage against those 1 rank higher than you. Plus 15% damage to those 2 ranks higher than you. Plus 10% damage to those 3 ranks higher than you. Plus 5% damage to those 4 ranks higher than you. Effect 3. Plus 20% damage resistance.
The system's beneficence. This is better than we expected,
𝗪𝗏 says, reading the notification in detail.
You'll definitely get a good class now.
𝗬𝗏 can only bob his head in acknowledgement, vibrating with excitement. I keep silent, knowing his future, knowing the kind of classes he'll get. The ones I trimmed out so that I could make this work. A small part of me feels guilty, but I push it away, knowing that he's still bought one heck of an advantage. Just not the kind he thinks.
Well, I guess I should make sure to carry out my side,
𝗪𝗏 says, grinning and clapping me on the shoulder. And if there's a little malice, a little greed in his eyes, well, it's to be expected. After all, he's an ambassador too.
Come, we do not want to miss your vote.
With those words and a few gestures, 𝗪𝗏 has his guards drag us to the council building. Behind us, we leave 𝗬𝗏, who is still vibrating with excitement and rereading his new title, almost glowing with happiness. We're frog-marched through the corridors, our presence gaining more than a few raised eyebrows. There are questions asked, but we've put away our permits, passing by under 𝗪𝗏's security clearance now. He doesn't stop answering shouted questions with pleasant but useless nonsensical answers that give away nothing. At our first major security checkpoint, we're pulled aside and scanned for weaponry. The few that we carry outside of our inventory have already been taken by 𝗪𝗏's guards, held in their own inventory as a matter of course. The council security checks our faces and statuses, pursing their lips as they find nothing in their database, which is by design. The enchantments that change our looks are boosted by the lady to ensure we're hidden. Of course, the lack of data engenders another round of questioning, but we stay silent while 𝗪𝗏 deflects the questions under the guise of diplomatic immunity. As for the guards, they spend more time checking our manacles, only to mutter pleasant surprise when they read their details. I completely understand why, considering their quality. Enchanted Manacles of Imprisonment, Master Class. The problem of system-enabled individuals having long been considered and solved with the development of the Manacles of Imprisonment. Each set of manacles is as unique as its crafter, but they all suppress the usage of skills while worn. Mana flow is inhibited, while mana regeneration is directed into empowering the manacles themselves. Effects: skill suppression. Spell: powerful suggestions. Spell: lightning grasp, inactive. Spell: sleep, inactive. Durability: 2,300 of 2,300. Satisfied that we're well secured as prisoners, we're passed through the security cordons with minimal fuss. As we journey deeper through the silver-covered hallways, they grow wider and wider as more diplomats and their bodyguards join the main thoroughfare. Even if the session has already started, for quite a while now, being fashionably late and skipping out on the early morning, unimportant discussions is a time-honored tradition. But now, the diplomats and ambassadors are arriving for the afternoon session where actual bills of import are voted upon. And while only a portion of them might be coming in via the underground passages, when you're looking at a portion of the over 10,000 plus worlds, it's still a large number. Of course, the actual Galactic Council isn't just made up of 10,000 planets. There are a lot more. Between the hegemons, empires, and serf contracts, many planets either have no seat on the Council itself, or have permanently handed over their voting rights, leaving us with this mixture of planets that have their own seats by being independent, stubborn, vassal planets that refuse to give up their presence, even if they vote as directed, and multiple minor and major empires. All in all, it's a mess of a government system. Made more of a mess when the vast majority of the bills and other matters that are voted upon are ignored by non-signatories. It's kind of like the UN, but with a lot less bite, if you can imagine that. Except when the inner council acts, of course. That's when matters escalate, as the entire force of the council and its bureaucracy take action. And for all its inadequacies, the empowerment of the system ensures that the occasional system-wide pronouncement and bill that do manage to pass can cause true havoc, like the creation of a dungeon world. As we pass and get side-eyed by the crowd, Harry grows increasingly paranoid and twitchy. Even the ring, a simple advanced class enchantment, is being overwhelmed by his growing panic. I drop back, bumping him with my shoulder as I lower my voice. "Hold it together, old man. We're being frog-marched to our deaths as prisoners," Harry hisses back. "Well, at least there won't be any more torture," I say glibly. When humor doesn't calm the reporter, I murmur, "It's fine. I've got a plan." "Really? Does it take into account the fact that he's going to betray us?" Harry says softly. I grin at the reporter, and he rolls his eyes. I don't even mind the fact that 𝗪𝗏 looks back at us, his eyes narrowing. My grin is as much a warning for him as it is to assure Harry. That neither side seem reassured does make me a little sad, but it is what it is. You see, Harry, the problem is when someone is a devious, backstabbing bastard all the time, it becomes very predictable. Then it's just a matter of figuring how you're about to get backstabbed when you deal with them. I pitch my voice relatively high, letting the guards around us hear me. The really smart ones, the ones who are tasked with containing us if things go bad, look worried. Some of the guards shoot 𝗪𝗏 concerned glances, searching for a reaction from him. The alien continues to stride along confidently, playing as if he's not heard a single word I said. Truth be told, there are two major ways this could go. The first, if he keeps his promise, makes things a lot simpler. The second, if he does betray us, will make things much more complicated. The first time this might happen is when we enter the main building, when security intensifies once more. Where there were a half-dozen semi-board guards going through the procedures at the other post, here there are over 200, each of them glaring at diplomats and ambassadors without a care. There's even a change in their classes. Mook 1, Loyal Council Guard, Level 17, Advanced. Mook 2, Loyal Council Investigator, Level 24, Advanced. Mook 33, Dedicated Council Lieutenant, Level 27, Master. Unsurprisingly, more than a dozen of the guards surround us the moment we make an appearance. "Halt, diplomat 𝗪𝗏!" Mook 33 holds his hands down by his sides and up and sideways, barring the way. He can do that, what with having 10 limbs, 4 legs and 6 hands, all crystalline outgrowth from his seafoam green and pink crystal body. "You have unauthorized prisoners with you. Judgment of galactic criminals are on the 6th configuration of their moons. It is only the 23rd configuration currently." I feel mana twitch as skills trigger, putting us and the nearby guards under a privacy dome. It's a powerful one that also blocks most access to the system, at least for us. "These are special prisoners. The Council will be grateful to see them," 𝗪𝗏 says. "I am invoking my right as a diplomat under Treaty Clause 2567-891-53-C2. Mook 33's eyes glaze over a little as he accesses the relevant section before his lips press in disdain. "A once-a-decade option. Unusual." "These are unusual times," 𝗪𝗏 says. Before Mook 33 can say anything further, a guard, a shivering blob of pink and green slime, glops closer and burbles at the lieutenant. "They are under powerful disguise enchantments." The skills the slime mook uses cut through our physical disguises with ease. I'm not super surprised. They wouldn't be guards here if they couldn't do that much. "Of course they are," 𝗪𝗏 says, not even missing a beat. "Do you think I want my surprise spoiled?" He glares at the slime mook, his voice lowering,
If not for the privacy screen, I would have your head for your indiscretion. These people, they seem familiar,
𝗪𝗁𝘁𝗃 says. A few of the other guards nod, and the lieutenant's crystal body trembles. He cocks his head, waiting for one of his subordinates to say something. Harry's breathing speeds up, sweat dotting his skin, glistening like diamonds on obsidian sand. 𝗵𝘃𝗲 looks around as if she's entirely unafraid, but I see the way she's lowered her weight, angled her body ever so slightly. As for me, I just glare at everyone and hope. Famous as we might be, the lady's skills are in play. She warps memory, databases, and the 11 senses of sapient creatures. Yes, 11, because we're talking about aliens and everything from tremor sense, sonar, psychic, and aura senses come into play. And while most skills affect some, but not all, of these senses, this is the Galactic Council's headquarters, and guards with the full complement of sensing abilities and skills are in play. Without her, there'd be no way to sneak in, no way to get past them. Once more, we gamble everything on her legendary skill, and come out the winner. Because it is a legendary skill, and pointed in one direction against a single planet, there's nothing that can be done.
Restricted,
𝗪𝗁𝘁𝗃 finally speaks up. The other guards nod, making the lieutenant's eyes narrow. He gestures and the group close in on us. 𝗪𝗏 tries to protest, but it doesn't matter, as the crystalline mook lieutenant drags us all in the privacy bubble to a secure room. Once we're within, the council mooks move to the corners of the room, keeping an eye on us. 𝗪𝗏's guards stay in closer, hands on their weapons, smirking at us. Harry's literally hyperventilating now, while 𝗵𝘃𝗲 is standing utterly still, waiting for her chance. The 3 musketeers keep themselves next to Harry. Their job is to keep him safe. As for me, I watch 𝗪𝗏, who has a calculating look in his eyes. Our chance of sneaking in has been broken by an obstinate guard, so I'm curious what 𝗪𝗏 will do. The Crystal Lieutenant speaks first, eyes fixed upon 𝗪𝗏.
I am invoking Council Security Protocol 158 Section 83. All information in this room will be locked and safeguarded under Council secrecy protocols and will not be revealed for 1,000 years. Now, speak.
𝗪𝗏 shoots a look at me, visibly considering. Red skin flushes darker, turning almost deep scarlet red as his tail waves. Then he shrugs.
My apologies, Redeemer. This is not going to work.
I watch as the mooks freeze, surprise showing on their faces. 𝗪𝗏's guards are less surprised, instead pulling out weapons as the samurai shift in position.
You are saying this is the Redeemer of the Dead? The human we have been tested locating?
Crystal Mook grates out, his voice ever so careful. He waves one of his many hands, gesturing for the guards to close in on us. 𝗪𝗁𝘁𝗃 and the others close, weapons pulled.
Yes.
𝗪𝗏 glares at me.
This was not my plan. I wanted to be deeper within, where my people are waiting. But this will do. This is the Redeemer of the Dead, the human you are searching for.
His grin widens, sharp carnivore teeth flashing pearly white as he gloats.
Did you think I would risk my life, my child's life, for a simple title? You are facing the Council itself, and the rewards offered. Why, what I'll get...
I never hear what he was going to get. The Lieutenant Mook moves first. He thrusts his hand through 𝗪𝗏's neck, catching him in the back of the spine, his crystal arm erupting from 𝗪𝗏's neck, then growing, engulfing his head in crystal. 𝗪𝗏 struggles, his guards moving to help him. The slime mook rears up, engulfing a trio of guards near it, both 𝗪𝗏's devils and another council guard. Beam attacks fire while 𝗵𝘃𝗲 kicks and beats another while her hands are still chained. The 3 musketeers bear down another pair of guards, while Harry falls flat onto the ground, covering his head as best as he can. As for me, I slip out of the manacles, my skill at it making the damn manacles fall away. Then I trigger Judgment of All on the enemies within, and there are more of them than I'd like. It seems only the slime and the Crystal Lieutenant are on our side as they battle valiantly. Unfortunate for our enemies, Judgment of All doesn't care where they are so long as I can sense them, see them. The spell erupts, tearing at them through their connection to the system, raw mana flooding their bodies. Their screams, their struggles are brief, but not without cost. We find the slime a bubbled mess, his body eaten away by the poisons, the necrotic attacks used by 𝗪𝗪𝗧's guards. The feedback attack from 𝗪𝗪𝗧 himself, as an ambassador, has shattered the crystal light within the Mook lieutenant. He lies, dying, his body cracked. Even healing spells do little for him. Never mind, Redeemer. My crystal is shattered, but the formation will grow. The crystal Mook speaks, its body twisting and shuddering one last time before it collapses in on itself. In the silence, I look around. The musketeers did well, keeping Harry alive. Agerhus is the most injured. Half her hair burnt off, clutching at the stump of her arm. The remainder of her arm is lying a short distance away, bubbling as poison eats it. Lord Sato, are you well? 𝗪𝗠𝘃𝗧 by 𝗵𝘃𝗲, looking her over with his cat eyes. 𝗵𝘃𝗲 grimaces as the poisons threaten to eat away her leg. A brief foray over and a system edit fixes the issue, allowing her to heal. Harry is on the floor, trying to recover his bearings, his state of mind. 𝗓𝗏𝗏𝗧 is helping him, speaking softly as he strokes the reporter's back, offering comfort by presence and touch. I don't have time for that. Instead, I move quickly, picking up the bodies of the guards and moving them into my altered storage before cleansing the space. After that, we pull out the ladies' security clearances once more before I hack our way out of the security room. This time around, we use a secondary exit, one that leads us directly into the council building itself, bypassing other security stations. As we move, I can't help but think we got off light. Of course, eventually, Harry recovers enough to ask the questions. Why'd they help us? Were they more of your questers? I answer him using the party chat, keeping our answers to the silence of the system. I lock it down with system edit, though I know it isn't perfect. But if anyone is looking that close, we're screwed anyway. No, it was a trade, I say. Those attacks that Catherine was complaining about, they were distractions, but also payments. To certain factions with the fist, kingdoms who wanted revenge. In turn, they'd help us out here. Dangerous. They're defying the council directly, Harry says. Don't they fear retaliation? Of course they do, which is why the help will be limited. The moment Crystal and Slime Mook helped us out, they were dead. Cutouts that can't offer further information. Even if someone pulled information backward, searched for how they were told, I'm sure it was hidden. Coded words, additional cutouts, ways of saying things without saying it. He has a name, you know. I do, but I carry enough names, enough grief with me already. His death, his sacrifice is not one I can take on. Even though I fear both are indelibly stuck in my memory anyway, that he'll come to me in the middle of the night like so many others, accusing me, berating me. The help I've acquired, the people I paid off and locked with my system edit skill are numerous. But my plans, my options, are wide too. And so in each spot, our potential help is thin. And there's only so far they're willing to aid us. Getting us into the council chambers to create havoc? Sure. Directly killing others? No. As with so many things, we're on our own for the majority. We hurry through the security corridors, our changed clothing, and the firm stride we move with, allowing us to pass without issue, safeguarded by the legendary skill and the knowledge that we can't be here, in these safe, secure corridors of their security personnel. Chapter 22. The journey to the council chambers takes forever. Each diplomatic retinue has its own specific location within the building, one that's protected by the same rules and regulations of diplomatic immunity that pervade the building itself. The Galactic Council building is not owned or controlled by any single individual, instead guarded by the council and their guards. Within each diplomatic sector are the institutions that own their voting boxes, their own safe zones. Of course, there are limits to that self-governance within the building itself, but it does offer some level of security once we arrive. Soon enough, we pass the external security perimeter. Inside the building itself, security is looser. We pop out then, stepping into the main thoroughfares. A simple privacy bubble created by a skill from Harry keeps the majority of people from speaking with us. Even those diplomats and guards who see through the bubble only glance at our group before turning away. Custom and manners means that the vast majority do not attempt to interact with us. That is, until we're stopped by a familiar, coral-eared, pale-skinned set of figures. The Eretrians that stop our team are not people I recognize automatically, even though I've seen images of the Vice Ambassador that stands before us. Hands crossed behind his back, clad in the latest fashion, which, in this case, seems to include very little clothing. I wonder when that changed. The Eretrian Ambassador shifts when we do. I find myself coming to a stop and letting him enter the privacy bubble. I growl a little, annoyance in my voice. Vice Ambassador Ramener, what is the meaning of this?
Just a small thing. We're hoping to speak with you before the upcoming vote, the Vice Ambassador says. If you don't mind, we will escort you the rest of the way to your domain.
And if I say no? I ask, fist flexing.
Why, I'd accept your request with good grace, and then go on to my next one, with the Movana.
His grin widens even as his eyes stay cold. I do my best to keep my face unmoving, giving away nothing. Unfortunately, people like Harry, who is off his game, and the three musketeers do. The Eretrian Ambassador grins, deliberately shifting his gaze to those who gave up the goose before turning back to me. Revealing our presence, our location to our enemies would be bad. Really bad.
Shall we continue your walk? I wouldn't want to hold you up too long.
Ramener steps aside slightly, letting us move forward if we wish. I growl, but accept the fact he's got us cornered. I can't afford to start a fight here, and his threat, while subtle, is clear enough. We walk, the ambassador and his companions content to stroll alongside me in silence. I take a few moments to call up their status information as I consider what they want. The two other Eretrians are boring, an assistant and a bodyguard, or the Eretrian equivalent with fancy titles to denote their advanced class status. The bodyguard is right on the border of crossing into master class, and a quick dip into the system shows he's stuck, unable to progress, as he hasn't chosen to fulfill his class quest. The ambassador, on the other hand, is much more interesting. I stare at his status screen and poke at it mentally, seeing what I can call forth. Zimmerlin Ramener, platinum-tongued, famed courtier, beloved of the system, master of ceremonies at the 𝗵𝘃𝗧-8, slayer of goblins, manticores, sphinxes, senior Eretrian ambassador, level 3, master, HP 2130 of 2130, MP 2130 of 2130. Conditions: diplomatic immunity, 2R1, secured shield, state secrets, aura of the Empire's voice, state security protocols. That name, I frown. I should know that name, right? It's not Katrin's, right?
Seriously? How did you ever keep a girl? You had a multi-month relationship, and her name was right above her head the entire time,
𝗬𝗁 sends back. I remember her name, just, not her last name. I didn't need to remember it, and it was always right there, I mentally rebut 𝗬𝗁. It's like remembering phone numbers. You don't need to because your smartphone always has it. Or birthdays. Or the name of your skills.
Separating molecules. You humans are so lazy.
𝗬𝗁 sends an image of himself rolling his eyes. I snigger, but I'm grateful that since the latest level up, his banishment doesn't mean he can't communicate with me. At least so long as it's a voluntary one. We haven't tested an involuntary banishment yet.
Ramener, the ex-chief of staff, the one you shackled.
Right. He never mentioned he was related to the Vice Ambassador. I frown. His presence here, the lack of information. I smell a conspiracy. On the other hand, he is the Vice Ambassador, the guy second in charge. Maybe Ramener didn't think it was necessary? Ali's dire chuckle makes me grimace, only to see 𝗵𝘃𝗀 interrogating me again with an eyebrow. This time I can only offer a shrug. We march on, the Eritrean vice ambassador breaking the silence to chat about inconsequential things, the latest play, the places to eat. He fills the silence with practiced ease, and his presence makes the other guards and the other diplomats glance at us and away. Each step, each sideways glance by a diplomat, a courier, or assistant as we walk makes me tense internally, even as I offer monosyllabic replies to Ramener. My stomach clenches. My fingers press together under the cuffs of my sleeves, and I find myself wishing I had some chocolate to eat. Harry doesn't do much better, his fears warring against the enchantments on him and winning out. I see the occasional flashes of panic, of concern that run through him. I hate it. I hate pushing him so hard, but I don't have a choice, I don't think. 𝗵𝘃𝗀 handles the walk the best, keeping an eye out for problems without looking more suspicious than any security guard would. It's still not perfect. It's still not great, and I can tell that the liquid grace she moves across the floor with is her fighting stance. Her body, her awareness is ramped up to its peak level. All this tension, all this wariness will force a crash that'll really suck later. Until then, we watch, we breathe, and we function. Finally, we reach the hallway that leads to humanity's secure room. Our secure location, the one that only members of humanity can enter. Guards watch us as we move through the hallways, but none dare stop us, not with the Eritrean with us. And since the hallways lead to many places, they only glance at us before letting their eyes move on. I'm just glad that traditions and council paranoia dictate that security personnel are pulled back and out of hallways. You can't stay standing in a hallway for too long, no matter what. Which means there are, of course, roving groups of security and paid diplomatic couriers, but no stationary guards. In this way, with a little bit of luck and planning, you can slip into a rival's room, make a deal, and leave with no one the wiser. And here we come to the end at last. Really, coming here is dangerous. One might almost call it insane. No one in their right-thinking mind, when pursued by the full power of the Council, would think to come to the very heart of their power, Ramener says, which is why we knew you'd be here. We, I say. The Empress apparent sends her greetings. Ramener gives a small salute, hand to his chest before he continues. Also, and these are her words, tell that fool this is the most I can do and that if he survives, he should visit. I blink while behind me, 𝗵𝘃𝗀 lets out a muffled snort of amusement. And what exactly did you do? Or is she offering? Harry says. Something in his voice makes me turn around, slowing down our pace. His hands are clenched around one another. His fingers are pale, almost white around the edges. The ambassador sweeps his gaze up and down Harry, his lips tightening in disapproval. He hesitates before giving his head the slightest shake and turning away from the reporter. I do want to know the answer to that question, too, I muttered to the vice ambassador. A simple matter of extraction. Ramener shifts and holds out 4 stylized pins. I frown, picking one up from his hand and scanning it to see what the system has to say. Stylized pin. Material. Gold. Of course, that's not enough for me. I dig in, checking the information provided, and my lips curl up. Because it might be a simple pin according to the description, but the bundle of mana it's wrapped around is dense. I push, sliding past the data bundle, and find myself staring at another more honest notification. 𝗵𝘃𝗀 Galactic Positioning System Pin. Master. When you absolutely must keep track of something, 𝗵𝘃𝗀's GPS pins are guaranteed to work, or your credits back 3 times over. That's right. Our lifetime triple warranty has never failed, even against heroic level class skills. Effects. Provides your location to holder of the masterpiece to this slaved pin. May be used in conjunction with masterpiece to target spells and skills. Really? You expect us to wear this? I say. Ramener smiles. I'm hoping you do not. At the incredulous look I give him, he shrugs. I follow orders, but I must also express my displeasure at her actions. The Empress Apparent is placing the Empire in danger with the aid she offers you. So no, I would prefer if you didn't use this. I turn the pin over in my hand before speaking slowly. You know, that kind of statement could almost be seen as a rather direct method of manipulation. Raminer's smile widens as if he's enjoying me squirm. My fist clenches around the pin. If it was just a simple pin, it'd be crushed.
What I want to know is why there are only 4 pins,
𝗵𝘃𝗃 says softly, plucking a pair from Raminer as she walks past us on her way to Harry. When both of them put the pins on, I frown even more. You trust him?
He could have had us thrown into jail already, she says, and I trust Catherine.
While I mull the trust my friend puts in my ex-lover, she raises an eyebrow. He shrugs, gesturing vaguely at the 3 musketeers. We had not planned for them. I'd recommend they leave before, well, you know. I frowned, considering his words. They were useful to get us in. Most alerts will be looking for 2 or 3 people, which is why a group of 6 helps with camouflage. But Raminer has a point. We don't need them here, and they'd slow us down when we run. Go, I say to the 3. Of course, they look at 𝗵𝘃𝗃, who speaks directly to the Vice Ambassador.
Will you see them out?
Raminer frowns, then looks at me, then at the 3. Eventually, he nods, gesturing to the bodyguard. They will be shown out. 𝗵𝘃𝗃 opens her mouth to protest and is overridden by Raminer immediately. Do not push, my largesse. She shuts her mouth, chastised. At the door, I look between the group as she steps toward the 3, whispering to them. I hear words of thanks and further coded orders before they step away. Good eve to you, and I hope that whatever you choose to do, the fallout will be minimal, Raminer says, his voice cold, or at least contained. I can only offer him a grin, still turning the pin over in my hand. He glances at it, then at the ones on both 𝗵𝘃𝗃 and Harry before gesturing, bringing the 3 members of 𝗵𝘃𝗃's fan club with him. They offer me respectful nods, then bows to 𝗵𝘃𝗃 before we finally turn to the door. Humanity's abode, the only place where we can be safe for the short period that we need before the rest of the plan is put into play. I smile, placing my hand on the plate and willing it open. The system recognizes me, recognizes my authority, and slides the door open. I cast one last glance back to where the Eretrians and the 3 musketeers leave. A part of me wonders how much danger I've put them in, how likely retribution will be for him, for Catherine, for the Empire and the fan club. In the end, I dismiss my concern for them. There's a point where care and concern for others becomes nothing more than a self-mutilating burden, when you have to accept that others are adults and able to accept the risks they take upon themselves. There's a point where you have to let go and let them fall, and hope you've held them up long enough that they've grown their wings enough to fly. I step into the quarters, idly noting the security systems Catherine has bought. As I walk forward, further notifications bloom with information about Earth's embassy within the council building. The complex itself is relatively small, nothing bigger than a penthouse condo in size, with floor-to-ceiling 2-story tall windows straight ahead of us, overlooking the voting chambers. There's a small floating orb in front of the windows where we will be able to cast our vote, and to our right, a staircase leads to a 2nd floor where the offices lie. The main floor is fully open for simple gatherings and parties. You have entered the embassy of the galactic planet, Earth. This is a subsidiary diplomatic zone of Earth. All laws, regulations, and planet-wide effects are in place. Current domain effects include planetary dimension locked, disruptive interference tier 1, sensor net, past mistakes teach best, plus 0.04% XP gain, dodgy accounting, plus 4.2% voting mana regeneration, more. I push outward and tap into the sensor net. Sense nothing. See nothing. The expected welcoming party is missing. No 𝗂𝗃, which is somewhat of a surprise. I expected him to be here, to meet him at the end, to fight a drawn-out battle. But maybe Raminer was right. Only the insane would expect us to be here, to dare them in the lion's den. This diplomatic space currently includes 2 secure meetings, 3 secure office spaces, 1 reinforced, 1 refreshment and dining room with integrated kitchen, voting sphere, main and slaved voting sphere in reinforced security office, Tier 2 security system. I barely pay attention to this notification since there's another one right after it. You are the Earth proxy. Would you like to modify the current diplomatic space? I assent to the request and make a quick purchase, a small study with a library within. Another purchase of a series of books fills the library. Hardcover editions of a series of readings, all useful, all important. It's a little gift for Catherine. Though she, Earth, is the one paying for it. I'd pay for it, but that's not the way the system works. We spread out, 𝗵𝘃𝗲 moving with Harry to one of the nearby lounging chairs to relax. Now that we're in a safe spot, we need to do so, since we'll be doing something else, something a lot more dangerous soon enough. Alone, I flex my will, calling forth 𝗕. He takes a few seconds to form, passing through the membrane between worlds, his body pulling together much like the mana doppelgangers. I give him a second to finish up before I walk the rest of the way in. Something pushes at the edges of my senses. Maybe it's my luck. Maybe it's my augmented perception. Maybe it's just because I've seen it before, saw how it camouflaged its body. I look up. It's invisible, almost entirely blended into the ceiling. As I stare at it, I see its status information is once again blank. The damn ghost spider creature offers nothing. But luckily for me, the lady has happily provided that information, at least as she knew it. 𝗕 combines it all together for me, giving me its rather interesting status. 𝗬𝗃𝗧, 𝗪𝗃𝗃𝗪cie, Marshal Glutton, level 38, Senior Administrator, level 17, Heroic, unknown, HP 2430 of 2430, MP 4380 of 4380, conditions, webbed intuition, threads of the nest, stored reserves, you are what you eat, body of the dead. Senior Administrator 𝗬𝗃𝗧, I have to admit, I'm surprised you're here, I say, calling to it. Expecting someone else? Yes, your champion. I watch as my friend scrambles, weapons coming out as she stares at the spot in the ceiling I look at. Harry doesn't notice 𝗬𝗃𝗧, but 𝗵𝘃𝗲 does. She has 𝗕𝗏𝗃𝗃𝗁 out, the legacy weapon glowing scarlet as she points at the spider. I actually prepared for him. I had a bet. I believed that you would dare this. You're always presumptuous, foolhardy in your decisions, choosing to attack rather than retreat. What is your plan? To stare down at the ambassadors and diplomats below and use your skill? Kill them all? 𝗬𝗃𝗧 asks, shifting a little. Harry gasps, spotting him at last. Now that 𝗬𝗃𝗧 is moving, I realize it's not just sitting there talking to me, but holds another bundle in its hand, a spider thread-wrapped bundle that it had been snacking upon. Marshal Glutton indeed. That would solve some of our problems, wouldn't it? I say, offering it a wide grin. Harry shoots me a horrified look while 𝗵𝘃𝗲 begins the process of buffing herself. So you guessed right, I say. But why's your buddy not here? We're verifying multiple angles. 𝗬𝗃𝗧 clicks, making the bundle disappear. Unlike you, we do not like to gamble upon a single winning outcome. I growl, even if it is somewhat correct in its assumptions. All too often I've been forced to take one risk after the other without backup plans. Or few enough backup plans to matter. Calling forth a dragon, choosing the heir I wanted, even the vote for the planetary governance. Maybe, but I'm not the idiot standing before a group of very enthusiastic killers by itself. Once more I eye its status, grateful for the information I have now, the understanding that came about after spending so much time leveling in the administrative center. 𝗬𝗃𝗧 isn't a legendary. It's a much weaker than normal heroic, at least in terms of its fake class. That was confirmed both by the lady and my own experiences leveling up. Even as a late-stage heroic, it doesn't have the same level of skills, the kind of ability to do damage that a real heroic would. That's because most of its skill points have been dedicated toward the system edit skill, just like my last few ones. Of course, it's made up by the fact that it can buy heroic class skills, just as I would have to if I had progressed normally. Add the fact that we need to level up both classes at the same time, because we're forced to gain experience in 2 different formats, and its combat class just isn't that powerful. Oh, sure, it could go out and fight to level its fake class, but without class skill points to dedicate toward combat skills, 𝗪𝗃 must rely on its purchase skills to make up the difference and hide its lack of skills. And with our responsibilities and the need to split our time, I bet it was not as easy as just jaunting off. In the end, that probably means that an administrator is weak in a direct confrontation like this, or at least theoretically, if you discount the use of the system edit skill in combat itself. I have a feeling I'm going to get a lesson on its uses in a second. Maybe. 𝗪𝗃 cleans its front legs again, rubbing them together. For a second, I look into the fractured kaleidoscope of its eyes, the fractured vision of its almost invisible body, and then we dance. Chapter 23. It's not me who starts the fight, but 𝗵𝘃𝗃. She uses Makoto, her long-range strike, swinging Hitoshi in a short, chopping motion that makes the explosion of energy from the tip of the legacy weapon arc out in an ever-growing curve of energy. 𝗪𝗃 throws itself out of the way, swinging on an invisible thread attached to the ceiling and dodging the strike. It avoids Mikito's initial attack with ease, but as it lands on invisible threads, 𝗪𝗃 doesn't take into account the living flames Hitoshi provides. They catch on to its threads, jumping from connection to connection, burning their way to 𝗪𝗃 as they destroy its delicate web. The flames are hungry, seeking blood and flesh, and the spider lets out a squeaky exclamation of surprise as it slashes and parts its own web, forcing it to fall away. In the distraction, I act. First step, I throw up my penetration evolved skill. It'll keep me alive longer than not. Domain and my aura switch on, followed by Eye of the Storm as I figure my team could use the boost and distraction. Then I trigger the rest of the defenses in the building itself. The weapon turrets drop from the ceiling only to get stuck, caught in webs. Drones attempt to roll out of their resting spots only to burst apart as explosive threads ignite, sending molten shrapnel into space. The defenses that Catherine paid for are rendered useless, just like that. Fine. I snarl and raise my fist, clenching it. Judgment of all doesn't require me to hit the administrator, just for me to see it, and 𝗪𝗃 might be mildly camouflaged, but it is moving too much. There are too many flames above it now to hide it completely. Judgment of all starts up, and mana floods out of me, and keeps flooding. My eyes widen as I sense 𝗪𝗃 tearing at my skill, using its system edit skill. I try to block it, but I'm too late. Notifications arrive telling me what it was doing. All too late. Judgment of all activate. Administrative override. Mana cost tripled. Duration reduced. 6.5 seconds. Even so, my plunge into the skill is enough to make the damn administrator stop. Its mental intrusion scurries off just before it nerfs my damage too. I feel, more than sense, the rush of mana that hammers into the floating point of its body. To meet an obstruction. The mana burns, tearing away at 𝗪𝗃, but not. I frown, digging into the discrepancy with my system edit skill, even as I conjure swords and throw them at the damn spider, letting my floating weapons create problems for the scurrying spider. Stored reserves, level 10, administrator modified. The 𝗪𝗁cie martial glutton's premier skill, it allows the 𝗪𝗁cie to consume health and mana stores from its victims and store them for later use. Stored reserves replenish health and mana of the user at an increased rate. Effect 1. Store up to 11,000 HP and mana from consumed victims at a ratio of 1 to 100. Effect 2. Increased regeneration of health and mana of user at need by 11%. Each additional unit regenerated decreases stored HP and mana respectively. Administration modification. Stored reserves of HP and mana take damage first. User resistances are still in effect. Son of a bitch! It's got a reserve for health! I shout to the group even as it bounces away from one of 𝗵𝘃𝗀𝗧's attacks. She's on her ghost horse now, riding on air as she charges it. 𝗬𝗏 is fast, but she's good, and the ever-changing size of the energy blade on 𝗕𝗿𝗫 keeps it guessing. I know! The samurai snaps at me. Another cut, this one bouncing off the sudden silvery body of the spider. A second later, it's back to normal as the administrator swaps around the traits of its physical body with body of the dead. Stop standing around and help! I am doing something. Didn't you see that? I guess you didn't, I mutter. Of course she wouldn't. Judgment of all, even now finished ticking down, never had an external effect, because it soaked all that damage up in its health bank. Even nastier, its resistances, including its administrator resistances, soaked up much of that damage. Which wouldn't have been that high otherwise, it being pure mana damage. I got it, Ali shouts. The spirit flies straight up, the conjured ball of plasma in his hand about to be lobbed at the administrator, only for Ali to suddenly stop as he hits a series of invisible threads. Even with my higher perception, I can barely sense the way they shift to catch it, forcing Ali to hold. A second later, they burn the caught spirit, attacking him on the immaterial plane as well as the material plane. The spirit holds it together long enough to release the plasma containment in the general direction of 𝗬𝗏, catching the administrator in the back blast. It isn't a direct hit, but it does destroy even more of its threads which keep growing back. I debate flying up, but I'm not 𝗵𝘃𝗀𝗀. I lack her skills to avoid and dodge the damn web, and getting caught is a bad idea. Instead, I fall back on an old standby, using blade strike to cut at the spider above. While I do that, while I let my physical instincts take over, I step into the other side of the fight, extending my system edit skill. For I can see how it's tearing at 𝗵𝘃𝗀𝗀's skills, knocking them down, aborting their start, increasing cost and otherwise hampering her. Blitzed is put on cooldown. 𝗖𝗂𝗃𝗀𝗃, her haste, increases in cost by 10 times. Shatter is lowered in percentage, making it almost useless. Even 𝗬𝗏, her unblockable, undodgeable attack, is nerfed as she's forced to expend multiple times her mana to make use of it. It's going after me too, but only occasionally. Domain only barely reaches them as they dart around the inside of the building. Eye of the Storm, taunt effects aren't affecting it at all. Its mental resistance is more than sufficient. The damage effect is nice, since it adds to my skills, but it isn't burning the threads as I hoped, and my aura doesn't affect it directly. As for my blade strikes, it's easier to dodge or tank than to actually bother editing. I dive in, fighting 𝗬𝗏 with my system edit skill. I cancel its skills, block further skill uses, attempt to delve into its status screen. We're fighting on a half-dozen fronts virtually, and in a short period, I go entirely on the defensive. It's many times more experienced than I am, multiple times stronger and smarter. I can barely keep up with the changes it makes on 𝗵𝘃𝗀𝗀's skills, and I barely pay attention to when it nerfs my own, destroying penetration's duration, reducing the damage done on my own blade strikes. But it's also hampered. Firstly, by the system itself. Like when I changed the title for 𝗪𝗏's son, the system didn't like us making localized alterations like this. It fights back, wanting to revert to normal. On top of that, it's also hampered by the penalty the system placed upon it when it attacked me the first time we met. I sensed the hitch in its skill uses, the way it has to expend mana in a surge each time it switches to a new line of attack. And all the while we fight in the virtual, 𝗵𝘃𝗀𝗀 takes it on in the physical. She's cutting at it, bleeding its body even as she dodges around combat drones, slips past threads of flame and electricity, and avoids the occasional swing of skill-powered blows. Ali breaks free and, angry at his entrapment, fights back against the 𝗪𝗁𝗍's threads. He's burning them, detaching them from the walls with his affinity, sending arcs of electricity down others to shock the spider. And occasionally, one of my blade strikes hits, cutting into the damn spider. It still looks pristine, undamaged, but I know its health bank is dropping, draining with each strike. And we're fine. Mostly. Keep at it! We're winning! Ollie crows, "Useless administrator!" Of course, that's when 𝗪𝗃 stops playing with us. The first thing it does is release a cloud of gas. I don't even need the green and purple nature of it to tell me it's a bad idea to be anywhere near the cloud, especially when it expels it from its behind. 𝗵𝘃𝗲, maneuvering around its back, receives the full blast of it. Of course, her ghost armor has a protection against direct breath attacks, but such poison skills bypass the sensibility of pure breathing, using aura and physical contact to push its effects upon its victims. 𝗵𝘃𝗲 reels back, forced to pull away for a moment as she's assaulted by the poison. Below, I pull out the HUD and trigger its dressing aspect, cursing myself for paying too much attention to its system edit skill and not taking the time to armor myself. Ugh. My pity party is cut short when I look to the side and spot a forgotten member of the party. Harry, curled up on the floor, is thrashing as the damn area effect poison hits him. I snarl, and rather than risk it, I use Sanctum. It forms faster than ever, covering the reporter. I can only hope he's able to survive. Too late, the HUD finishes closing in around me. I feel the status effects from the poison flare to life as the poison seeps into me. You have been poisoned by an 𝗕cie internal brood poison cloud, modified. Effects partially resisted. Health and mana regeneration reduced by 38%. You are mildly intoxicated. Negative perception and agility bonuses applied. You are receiving 14 HP damage per minute. The damage over time effect is negligible for me with my regeneration in play. The health and mana regeneration effects are more concerning, especially since this is after my resistances. But 𝗪𝗃 isn't done just yet. Look out! Ollie's shout makes me look up to see a rain of white packages falling down around me. Some fall straight, some arc through the air, and many of them bounce off invisible spider threads, their final destination impossible to gauge. Still, I try to dodge, especially when a few hit the razor thread and part. The damn corpses explode when they fall, engulfing the very air in flames and burning poison. My aura trembles, the HUD hissing as acid-coated rain and poisonous flames assault it. Soul Shield and the HUD's defensive shield sparkle, light chasing across the edges of the protection as I search for a safe place on the ground, and realize there is nothing. I take to the air, throwing blade strikes ahead of me, calling back my sword as I begin another spell. Beacon of the Angels, targeted to start within the domain itself. I swear when my skill is cut short, the administrator sliding in and brute-forcing the attack. My body shudders a little as the mana that was meant to power the skill flows back into me with nowhere to go. But I climb out of the explosion of body parts and flames, of poison and toxins below into the relatively clear air of the second floor. I cut again and again, letting my swords swing in preset patterns, destroying the threads that threatened to take me. The remnant flames from the explosions pop the HUD's shield. Poison air eats away at my soul shield, but I ignore it, searching. I spot 𝗵𝘃𝗲 first. Her horse is treading on bare air, its armored mane ragged, its ghostly body rotting. Its rider is lolling on the back, head hanging over the edge of the horse's neck, 𝗕𝗿𝗄𝗄 pointed at the ground. At least the legacy weapon seems to be doing well, as a small whirlpool forms around its head as it absorbs the poisons. 𝗪𝗃 I miss until it's too late. It rises up from below me using threads that I was certain were cut, hopping through the sky for its fangs to close in on me from below. Dark energies, gravity, and other forms of magic are embedded in its fangs and along the edges of its mouth. Its jaw closes with a snap, popping my soul shield without issue. I struggle, attempting to escape, and fail. Rather than fight a losing battle, I trigger Blink Step. I sense it moving to shut it down, and I use my own skill to block it. But it's sort of like a teenager trying to stop a professional linebacker. The sheer volume of mana it can wield, compared to me, is an entire tier apart. The backlash of the direct conflict causes more damage than the grinding, necrotic bite itself. I shudder, coughing as Blink Step is forcibly shut down and put on cooldown. Its mana invades my status, my body, and the essence of what I am within the system, changing, altering things. It hits my escape and defense skills first, tearing its way through Portal, through Soul Shield and Sanctum. It even turns off Domain, which is hurting it more than Eye of the Storm. That's okay, though, since I'm leaning toward bringing the pain rather than worrying about damage. I force mana into the system, activating Judgment of All and feeling it snap off. I don't try to stop it, though, because I've already got Grand Cross rolling. It slams it shut, but I see the constant mana use, the way System Edit is burning it up. Of course, I'm not doing well. Penetration's shield is powerful, but it requires me to do damage, and it's stopping me from doing it all too often, shutting down whatever it wants with impunity. It's not even trying to edit around restrictions, slamming full stops on me. The system is punishing it, fighting it, but it's taking it to finish this fight. And without damage, my penetration shielding is falling, the necrotic, toxic, and elemental damage on its fangs burning through the shield. I have to finish fast. Good thing I still remember the lesson from our first fight. While it's busy dealing with the system, I conjure lightning. It's easy. There's so much energy being shed, from disrupted mana, from my shields sparking, from the escaped radiation and electrons of its energy attacks. I just borrow it, lowering resistances, increasing attraction, making lightning itself come alive all around us. It bounces from it to me, to the threads around us, and back again, lightning jumping and arcing, connected to one another. The system registers the damage, but it doesn't give it to my shielding, ignoring my elemental affinity as it stands outside of the system. 𝗬𝗏 tries to shut it down, of course, but it's an affinity. There's no system finagling here. It records, it displays, but it doesn't control. But it can mitigate. The damn spider pulls me close, holding me tight with its legs, mouth still clamped onto me as it absorbs the damage. Its body shimmers, shifting to something darker, something more rubbery. My grasp on its body, on the connection to it, slip as it adjusts to my attack. "Idiot boyo!" 𝗬𝗏 shoots over to me, having freed himself. He slams a container of plasma into 𝗬𝗏's back, burrowing it in as deep as he can before releasing the containment. Electricity tries to jump to the spirit, but he's mostly immaterial. Beyond charring the spirit a little at the edges, disrupting 𝗬𝗏's material plane connection, he's fine. So's 𝗬𝗏's, to my horror. The damn creature's resistances and bank of life is taking 𝗬𝗏's attack with aplomb. Things go from bad to worse as I reel from another system-edit assault that floods my body with mana, turning my Judgment of All skill on me. I batter the edit attack aside, shoving will and my own skill against it, but not before my penetration skill pops and my life plummets. My body is on fire. The HUD is smoking and screaming as the power armor is melted, and my flesh decays as necrotic energy invades me. I liquefy and burn, and my tender grasp on the lightning falls aside. A last-ditch maneuver. I haven't tried it before, but theoretically, if I let the bonds between my molecules slip far enough, I can fall, right through its grip. I try for it, feeling myself and the HUD shudder, and stop, for electromagnetic force is only one of the prime forces in the universe, and the damn administrator is wielding gravity spheres in its mouth, pulling me toward its fangs. "Wake up, Nikito!" 𝗬𝗏 shouts. Its olive face is scrunched up in concentration as it pours plasma into 𝗬𝗏's torso, trying to push it through the body to hit something important. It must hurt, but the administrator doesn't care. A snap, a tear, and the HUD's outer armor around an arm falls away as the damage from the elements, from the lightning, from the fires that burn below and the toxins that drip take its toll. It falls, and so does the arm beneath it, as liquefied and crisped skin offers no grip. The armor falls for only a second before swinging up, smacking 𝗬𝗏 in the face as gravity spheres pull it up. I'm held in place, not by its mouth, but the gravity it wields, attacked on all sides. The lightning is gone, only occasional sparks still bursting into life as excess energy keeps firing. I'm semi-immaterial, floating in space, smoke and toxins entering and mixing within my body, leaving a burnt, rotten smell in my throat, in my lungs. Blood drips and falls, and even my defensive skills fail. Peasant's fury is working overtime to increase regeneration, but I'm taking more damage than it can keep up with. Elastic skin and harden help, as do my resistances, but poisons and toxins bypass a lot of the defenses. 𝗬𝗏𝗃's abilities are perfect for dealing with me. The gravity spheres hold on to me and my mind spins, time and intelligence stretching out for a few brief seconds. Gravity spheres work in one of two ways. It compresses and increases the mass in a location, making it denser and thus increasing the force of attraction. Or it increases g, the gravitational force itself. My affinity doesn't change my mass, and releasing it leaves me still hanging in space. The administrator isn't strong enough physically to handle an increase in mass, so the spell must increase the gravitational force itself. Which means I trigger a skill and pull at my sword. It lets me, not caring about the extra swords I conjure. They can cut, but they aren't that powerful, not with me thrashing in midair. But I release my soulbound weapon, letting it fall, and it shoots upward, just like my arm. To strike 𝗬𝗏𝗃 in the face. It plunges deep, point first, and then behind it, the conjured weapons it let me have follow, just as they're scripted to. The attack isn't enough to kill it, but having multiple blades plunged into one's body from below and attempt to come out of one's face is distracting as all hell. Never mind the plasma torch 𝗪𝗍 wields. 𝗬𝗏𝗃's concentration falters for a second, the gravitic spheres blinking off. Anger takes over the administrator, and it twists the spell with its system edit. Rather than drawing, it repulses. 𝗪𝗍, the swords, myself are launched away at speed. The floor rushes up to me, shattering my newly renewed penetration shield. The mixed metal and stone floor cracks beneath my body, webs of kinetic energy dispersed. Flames from burning corpses gutter as dust and air billow out from the impact point before reasserting themselves with vigor. My head rings, my body shattered. I feel bones grind, a lung pierced, organs ruptured. Frenzy threatens to activate before it is slapped down by the administrator. It holds itself in the air, 𝗪𝗍 and 𝗪𝗃𝗃 caught in its webs as it lowers itself toward me. I wonder when it caught 𝗪𝗍, maybe in the half-second when I fell, when it turned its full attention on the spirit. A glance at its health bank, as my skill tells me we did well. We took out nearly all of it, just a little more, and we would be tearing into its real health. We could win. I just have to move. But I can't. The hod is broken. My body not much better. 𝗬𝗏𝗃 lowers itself, threads spooling from its behind as it speaks.
A good attempt, but futile.
𝗬𝗏𝗃 begins to monologue, and it freezes when I grin. The golden book comes slamming down at an angle, which is a good thing. I'm too broken to dodge, even if I wanted to. And if I did move beforehand, it'd give 𝗬𝗏𝗃 time to dodge. As it stands, the damn administrator manages to get a bunch of threads in the way and its body scurrying to the side. But the book is huge, and it's moving as fast as a bullet. The amount of time 𝗬𝗏𝗃 has to dodge is counted in milliseconds. The book keeps moving, crushing the spider into the wall and pushing, turning the administrator into so much paste. I spot a single leg, uncovered at the side of the wall, twitching, before the flood of blood and guts push out from the edges of the book itself. Squish, I breathe, and let my head flop backward. Pain that threatened to take me, floods over my consciousness. I ride it out, floating in the sea of agony as the system battles the poisons and toxins still in my body as it deals with the flames. A refreshing wave of energy flows over me, healing some of the damage. Another wave and my body bubbles and twists, toxins and poisons exploding from my skin. A noxious green, yellow, and black paste bubbles from my body, mixing with the red of my blood. Above, screams resound from 𝗪𝗃𝗃 as the same happens to the samurai. She's shocked awake by the cleansing, dropping to the ground a moment later when she releases her steed. The normally calm and unshakable samurai blanches when she spots the state I'm in. Not that she looks much better. Her hair's almost all fallen out and patches of flesh peek out from the damaged clothing she wears, raw and open as the system keeps healing it.
I failed,
𝗵𝘃𝗲 whispers, bowing to me. Pish tosh, 𝗬𝗆 says, floating down. It caught you unawares with that sleepy poison. Overrode any of the defenses you had by cheating.
I should have anticipated, planned better,
𝗵𝘃𝗲 says, shaking her head.
I could have bought other skills,
which the administrator would have likely rendered useless.
The voice that cuts in is thick, Glaswegian, barely understandable. Totally at odds with the thin black tie, charcoal gray suited figure that floats over to us. Except, the extra long limbs and fingers and the gray and pallid skin with oversized eyes on a famine-shaped body.
It was only when it felt secure that we were assured of its death.
Pride before fall, and then squish. I lever myself up, laughing a little in pain and sardonic humor. It might be a little hysterical as my mind and the system try to compartmentalize the memories of burning and rotting alive. Simultaneously,
yes, I received your message,
𝗵𝘃𝗀 says. His eyes flicker sideways up to the library and the books I purchased. The signal to it, the locator beacon that allowed it to step across time and space to our side, with a little help.
The Lord is less than pleased with us both. I do not think he will help us further, but he is delighted that the Council is no longer probing his defenses.
Wasn't his entire shtick being left alone? 𝗬𝗆 says. The entire false forbidden zone and everything?
He might exaggerate the level of his neutrality,
𝗵𝘃𝗀 says, fingers back in front of his body and tented. He turns, his entire body floating around to stare at his golden book. A moment later, the book shrinks and flies back into his hand.
If he did not, did you think I would have sent you to him? The Lord has always had conflicts with both the Council and what we now know to be the administrators.
Why? Oh, the Forbidden Zones. I nod. They have no control in there, do they? 𝗵𝘃𝗀 inclines his head and I snort, pushing myself the rest of the way to my feet. I idly tap a few things and send off the HOD, watching as it pulls itself into a shattered cube before blipping away, sent off for fixing. I just hope they can get it sorted before I need it again. Who am I kidding? They won't. Is Harry okay? 𝗵𝘃𝗀 asks, looking at the still-present bubble of the sanctum. I turn my head to follow her gaze, then glance at the party interface. He's alive,
but silent.
I have nothing to add to that. I hope he's fine, but the silence is less than promising. It's possible that he's unconscious as well, but his status effects don't show that, which might mean he's catatonic in an entirely non-system way. Unable to do anything about that for now, I turn to 𝗵𝘃𝗀. I'm glad to see you. As my body continues to patch itself together, I breathe slowly, wishing I had the mana to cast a cleanse. I reek of the toxins and poisons from the corpses and 𝗪𝗃𝗧's bile, all mixed with the remnants of my flesh and organs. Non-combat class or not, the God's damned administrator really showed me what the system at its skill could do in a fight. I need to learn how to do the things he did, and how to protect myself and my friends. Thankfully, the vast majority of the things he edited are being fixed by the system as it reverts me to its baseline stats, dealing with the problematic issues the administrator created. Anything the system doesn't get around to, I'll handle, once I stop hurting. I take it that the questers have voted, I say when 𝗵𝘃𝗀 doesn't answer. It's good to have you guys on board.
No,
𝗵𝘃𝗀 says. What? I shout. 𝗵𝘃𝗀 inclines his head, as if my expression of emotion is something wrong.
The questers have decided that your information is good. They commend you. They offer you this.
Congratulations. Title granted. Innovative Quester. You have contributed a significant piece of information to the Quester Library. You have been hereby granted a new title. Your word and research data will be given more weight during the system quest studies. Effect: reputation increased with all questers. Reputation decreased with other factions. I scroll through the notification quickly, then dismiss it with an angry wave. I don't want a consolation prize. I want to know why you all aren't helping.
The information was good but insufficient. The information provided increased the number of quest completion rates, but it was insufficient to provide a marked and universal increase.
𝗪𝗏's hands open wide, as if to say, what can you do?
The information has been banked. It will be dispersed. It will not be lost. The sacrifice has been noted.
I find myself shouting. That's it? That's all you're going to do? Because you guys didn't get enough of a completion rate, you just pat us on the head and let us die? Just because you can't fulfill enough of your damn quest? I'm angry. And if my chest, my body burns with anger and lingering damage, it also helps me avoid the thought that I have done much the same before, chosen the quest over others, over the individual good. 𝗪𝗏 nods impassively. If that's the case, what the hell are you doing here? I snap. Mikito watches us calmly, though I note her hand has dropped low in the position she uses for calling forth her weapon, the motion which would allow to swing it up and bisect 𝗪𝗏 if needed. 𝗬𝗏, on the other hand, is looking, well, conflicted, between being amused at my reaction and horror at the implications. 𝗪𝗏 grins, and I find myself shivering. That damn hashtag creepy librarian still makes me shudder.
I disagreed with the majority, as did a few others. We believe you can lead us to more, to the completion of our most sought-after desire, and I believe where you go is where I must too.
I growl, ignoring the rather obvious conversational bait. So you're here by yourself. I shut my eyes, forcing some calm over myself. A hand presses something into my hands and I look at it, spotting a chunk of chocolate. 𝗬𝗏 gives me one of his shit-eating grins even as I debate throwing the hunk of liquid sunshine at him. Hey, at least we got a legendary on our side, 𝗬𝗏 says. I let out another groan but decide against the blasphemy and pop the chocolate into my mouth. He is right. We do have a new dangerous and creepy ally. It's not what I wanted, but he came when we needed him, when we would have fallen. As I stare around the shattered, broken domain, I shake my head. In the distance, the windows, thankfully one way, showcase the voting hall. All this fighting, and we're not done yet. For there's still what we came here to do, the final piece of my plan, and after that, well, perhaps the questers are right to abandon us. Chapter 24. We walk forward as the system strains to clean and put the domain back into place. Thankfully, system chicanery means that no one noticed the fight within, or if they did, they ignored it. It's still weird shifting from a life-and-death struggle to just silence, to boredom and a moment of relaxation, or as relaxed as you can get, knowing that you might have enemy fighters running it at any time to end you. It's a weird mixture of boredom and tension, of breathless waiting and shuddering, tension-escaping moments. The calm after a hurricane hits, after the earthquake has come and gone, while you're waiting to see if there are aftershocks. When you have to get on with life, but you're unsure if your world is about to come apart once more. Before the windows, I come to a stop. For the first time, I can look properly at the chamber for the Galactic Council. The center of power for the system, supposedly, the place where the galaxy revolves. Except we know that for the lie it is. Seats abound, all facing a giant stage. The council chamber looks too big and too small at the same time. Too small to contain the entire galaxy's places of power, and too big for it extends on and on, the farthest windows no larger than half the size of my hand. On the sloping ground, along a trio of open-air mezzanine locations, are benches and tables for those with less power, or who desire to be closer to the action. From speaking with Catherine, I know each chamber's windows shift, optimizing the view of occupied locations. Unoccupied chambers are shifted back by more system chicanery. The whole room is shaded steel gray, illuminated by purple and blue lighting, with minor variations in lighting depending on the section. I absently note small force bubbles in certain areas, set up so that individuals with non-carbon-based, non-oxygen-breathing genetics are able to interact and exist. Some of those bubbles contain water, liquid nitrogen, liquid carbon, magma, and in one case, well separated from everyone else, plasma. The wide variety of aliens that make up the system can be seen in both the kinds of environments they require and the caution taken by others interacting with them. And interact they do, speaking, gambling, and in a few cases even fighting. But the poor spike of vegetation on the stage, wobbling and trembling while speaking in Galactic with all its heart, if it has a heart, no one's truly paying attention to. It only takes me a few minutes to grasp what it's asking for, a plea for help as they're being invaded and conquered by another opposing nation. I, like everyone else, dismiss it from my mind. As much as I might feel for them, I have my own problems. And isn't that the condemnation and a pure example of the living condition? We all have our own problems, our own burdens, all of it pressing down upon us. And for us, no matter how big, no matter how terrible another's problems might be, objectively and subjectively, ours will always matter more. It takes courage, bravery, and empathy to step outside of our own minds, our own hearts and concerns to aid another. Especially when that aid has no ulterior motives, when there is no hope of gratitude or payment, when it is done because it's the right thing to do. There are some people who martyr themselves on the altar of charity, sacrificing their own lives, their own self or well-being for others. Too many of them, we find out later, aren't as self-sacrificial or pure as we think. Mother Teresa let people writhe in pain, denying them painkillers and medicine in some crazy belief about the cleansing power of pain. JFK was a womanizing, charming son of a bitch whose record might have been indelibly stained by the Bay of Pigs if he had not performed well once during the Cuban Missile Crisis. At the end of the day, charity when you can afford it, when you yourself are stable, is the most real-life form. And yet, how sad is it that we should only offer help, that we will only offer help when it's convenient for us? What a world we live in. Sadly, knowing all that, I still tune out the Capri variant and focus on the Council. So many, thousands of them, all of them negotiating and socializing, each of them ready to sell out the other for an advantage for their civilization. Some nothing more than vassal states, others stubbornly independent, and still others wholly controlled by the big empires. Turning on Society's web, I spot the cluster that makes up the Movana and the 𝗏𝗏. The main ambassadors gone, but their second-in-commands holding court. They stand in the central flow of the group, standing where others may watch them cluster, while their sycophants surround them in vassal groups. Those planets sucking up for protection hover at the edges. Sometimes one or another planetary ambassador breaks off to chat to these orbiting ambassadors as another deal, another agreement is worked out. But the center of these empires holds still as the worlds revolve around them. The Eretrians have their own section, though it's smaller, quieter. They're standing and sitting around, focused and watching, their guard up. None of them bother to interact much, and the few who approach are rebuffed. Even in terms of volume, the Eretrians are smaller, but unlike the Movana or 𝗏𝗏, the Eretrian Empire is more homogeneous. Fewer planets need to have a seat here, passing their votes up the chain. Of course, the standoff nature of the Empire is getting more than a few side eyes, especially by their ostentatious allies like the Fist or the Expansionists, all of whom have their own loose clumps. The political factions, unlike the empires and kingdom-based powers, are less clustered, more organic in their movements, but under Society's web, their secrets, their alliances, the flow of power is all an open book to me. In the end, the vote is called for the poor vegetable creature. A sphere, a giant shimmering globe appears. Not that it ever left, just hidden from sight until now, so as not to distract others. The globe shifts in size, shrinking as the request is small, just a motion to restrict trade. He barely needs 1/10 of the people to vote for his request to pass. If his request passes, it has to be paid for somehow, and the system enforces such payment on the planets and governments of the Council itself. To make a change, there has to be sacrifice. In this case, of system mana to empower the choices that are being made. It's an interesting system, one that favors dungeon worlds like ours with our overabundance of mana and thus an overabundance of weight to our potential actions. Of course, on a galactic scale, a single dungeon planet is worth only a few dozen other planets, less if one is lacking in system infrastructure, as is Earth. But it can still matter, especially if one is able to gain a significant number of dungeon worlds. The voting sphere fills with pure system mana in bursts and dribbles, as those who decide to support its cause pour in their efforts. Unfortunately, another aspect of the voting is that a vote once cast, once the system is dedicated, can never be taken back. A failed vote is just a waste, like the one below. The Capri variant trundles off in failure, another speaker soon taking his place. The globe disappears, the mana gone. I watch, taking it all in, tracing the votes, the reactions of those below, their deals. With Ollie's help, I mark the votes, the voters, and the expected results of our own vote, tapping into my Neuralink to do the math, display the graphs. Watch as the numbers flow and bump, adding or subtracting as I mentally adjust the calculated percentages, trying to decide how close we are to succeeding, trying to work out if we can hope to win. Behind me, Harry comes out of the sanctum. He looks worse for wear. He's holding on by the tips of his fingers to some form of sanity, some form of calm. He stumbles over to a chair near the windows and sits, staring at the assemblage below, his hands shaking. I jerk my head to Ollie, and the little spirit floats over to have a quiet chat with the reporter, soon followed by 𝗵𝘃𝗃𝗏. Farol stands, watching beside me. His eyes dart strangely at first, before I realize he's reading unseen notification screens, taking in information, though he declines to explain what kind when I ask. In fact, he seems disinclined to speak at all, even when I probe him for further information on the questers. The silence from within the domain stretches while the buzz of conversations and votes being made below permeate the room. Occasionally, I notice that the system puts in a vote for Earth. Obviously, a preset voting system. I leave it alone, choosing not to interfere. Watching the votes pass by me, I can't help but shake my head at many of them. Condemnation of the destruction of the Dawn-Will Guild. Registration of the boundary lines between the Kingdom of Aius and the Republic of QX13. Application for Galactic Quest localized for the destruction of the Tier 2 dungeons in PK space. Budget approval for the 248,815th expedition to non-system space. Deployment request for galactic troops to the XV-138 region to reduce planetary dungeon overflows. And on and on. The hours grind past, and even when it seems there's supposed to be an order to the votes, somehow other motions, other bills and clauses and requests sneak their way in. It's a bewildering array of bureaucratic magic, where planets trade voting rights, or hand over speaking opportunities, or offer to bring up a slate of previous issues, all to get their own areas voted upon. A couple of times, sapients get a little too aggressive. Someone calls forth a rock, crushing an opponent. He in turn gets impaled on a rock spike and has to extract his mangled body from it by himself. Another pair, screaming at one another, find themselves suddenly unable to speak, the flesh of their mouths sealed shut, stitched over. Someone tries to interrupt for a third time when it's not their turn. They are teleported out of the council chamber entirely, and a penalty added to their planet's mana total, deducted immediately. All of that is overseen by a wizened, twisted knot of string and hair. The Secretariat of the Council runs the Galactic Council with complete impartiality, holding to only one thing, and that is the laws of the Council. Nothing and no one tells him how to run the hall, not even the Inner Council. Of course, that he's actually the puppet of the Weaver is a not-so-hidden secret. One that the powers that be, people like the Eretrians and thus me, know and the smaller players don't. It's why no one in the Inner Council objects when he runs roughshod over their own power plays. So long as they play within the stated rules, they know he won't interfere. In a corner of my mind, I watch it all, absently noting that every single one of my hands have now expired. I make sure to call them up, now that we're here, Now that we have time, one wanders off to cook and eat, another to the study to read, and the last sits in a corner brooding. I'd protest at the caricatures of my behavior if it wasn't so damn accurate. In time, I ignore them. I watch the proceedings below with interest in the beginning, before boredom takes me and I turn away. Harry watches and records, muttering explanations to himself and his viewers, eventual viewers, doing his best to provide commentary. He throws himself into his work, though I note the way his foot never stops bouncing, the occasional stuttered pause. More than once I note Harry cursing or muttering in bewilderment as a political maneuver catches him by surprise. A lot of the time, he mutters things about needing more research. I leave him to it, glad that work has the reporter absorbed, and walk over to find Mikito seated in lotus position, hands clasped before her and meditating. I sit across from her, only for the samurai to crack an eye open.
You should try it. It'll calm your mind and center you.
Calm might not be the best option. They've killed all my doppelgangers. They must be wondering where we are by now. I drop my voice lower, leaning in and adding, and I don't know how long the others will stay distracted. Mikito sighs, exhaling roughly before she fixes me with both eyes.
Will worrying change things?
No.
Then, as you like to say, what is, is. There is nothing more that we can do. So eat some chocolate, meditate, and stop bothering me.
She shuts her eyes and I find myself alone once more, forced to stew in my own thoughts. With nothing better to do, I focus within, playing with not the system, but my elemental affinity, gently sensing the flow of bonds, the force of attraction and repulsion that makes up the affinity. I consider the weakness shown, my lack of ability, and I explore new concepts, new ways of interacting with the system, gently. Time passes slowly, inching forward as votes and new clauses and constitutions are put into play. We're forced to wait until finally, Harry speaks. It's time, Harry says, gesturing down below. You sure? I say. Yes. This bill needs to be voted upon. Afterward, it will be yours, with no others set to speak. I look at Ali, who shrugs and nods at the same time, as if to say he's as sure as he can be. When I dither for a second more, 𝗏𝗏 speaks up. Go. I stand, looking around at the group. A part of me wonders if this is the right thing to do, the right course of action. But I've gone this far, sacrificed too much. I close my eyes, then nod. Fine. Let's go save Earth. Chapter 25. The votes go as expected. The numbers climb fast, then slow down, as those who hesitate, who are compromised by Earth or me, hover between opposing or abstaining. The simple sphere fills with liquid blue mana for each positive vote, sloshing around the sphere as some hesitate. The sphere itself is large, many times larger than the Capri variants, and most other votes. This is a long-term vote, one meant to enforce itself across the entire galactic system, and is subsequently large. The votes come, and while I wait for those who hesitate, I look upon the notification that hangs above the sphere, the one that holds all the hopes of Earth. Motion to restrict dungeon planets from the Galactic Council requires 2,398 Q units of system mana. Effect: strips dungeon planets of the planetary system network, foregoing voting rights on the Galactic Council and all system-enabled planetary upgrades. Prior purchased system-enabled planetary networks will be refunded and/or modified to suit new restricted framework. Eventually, the mana stops entering, leaving a clear amount of space for liquid to enter. There's a small demarcation line, and the liquid filled is below that by a few 100,000 mana points. I'm surprised that we made it that far, that the abstainers have held out for so long, that the pressure and horse trading has done so well that the liquid sloshes near the edge of completion but does not cross it. Yet. The Eretrians, the Duchess, A few of our other allies hold the line, refusing to throw their votes for the motion. Direct vassal states follow their lead in most cases, though I note a few quick glances, a couple of surprises that are revealed. Raminar, amongst his people, gestures more than once to a few hard-eyed compatriots who look with glinting malice upon the ones who have betrayed them. The liquid trembles on the edge of crossing. I watch as those who abstained are turned on or toward. The vultures and the grifters, the deal-makers and the negotiators arrive, ready to sway. I know some hold off for the better deal. I wonder if I'll make more enemies by what I do next. Cutting their deals short, making all their hard work and plans just so much waste paper. Then I grin, because it doesn't matter. I never gave a damn anyway. My voice cuts through the hubbub, and the alien's attention is drawn to my figure on the stage. The hair and string ball of the Secretariat allowed the speech, as per my right as one of the affected parties. The only affected party with a seat. It's a little unusual to speak while the voting is happening, but not impossible. As the council stares at my figure, my words keep coming, keeps pouring out as if a dam is unleashed. I invoke my right, as proxy holder for the dungeon planet Earth, to speak about the motion. The Secretariat of the Council spins tendrils of hair and flesh together, then pulls it apart, creating a minor thunderclap. It silences the hall. The entire council no longer able to make themselves heard to one another. A simple skill. Thank you. The Secretariat doesn't care, impassive eyes shifting to the timer that has appeared, indicating how much time I have to speak. 15 minutes. More than sufficient. You know, a decade or so ago, I was a barbarian with a stick in the middle of nowhere, watching the sunset on a beautiful lake. A nobody to the great and powerful personages before me. And then, you and your system came along. Rather than give us a chance to integrate peacefully, normally, you made us a dungeon world. In the pause, in the silence, the aliens shift. I feel the information flow. The data passing and bouncing between ambassadors and diplomats and bodyguards as my presence is located, as they get ready to take me down when my time is up. Favors are called in and confirmed, bounties marked as pending collection. All this information flows, and attached to all that data streaming out of the Galactic Council, I sense the familiar touch of a friend's skill. You killed us. Billions of us humans. Transformed even more animals, some who might have become something more in a few tens of thousands of years, altered the path of our destiny. Exhale. Wry tone, almost amused. Some of the survivors these days, some of them are grateful, because when you made us a dungeon world, you gave some of us strength, power, perks. You gave us a leg up, and some of us have taken it all the way to the stars. We've got heroics now, and soon we'll have some of them in truth. Not a cheaty bastard like me, but people who earned it the hard way, wading through streets filled with blood, tearing through dungeons and making it all the way through. I can see the speech is losing them. Some of them are shifting, turning away, getting bored. They're wondering when I'll get to the point, and I get it. I wonder about that too. We even did things you didn't expect. United a dungeon world before you realized it was possible. Made it our own, and took our seat here. And then, I gesture upward, you try to take it away. Because we got too uppity. Because we threatened your local cliques. A pause. A dramatic pause. Then laughter. Harsh and filled with bitter humor. It catches their wandering attention. Brings their focus back to that small figure on the stage. The one taunting them. Lecturing them. At least that's what you were told. Fed little lies, as if you were children and satisfied with those little lies, thinking you were adults. You ran around with the sharp scissors of vindication and tore into us, thinking that what you learnt is the truth. The Secretariat shifts, hair and tendrils twitching, but it makes no move to stop me. And so long as he doesn't, no one else can, even if there are guards pounding at the shield surrounding the stage, trying to get in. Covert and not-so-covert attempts at breaching the shield are blocked with lazy ease. Some of the too obvious ones even die for their presumption. But it was easy to feed you those lies. Because all of you, coming light years across the galaxy to fight for scraps of power, for a chance to get ahead of everyone else, are too blind to see. You, who are meant to serve those who voted you in, or those who you rule, could not find the monster from the forest when you were too busy looking out for your own desires. And all the while, out there, people cry and die, struggling for some form of normalcy. Entire solar systems, billions of lives lost because you are looking out for number one. Forget peace or social responsibility or justice. You people disgust me. I watch as the counselors try to shut me down and fail. They're all muted, but the looks I'm given tell me that my grandstanding is less than loved. I don't care. Justice shouldn't just be for those who can pay for it, for those who can spend the time and expertise to get it. You shouldn't have to be willing to sacrifice everything to find it. It certainly shouldn't be coming at the hands of an unhinged lunatic without any safeguards behind it. A slight dig there at myself, at classes and levels and the entire concept of might is right, because sadly, that seems to be the only way the system works. At least, not without deep sacrifice. Justice is meant to be for everyone, at any place. And if the universe doesn't work that way, well, what's new? It's never worked that way. But that's your job in this chamber. To fix the wrongs an uncaring system creates. To offer a vestige of fairness that the slavering jaws of monsters do not. That's what you chose to do. To make the galaxy a little fairer, a little brighter, a little more just. And you all failed. Because you're so damn desperate for power. Voice lower. The next words are said almost at a whisper. But that's all right. If you want power, if you want to know the truth, I'll give it to you. More people are moving, some trying to approach the platform only to be rebuffed by the Secretariat's shield. Others are leaving, as if they sense the danger of what is to come. More send out messages, while others have never stopped recording what I'm saying, alerting their people, the guards. But first, let's get this over with. I will my answer to the system, and watch as the sphere hanging above the chamber darkens, as my vote for Earth floods in. Liquid system mana pours into the globe, pushing the vote over the edge. There are gasps, shouts. More than a few of my allies look shocked as I finish what my enemies started. I betray Catherine and Rob and Earth before the Council itself, taking away Earth's seat. In the shocked silence, I find myself grinning savagely. I watch as the Galactic Ensemble scrambles, as they work out the implications of what I've done. A small notification appears in the corner of my eyes, informing me that we no longer have the room. The embassy is within 7 days. My allies are shocked. Some are barking orders to others, all of them closing ranks as they wonder what is happening. You think this matters? It doesn't. You think Earth is that easy to take? Then try it. But you won't find me there. You all seem to think it matters to me, so I figured I'd show you. Remind you. There are further secrets to be found. More power to acquire. Truths more important than some stupid, useless planet of uplifted apes. Above my all too cocky body, the timer shifts and reduces while the sphere pulses. Some others throw in their votes now, fulfilling vows and promises. Many others hold off, confusion warring with avarice. And still my voice drones on. Real power, not this sham. A hand waves over the surrounding seats, taking them all in. Because you've been lied to all your life. For millennia, you've been spoon-fed a lie, as if your broken, warped seats matter. But this is the truth. I push my status screen outward, fighting the title, making it turn off. There's a block, a system administrator level block against what I'm trying to do. I pitch myself against it, feel the security responses from the administrative block flood into my body, tearing at it. I burn, body twisting and nerves flooding with mana. My knees give way, my nose bleeds, my eyes squeeze shut. Pain racks my body as the administrator's security systems attempt to stop what I'm doing. I pitch myself against their defenses and find myself failing. Failing until something deeper, something hard-coded into the very bonds of the system itself takes action. It comes like a tsunami wave of system mana that takes no prisoners, that cares not for the swimmers on the beach. My health drops precipitously again as it helps. My body glows blue, green, white as directed system mana floods into me from outside, healing my body. My friends aid my efforts, keeping me alive as the system and I battle the administrators, changing the code. Finally, the barrier, the permissions that were blocking me from showing this to the vast public give way. John Lee, Redeemer of the Dead, Monster's Bane, Redeemer of the Dead, Duelist, Explorer, Apprentice Quester, Galactic Silver Bounty Hunter, Junior System Administrator, Level 16, HP 4,138 of 6,300, MP 8,674 of 6,350. My voice speaking to them all. I'm being carried away, hands gripping me, pulling me aside as regeneration kicks in, patching me together even as the overabundance of system mana slowly flows away, slowly breaks down. A lie! Because you are but pawns in a world you've never seen and yet still insist is real. If you want answers, ask your inner council. Ask them why they've hidden this secret from you. Ask them about the shadows behind the throne, the ones who manipulate everything you believe in, that change the very fabric of the system. Ask them why the system is theirs to manipulate and not yours. Voices rise, shouting, screaming, asking questions and demanding answers. The voices are as diverse as the audience, and fights have begun. So much so that even the shield around the stage is failing as the massed volume of the council takes action. Ask them how many lies they've really told and how many classes they've rendered useless. What they've hidden from you by hiding away this class. A pause. And what it means that the system itself fights them. A small timer in the corner of my eyes ticks over. Time's up. Explosions of mana, skills and spells thrown at one another at the stage, an assault and retaliation, and the council chambers devolve into pure chaos. Some, the more opportunistic, lash out at rivals. The Secretariat disappears, leaving the council to deal with itself. Spells and skills wash over the figure on the stage, taking down its soul shield within seconds, consuming its health. That it laughs, as though the destruction is but a small matter. I feel the snap of the doppelganger's death, the flood of knowledge as information returns to me. Information, long suppressed, breaks free. And like any dark truth, any secret long held close, its revelation leaves chaos and hurt behind. There are some secrets, some knowledge that can only ever bring pain and tragedy. And I've just revealed the galactic-sized version of one. The end. John and his team are on the run from former friends and new enemies. There's only one place of safety for them now. Only one option. To finish the system quest in the Forbidden Zone. Book 11 of the System Apocalypse. Epilogue. We run. After dropping the bombshell and setting the entire council chamber alight with speculation and recrimination, we run. There's no going back for us now. No home to return to. I've betrayed not just the council and the administrators, but Earth too. It's all for a good cause, to take the target off Earth's back and place it firmly on mine. The betrayal probably stings just as much, even if they realize that truth. I've completed my commitments, even if it's not the way they expected it. Perhaps the Duchess and the lady are happy. Most likely not. In either case, there's no turning back now. We have to find the answer or die. So we run, attempting to escape the death trap that is the council hall and Irvina itself, to locate a single administrative center in the middle of the Forbidden Zone where perhaps there are answers. We run with the hounds baying at our feet, ritual glyphs forming over our heads and skills flying, toward hope, toward danger, toward an end. Finally. This has been Broken Council, System Apocalypse, Book 10, The System Apocalypse. Written by Dao Wong. Narrated by 𝗵𝘃𝗀𝗀. Copyright 2021 by Dao Wong. Production copyright by Starlit Publishing.